The journey that is the Esports Racing League has made its way to Le Mans Ultimate. After its first round pitted drivers and teams on a Assetto Corsa Competizione against one another, now the official game of the World Endurance Championship plays host to round 2 of the Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts. Hi everyone, my name's Arjuna Kangipati. We saw some great wheel-to-wheel action as Team Nitro claimed victory 1 in the Esports Racing League. Now, as we switch gears, switch cars from GT4 to LMP2, lots to try and figure out, lots to see in terms of action. I'm joined as ever by Lewis McLeod as we get ready to dive into all of the action. And Lewis, I think this should be a fun one. We're running a fast car with downforce, albeit with a, track that is leaving a bit to be desired, I think, in terms of the raceability.
Look, you don't like this track. I think, look, the drivers, they've all spoken, they've all had their pick, and I think we're in for an entertaining evening at the very least. Nice to see as well you've put on your golf kit. Are you off the Beth Page Black after this, or maybe you need to start playing for Team USA because I need some help?
I mean, certain situations, I might not be much worse than what we're seeing out there in the real world. This is the fun, though, of the virtual world, Lewis. The fact that we can jump across sims. Last time on Assetto Corsa Competizione, we saw some great racing, and it all starts in the heat races as well. So let's dive into the format, because the drivers get split up in terms of the 3 per team into individual heats. We tot up the points, the best 2 of those drivers scoring points towards the total, and then 10 teams advance directly to the quarterfinals before we have the fun that is the second chance race.
Yeah, indeed. That second chance race, always quite exciting, if a little bit chaotic. Obviously, then you go into the quarterfinals before we see the semi-finals, and then, of course, it goes down to just 2 teams in that final, best of 3 races, which wasn't needed last time. Obviously, Team Nitro were the winners back in Spielberg on ACC, and I think they might have a tough time coming up for it today.
It should be interesting, I think, to see, especially given slight changes. LMU, meaning that on LMU, we have 10-minute races across the board. Quarterfinals split up into 2 individual races. A couple of unique things for us to think about. Let's talk about the games as well that we're going to be venturing across next time. Break out the PlayStations and the Gran Turismo 7 round before iRacing Wrenchport. And then for the 4 best teams, they will advance to the in-person finale on the last garage with a custom car, a custom track, and a lot to try and figure out as drivers get on site with limited practice to get up to speed. We've got plenty of interesting teams, and Lewis, you were speculating Team Nitro may not be the favored ones here on LMU.
Yeah, certainly. It is actually kind of a bit more of a one that we don't really know the form book. Of course, yes, Le Mans has been out for a fair while now, and a lot of drivers and teams have their fair amount of experience in it, but you can't even necessarily go for your old R Factor 2 specialists and say they're going to do well here, because for one, there are some teams and drivers that have now focused on Le Mans a little bit more, and so it's it being a little bit more open, being a little bit more new, it is a little bit more open. I think you've got to be looking at teams like R8G, who were incredibly good, of course, on R Factor 2 back in the day. Coanda, certainly one also to keep a look out for. And hey, do you know what? Even Virtus Pro making it into the final. Darren McCormack, I know he's got some time on this game.
Wouldn't be surprised to see some of our contenders stand out. Remember, Gladius Competitions had a great run in the Assetto Corsa round. Delatraz Automotive, they're a team that, at least on iRacing, specialize in prototypes. We'll see if that carries forward into Le Mans Ultimate as well. For those that have been following along, don't forget you can join the Esports Racing League Fantasy Challenge. Pick your team of drivers to go racing. Apparently, a certain RaceSpot's own Will Chadwick sits atop the Esports Racing League Fantasy Challenge standings after round 1. So dive in and see if you can pick with the best of them. Let's also take a look at standings after the first round of the ERL powered by Nitro Concepts was officially in the books. The penalty points were tallied. Team Nitro with a 1-point advantage because it is 1 point per position, even once we tally things up on the outset of every round, Lewis. And so it's going to be very, very close, I think, to see which top 4 teams emerge at the end of the regular season.
Yeah, this is obviously, maybe not so much of a shock with how things kind of lined up. We were expecting, going into it, the top 3 teams on that round were Team Nitro, Virtus Pro, and mainly Williams. They were the ones that we were looking at fighting over the final. Gladius Competition sneaking that extra point. That could be important later on in the season, of course. They had a great round there on ACC. We'll see how they get along here tonight. But this is going to take quite a shake-up, because this is the entire format that we have here, where obviously jumping from game to game, some games don't work for you as a team. For example, I already spoke about them a little bit earlier on this evening. 13th place, R8G Esports. They had a pretty bad round on ACC, even by their standards on a game that they're not really particularly up to speed with. They need to have a good round here on Le Mans Ultimate.
Absolutely. And I think consistency is something that is going to be tough for many to get to, just given the wide varying nature of the respective platforms. This, I believe, is the lineup for heat number 1. Tobias Groneveld at the top for Team Nitro, but I'm thinking that potentially we'll see some downforce specialists shine here, and maybe the likes of Erhan Yuyovsky to stamp the authority for R8G to start.
Yeah, certainly so. Jack Keithley's got a fair amount of experience on RFAX 2, so obviously doing things like Le Mans Virtual and such. Dominic Blyer, I'd expect to go quite strong there. Charlie Crossland, the Rafa ERA Esports by EMM. That's actually a team I would like to keep an eye on over the evening, because I think they do have one Mr. Jerne Simoncic behind the wheel later on tonight. At least I hope so. And of course, your Darren McCormack's. Luciano Vitfo also might be quite strong on there. Basically, if I pick all of them, maybe I won't be wrong.
I know, that's a good call. Pick all 23 drivers, then you could never be wrong. Darren McCormack did say last time that he's going to be racing on all 5 platforms in the regular season, so that's going to be an interesting storyline to track as they warm up in qualifying for heat number 1. There is the man himself, Dara, weaving and warming up the tires in this Oreca LMP2 machine that has become the standard for LMP2 across the world. Bahrain Outer is the track we're racing at, if you missed us talking about that at the very start. So we're not going to race through the regular Grand Prix section, instead fly across the line. Yes, the regular braking zone for turn 1. Stamp on the brakes around 150 meters, turn the car in, try and keep the car in the middle of the road so you can sling it to the left, and then, Lewis, straight line up to where things start to look a little bit different.
Yep, if you remember back to 2020, of course, this was where around this part of the circuit where George Russell put a move around the outside of Valtteri Bottas. Do you remember that one? That was a cracking move. You can do some overtakes around this part of the circuit as it goes to the right-hand side, heavy into the braking zone, into the chicane, left, and then right, before we punch it back out onto what is effectively the penultimate straight.
And this one actually a bit longer and might open up an opportunity into the final corner, but I think what we might see, Lewis, especially when there are more cars on track, it's a little different compared to the final where there's just 6 machines going wheel to wheel. But when you've got 20-odd cars storming down into turn 1, working through the middle sector, we might see some breakaways around the lap as McCormack sets his lap time. It's a 106.406.
Yeah, indeed. Provisional pole position there for McCormack, going straight away for another one, of course. Whether you'll overdo your tyres, we'll have to wait and see. You can see Tobias Gronevald there up in second position, who hasn't set a lap time that maybe we could see some good times from. Not too sure at the moment, but of course, Dom Blyer also being up there. There's Jack Keithley, just 10th position at present, with the classic wallpaper there.
That's a good wallpaper, that's for sure. I did see Solomon for Kawanda Esports up there. Remember, they had a bit of a nightmare of round 1, so they'll be hoping to kind of right the ship here as well. That's aggressive on the curbs through the middle sector. A 10th off in the first sector for Keithley to try and match McCormack's time. But the margin's relatively slim through the field. We're talking 4/10 covering the top 11 drivers right now. And Keithley works his way out of the final corner. Use the track available on offer. 30 seconds to go. Now, I'm not sure if they'll get to finish the lap time that they're on once the clock strikes 0, or if this will be the final attempt for Keithley, but he breaks the timing beam. No improvement for him.
I'm pretty sure they get to finish the lap they're on, as that's normally how it worked, at least back in my RF2 days. But I am an old man now, so who knows? We all need to figure this one out as we go. Of course, just a few seconds left to go of the session. Blyer then improves up into third position, gets himself ahead of Salomon, so pretty solid there. Yovsky in fifth position. Any going to be any chances and takers for pole position? We'll have to wait and see.
Not bad for Stan Vlistra, who sets a 106.620. Lost most of that time in the first sector. So I'm guessing that's probably going to be where the difference is made through what is going to be many qualifying sessions. That first sector, how aggressive you can be on the brakes into turn one. Tobias Gronewold sweeps his way through the final corner. He's looking to try and close about 600ths through this final couple of corners. Don't think he's going to get there as he slingshots his way to the line, and second will be the best for Team Nitro in Heat 1.
Yeah, just to clarify as well, two teams missing from this opening race. Samantha Tan Racing Esports and Quartermass Motorsport. Those two are not in action as far as I'm aware in Heat number 1. We will see them out in Heat 2 before Quartermass Motorsport miss Heat 3 as well.
I think you're right. I'm just trying to open up all my entry lists so I can figure out who is where. It is great that we're seeing all the liveries on display. I do love this particular LMP2 car amongst all of them, as much as it is the de facto one that you see around the world. It lends itself well. This is Miroslav Kravchenko. I think he's probably already finished his last lap at this point because of where we are in this session. So I'm not sure if there's any improvements really left for us to see.
I don't believe so. Of course, this is the GTS 92 team out through the penultimate corner. Technically, it's not the penultimate corner, actually, but, you know, we're going to start talking about corner numbers already, because technically you go through the final turn and there's apparently one after it, but that's rubbish, isn't it? Because you go through this is apparently the penultimate turn, and that's the final one. Did you see it? Did you see it?
It's like Road America, isn't it?
That's just like getting frustrated about corner numbers already.
It's going to get worse. It will get worse, I have no doubt, once we work our way through what will be somewhat lengthy day. Plenty of racing left to come. Let's not forget 3 heat races, and then the second chance race, 2 quarterfinals, a semi-final, and potentially a best of 3 with what I've heard, Lewis, is also a team manager race along the way. The team managers got together before we went racing, or qualifying, I should say, for heat number 1, and we'll take a look at that slightly later on.
Yep, indeed. I'm sure that will be entertaining. If maybe, and hear me out here, maybe a touch crash happy. We'll have to wait and see. I'm expecting a big one. I'm not going to lie.
I've been told Florian Hasper is going to jump onto the PlayStation next time and do the team manager race on Gran Turismo 7. So we're going to hold him to that one.
When do we get invited?
I mean, do you have a PlayStation?
I do.
I mean, then let's...
No one wants
No,
to.
come on.
No.
Get our controllers out for the next one.
Yeah, all right, go on then. Bet.
Maybe we can do a race just you and me. See how long it takes us to get around a lap of one of the many tracks available.
Do you reckon we should do the whole... well, to be fair, it's kind of hard to do when you're not in person, but we'll see. Maybe at the season finale, you do the pedals, I'll do the steering, see how long we can survive.
That's a fun challenge.
Yeah, it's tough, that is.
Or you do the one, I think I saw James Baldwin doing this one. Close your eyes and be talked around the lap and see how close you can get.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that before. It is well, it's a horrifying, crash happy. Well, it's entertaining. Let's go with that. Let's talk about the race that will be coming up though. Before we enter Waffle City, we'll have plenty of that tonight. Don't worry. Darren McCormack on pole position. I told you he might be a bit strong on this platform as well.
Yeah, and I guess we shouldn't be so surprised. You know, a good racing driver is a good racing driver, no matter the platform, no matter the car as well.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Gronewold was that strong in that qualifying session. No disrespect to Gronewold, who is a quality driver. Of course, Team Nitro did win a couple of weeks ago. But again, this is what I'm saying. You're moving on to LMU, which is more an unfavoured platform for some drivers, but clearly the work's been put in. And like you say, quick driver's a quick driver. So technically, it's the same top 2 as what we had back in Spielberg.
and adapting to a fixed setup. I think that's one of the differences as well from Assetto Corsa, which did have open setups compared to the rest of the platforms, which will feature fixed setups. You can't dial the car in to favor your own driving style, instead tailor your own style to what the car's asking you to do.
Yeah, exactly. And for some drivers, that's easier. It's just like, there are a few drivers that I know that will quite happily load up whatever the setup is and just do lap after lap after lap on that given setup, and then they kind of just get used to driving it and then, basically adapt their driving style to that car. Some drivers, they will do one lap and be like, nope, I need to change it. Of those two, right now, you very much want to be the first one. You want to be that driver who adapts their style to the car, because if you always have to adjust the car to what you need, you're not going anywhere.
I think we might be ready to take a look at the starting grid and roll through who's starting behind Dara McCormack. So Dara McCormack, Tobias Gronewold will be on the first row of the starting grid for Virtus Pro and for Team Nitro. Dominic Blyer flies the flag for Williams Sim Racing, and that's row 2.
Yeah, we got Erhan Yovski and Nicholas Matteo, expecting RHG to go strong there from 5th position before we'll get to Vlistrui. We saw the end of the lap, and Alexander Davidson starting on the back of row 4.
To complete the top 10, it's Aidan Walshingham and Jacob Osterman as they try and work their way forward. BS Plus competition, hoping Osterman can fight, while Keithley for TC Esports is back in 11th with Hugo Merlis alongside.
Yeah, but Charlie Crossland also down in 13th position before Justin Steubenrauch ends row number 7. Few drivers here out of position. Tommy Rozier and Lorenzo Magnani back there in 16th position.
And towards the tail end of the field, it's Luca Gagliardini with Mark Neela for company. Bookending the top 20, it'll be Miroslav Kravchenko and Alejandro Lopez.
See how many rows. I think it was just the one more left to go, and it is Luciano Vitfort, I think, way out of place there, 21st position. Certainly a driver who I've seen go well outside of his normal favourite platform, which is actually Racestream, hilariously. But I've seen him outside of it. He does go pretty strong, even there on R Factor 2. So I have to wait and see if he can rise his way up from 21st position. It'll be a rolling start, though, here down into T1, which I think will be hopefully clean.
Well, you just had to say it, didn't you?
Yeah. Well, I don't hope for it to be clean.
I think they'll get through turn 1 safely. I think it's through turns 4 and 5 where things will start to get a little bit more congested, especially up to that chicane, Lewis. 7 and 8. That, I think, is going to be one of the danger zones on the opening laps.
Can't believe you just spoke over my boy Eduardo Freitas there.
Does he talk?
I think he does talk in game, yeah. That's fine. Darren McCormack there, obviously from pole position, obviously the favourite potentially to get another victory here at ERL. Interesting that it's McCormack, Gronewold and Blyer, 3 drivers that we did see all competing towards the front back on ACC.
Yeah, and I think, Lewis, we're expecting fireworks here. Let's not forget, in the first round, or first heat, I should say, in Assetto Corsa Competizione, we did kind of see some teams struggle. It puts the pressure onto their teammates in heats 2 and 3 to deliver the pressure.
Certainly so. Well, the first race of the evening then will take us down into the first corner for the first time here on Le Mans Ultimate. The second round of the VCO Esports Racing League. Powered by Nitro Concepts, of course. McCormack from pole position, waiting for the prime opportunity to start this race on the right-hand side of your screen, the orange highlighted LMP2. Of course, alongside him is the team that they took all the way to the final just a couple of weeks ago. We begin the racing down to the first corner. It was a good reaction to the start of the race, though, from Gabriel Solomon, who's coming through the middle a little bit there for the Coanda team. He'll get to the inside, potentially here, of Gronewold at the first corner. A bit of leaning all over each other as McCormack has the whole shot through the opening turn. Here comes Blyer straight back through into third.
And they did trip over each other slightly further behind, but Solomon got pinched. They almost went forward beam, sweeping in through turn 3, and that cost them. And this is where the track opens up slightly. You can see them going aggressive further behind, but it's Erhan Yovski alongside of Solomon as they bang doors up towards the middle sector.
Solomon leaning a little bit there on Erhan Yovski, trying to come through the middle in the unliveried R8G car. We ride on board with Nicholas Matteo now on the back end of Davidson. Yovski's remained in 5th position, but it is almost a 1 second lead from Darren McCormack, who's trying to check out from the rest of the field.
And this is where I think we're going to see how much downforce this fixed setup has, because the more downforce it has, the more dirty air you'll see in that middle sector, and that will grow the gaps and make it more difficult to take advantage at the end of these long straightaways. So into turn one for the second time, Lewis. Expect some of these drivers to be aggressive. Jacob Osterman, excuse me, in the BS Plus competition car. He sat back in 10th.
Yeah, a couple of drivers looking for some moves further down the order, including Osterman here, down the inside, I believe, on Merles, and might just about sneak the move by the time they get down to T4, but I'm not sure about that one, whether he's going to actually be able to carry the speed up there. Did see one of the spins, by the way, in the background, I believe, was Jack Keasley for TC Esports coming out of T1 on the opening lap of the race. That move is complete. Osterman now moves up into 9th, Merles down into 10th, and we ride on board with Magnani, of course, in 11th.
You can see at the front, Dara McCormack's built up a gap, but the top 5 are somewhat spaced out, and I think that's maybe where their comfort is going to be key. And so for Coanda, R8G, Williams Sim Racing, Team Nitro, and Virtus Pro, they have started off this round on LMU with a high. It means their second and third drivers have a little less pressure. The last thing they'll want to do, though, is be involved in incidents. I think that's Charlie Crossland going for a spin by himself, though.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty solo one through the final corner. Well, I say a pretty solo, there's another car there, so actually I'll hold fire on the solo comment there, but it did look like it was solo. Maybe someone else went in sympathy as well, and Jack Keithley was able to rise his way through. Solomon, I think, and Yovsky potentially going side by side again for 4th position, but it is the... Oh, no, it wasn't. It was just the time, don't worry. Obviously, the Coanda team then remaining in 4th position. Yovsky, I would expect to be able to ride his way through. There's only 7 minutes left to go in the race.
But again, it goes back to what I was just saying before the incident. What you can also do by fighting is incur penalty points, right? Which then would cost you. The last thing that R8G would want to do is put themselves in the second chance race, and the pressure that comes with that, Lewis. We saw just how crazy that was in our first round on Assetto Corsa.
Yeah, I'm expecting the final here to be a lot more chaotic and action-packed than it was a couple of weeks ago, and that, in my mind, better. We'll see. Obviously, you have to wait until we get to that point. I'm very curious to see which team will be in that. Of course, at the moment, if you look at things as they are, obviously we're in the opening race today, so things are going to change a lot. It would be the same 2 finalists as it was a couple of weeks ago.
That's a good point, actually. Could that be an ominous sign for what's to come? A couple of teams that are doing well: World Sim Racing, Alexander Davidson, and even Merles for Delatraz Automotive. I think, Lewis, that's where their experience in this sort of car, even on other platforms, can be helpful. You kind of understand what a downforce car wants to do, and so remember, top 10 teams will advance directly into the quarterfinals, and then 2 teams from the second chance race. So really all you're trying to do is have 2 drivers finish up inside of the top 10 or so, and then you'll feel pretty confident in your chances of moving on forward.
Yeah, of course, over the 3 heats we have here, like you say, you take your 2 best results, and then we take the top 10 teams. Realistically, as we've said quite a lot, and this does sound obvious, but it really, to hammer it home, you have a far higher likelihood of progressing from the heats than from the last chance, because in here, obviously there's 23 teams, 10 of them go through, which means that realistically your chance is slightly below 50%, right? You go into that last chance race, only 2 progress from 13, so it is far more unlikely that you are going to progress on that one, as we do see yet another move coming in there as Osterman's working up the order for BS competition.
Maybe not a surprise, it's the heaviest braking zone on the track where the move is possible to take a bit of the up and under, but BS Plus moving forward. They've got 2 strong drivers in heats 2 and 3, so Osterman just hoping that he can, again, do as much as he can to make their jobs a bit easier. Stan Vliestra racing for Referox Esports. They're not really able to put much of a fight up. You can already see the gap that Osterman's been able to close onto the back of Alexander Davidson in that World Sim Racing machine.
Yeah, clearly Osterman. Again, I have seen racing RF2 a little bit. Does have some pretty impressive speed here around the Sakira International Circuit as he slipstreams right up to the back of Davidson. Is there going to be another move down into T1? Like you said, it was the heaviest braking zone on this race circuit. It is the easiest opportunity for a move, but sometimes you go for that move down into T1, it can take it all the way up to T4 before you're actually through. There's the look to the inside, a little bit of leaning between the pair, a little bit of contact between the pair as you'd expect, as a touch pushes them both off the road here, and this could open the door for Vliestra to maybe come back through.
And you give as good as you take, I guess, in that situation. Davidson not really leaving room on the outside for Osterman. Almost cost them, but Vliestra tucks back into line and maybe now trying to set something up as they work up through into turn 6. But all the while, Merlis closes for Delatraz Automotive, and the gap builds in front to Nicholas Mateo for Drago Racing, who now sits in a bit of no man's land with just 3 and a bit minutes left to go.
Yeah, indeed. Well, so as just a touch on the topic, more towards the front of the field, we'll see if Osterman does go for a move here down in the final turn. I think he'll wait until the opening corner with 3 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. Of course, Darren McCormack leading the race at the moment. He'll be the first driver to take a win on multiple platforms this season of the ERL, which is obviously a great feat. Interestingly, he only had 1 win 2 weeks ago, though, on ACC, which would argue be one of his favoured platforms, one of the many favoured platforms for him. But still, it was just a single victory.
I think he got involved in a bit too much drama as Jacob Osterman, big lockup of that right front. It's a good thing there's only 3 minutes left in the race, but Davidson's a tough nut to crack. He does not like to be passed, as many racing drivers don't, but he is putting up a stern defense right now, and it's closing those behind as well. And some big movers that you can see on the left side of your screen. 5 positions is 5 points, and so if you have a bad qualifying, the last thing that you can do is sit down and let everyone else walk over you. It's good to see some of these fight backs, but Lewis, they have multiple chances to qualify. Hopefully qualify a bit higher next time.
Yeah, indeed. Qualifying actually for race number 2, I believe, is already underway. So we'll have to wait and see once we jump into there as to who's on pole position in the second race. That lockup from the BS competition car of Osterman, really not ideal. That was a huge lockup and really has flattened the front right, so he's got to watch to not catch it once again here down into T1.
And it was a big lockup, so that was the type of thing where you overcommitted, don't do it again. But he really tried to pinch Davidson this time, who gets a chance to open things back up, but way too deep and way too committed. Not just Osterman going to slide through, Vliestra and Merles. It's 3 positions lost in the space of a blink of an eye.
Yeah, I mean, you say it was a tough nut to crack, but one mistake and suddenly the door was open for basically everyone to come through. Magnani's also not too far off the rear end, a little bit deep once more from Alexander Davidson, so he's got to calm himself down. 80 seconds left to go in this race, so what, a lap or so from this point. They are very fast laps around this circuit. They keep ticking them off, so there's a few more opportunities. He might be able to sneak 1 position back before we see the checkered flag.
These races are going to be quite interesting, actually, aren't they? But I think what we've noticed at the front is, as much as we were thinking maybe dirty air, Gronewold got closed on by Dominic Blyer, and even here, as you look at Solomon sitting in 4th position for Kawanda, you're not seeing much of a breakaway. McCormack's done a great job. He's showing some great pace early doors here, Lewis. It's going to be interesting once we head into the quarter and semi-finals, when these positions become more important. Will it be a lot more physical, or are these drivers driving at the limit and finding it difficult to pass one another?
I get the feeling it will get a little bit more physical, knowing what I know from at least racing on RF2, the way the netcode is here, obviously on LMU as well. It is on RF2, same with the contact model. You can get a little bit elbows out. It will afford you the opportunity to do so. 16 seconds left to go. McCormack only has a single corner to go. I don't know if it's going to be the last lap or not, though.
Oh, it's a good point, actually. We'll find out. We're venturing into the unknown here on LMU, at least in the commentary booth. But even more unknowns to come next time on Gran Turismo. For some teams heading off to Rennsport for the first time as well. There's lots for them to figure out as the clock strikes 0. We cross the line, and Darren McCormack looks like he's still got a lap to go.
No, he has won. He did cross the line. It was the end of the race. So Darren McCormack will win for the second time in the 2025 Esports Racing League. Wasn't too sure on how close we're going to get on time, but now at least now we know how long the race is going to be tonight. McCormack victorious, Gronewold second, Blyer third. The top three teams basically from 2 weeks ago. Obviously, yeah, you can chuck Gladius in there as well. They were technically the third team, but three of the top four then remain in the top three, and a superb start from McCormack, Gronewold, and Blyer as well.
Gladius down in 11th, so we knew ACC would be their strongest platform, but by no means are they out of contention to move directly on forward as we take a look at some rather interesting gaps.
Indeed, they were. That's some pretty sizable
humongous.
It just counts. That's how many decimals it counts down to. Here we go then. Here's the provisional race results, of course. McCormack, Gronewold, Blyer, Solomon, and Yayovsky, the top five. Matteo Osterman, Vlistra Merles, and Alexander Davidson will be rounding out the top 10 on the first page there, Arjuna.
And then Magnani, Walshingham, Gagliardini, Neela, Keithley, Lopez, Crossland, Razier, Kravchenko, Stubenrag. There's some big names down here that really did end up struggling a bit more than I think they would have wanted to.
Yeah, I think the big notes in there, realistically speaking, obviously there are some pretty big names there, but it was 15th and 17th. It was Jack Keithley and Charlie Crossland. Obviously, we saw issues for Jack Keithley as Luciano Bitford didn't even start the race. Obviously, Jack Keithley had the spin down at T3 on the opening lap of the race, and we did see the spin through the final corner from Charlie Crossland as well. So not an ideal start for some teams, but I've got to say, a few teams starting out strong, as you'd expect. Williams, Nitro, and, of course, Virtus Pro. And a solid start this time for R8G as well, as of course Coanda as well in that top five.
I think that's the big storyline for me, Lewis, is the RAG and Coanders staying out of trouble. And with some solid drivers left to come as well, right? By no means are we expecting them to struggle to move forward. I think now the question becomes, how competitive are they going to be once we get to the later stage? I think we mentioned it during the format explainer slightly earlier on. Quarterfinal is going to be split up into two races here. And so your three drivers could end up distributed either two in one race or two in the other. And so I think understanding that dynamic's going to be crucial. You need all your drivers to be at the front, I think, in that quarterfinal section.
Yeah, that quarterfinal is going to be absolute chaos. I don't even know where we're going to start on that one, Arjuna, but I'm excited for it.
I know. I think there's going to be plenty more. I think we might be ready to take a look at an interview potentially with Darren McCormack. Let's let him have a chat with Lewis McLeod, our race winner in heat number 1.
Yeah, Mr. McCormack, the first winner on multiple platforms this season, a second win of the year. Obviously a pretty dominant drive. Seems like you're pretty comfortable here on LMU as well as on ACC, Rennsport, and probably anywhere else in sim racing.
Cheers, guys. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'm as comfortable as that might have looked. I think that just went my way, and I just got a really good quali lap. I actually did my PB, like my all-time PB in the quali, so... Yeah, I guess that's what Rennsport pays off, right? But yeah, I'm happy. I wouldn't expect that for the rest of the night, but yeah, I'll take it for now. Hopefully the boys do well.
What do you make of that opening heat there? Because obviously we were looking at three of the top teams there. Obviously there's yourself, there's Team Nitro, who you were in the final with a couple of weeks ago, and also Williams up there as well, same as what you had basically back on ACC minus Gladius competitions. Was that what you were expecting coming into the night, or were you more thinking of the R8Gs and things like that were going to be challenging a little bit more?
Yeah, I think Chinchik will probably show what they're fully capable of. I believe Chinchik will be the quickest in this. He's a monster in these cars, and I think there's a lot more teams that will show themselves in this sim because a lot more people play it, a lot more people drive LMP2s, or a lot more specific people in these sort of teams, So yeah, I think you'll see a bit of a mix-up compared to ACC.
What are the main differences? Explain for the people watching jumping between this and ACC, and then to here on LMU. Not just the cars themselves, of course, and the speed differential there and the tracks, but the actual sims.
The actual sim itself is a bit different. Like you've different UI, you've different like that, but the physics itself, like how it feels in your hands, is quite different. Where like the ACC, everything feels quite heavy. This game, they feel rather light, stuff like that. You need to really balance how the locking is in this car, for example, with no ABS. So it's just different, like minute things you need to get used to.
Well, best of luck in the hopefully in the quarterfinals. Maybe we'll see you in the last round today, but we'll see you later on in the night regardless.
Cheers. Thank you, Lewis.
I'm just saying, if Dara McCormack ends up in the second chance race, a lot will have had to go wrong, I think, Lewis, after that spectacular performance, as we'll take a look at some highlights.
Yeah, I don't necessarily see that one unfolding. So obviously see a little bit of bits of contact through that opening corner. Of course, Jack Keithley did have a spin in the background here, navigating this tricky chicane around the back end of the circuit. Made some great overtakes though down to T1.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be, again, a key talking point, right? Often we'll say that you need heavy braking zones for passing opportunities. That's exactly what turn one is, and, well, a bit more contact than maybe Alexander Davidson would have wanted, but eventually, after a few goes at it, Jacob Osterman was able to force his way through, opening the door for a couple behind him to slip through too.
Yeah, indeed. Merles also getting through and unfortunately dropping back there to the back end of the top 10. But McCormack dominant in the opening race here on LMU.
I think it's fair to say as well, if he's expecting to drop back a little bit after that first race, competition is going to be fierce, Lewis. There's plenty of strong teams, I think, who, like Dara was saying, compete somewhat regularly on this platform. There's plenty of seemingly competitions that go on. I know some of the regular official racing has thousands of people sometimes jumping in as well. I think it's fair to say LMU is really starting to become a lot more popular.
Yeah, it really is popping off on LMU, and there were a few drivers that were expected to go very strongly indeed. One person who was mentioned there by Darren McCormack, Marcel Cinchik, will be out in this race for RHG. I'm just going to tell one very quick story whilst we're having a quick look at this. Charlie Conzo expected to go strong. Robbie Stableford also expected to go strong in this race, but to clarify as to how strong Marcel Cinchik has been in this car, yes, it was on RF2, but I distinctly remember there was a virtual endurance championship race, which was around Silverstone in the wet, and he was challenging for the race lead in an LMP2, which was against the McLaren Senna hypercar, which they had in the platform at the time. This was a few years ago, mind. I know that car was not particularly good in the wet, but still, the fact that he was challenging for a victory in the same car that he's driving tonight, effectively speaking, shows he is pretty strong in this car.
I think I'm also going to look out for Marco Pajic, Kevin Ellis Jr. This second heat, Ate Kauppinen as well. It's got some real heavy hitters, and we'll see how it plays out. I think the second heat could really tell us a lot, but it's Charlie Collins for Coanda that will lead us from the front. He'll have Marcel Cinchik alongside for R8G, Marco Pajic, and then Bastian Richter. Team Nitro make up row 2, Lewis.
Yeah, Bastian Richter looking pretty strong there. Then we've got Mulo there for 5th position. Kevin Ellis Jr. then in 6th spot before we get to Rick Van Aal and Ate Kauppinen down in 8th position.
It's inside of the top 10 for Timotej Andovelsky with Lucas Matea for company. Back to 11 to find Marco Lomi. He'll have Robbie Stapleford in 12th position. BS Plus having to do some work once again.
Certainly so. Tinko van der Velde down in just 13th position. So a couple of issues coming in there. Jack Oliver will start alongside Mikael Schmiedel, 15th. That was not where I would expect him to be in this race. Kamil Grabowski. Everyone's out of position, Arjuna.
This is wild. Darius Andres down in 17th spot for Delatraz Automotive. He'll have Eric Quillet for company on row 9. Federico Servi, Ignacy Ligadas make up the top 20.
Yeah, still a little bit more left to go. Patrick Den and Ben Bennyworth, probably my favourite name on the entire grid, by the way. Just chucking that one out. And Jamie Caballero starting from 23rd position. Very interesting grid. Like I say, Marco, quite a few drivers that are well out of positions, your page and stuff. Even some drivers, your likes of Antonovsky, who is absolutely rapid on this sim, the Macedonian. Mikael Schmiedel, someone who we've seen some quality results even on the highest level of competition out there on RF2, where including of course I think was he part of the winning team of the inaugural Le Mans Virtual? Can't speak over Eduardo.
You're putting the pressure on me, and again, this time it was you who talked over him.
No, it's all right. I bailed from it. No, it might not have been the initial one. I think it might have been the second Le Mans virtually. Well, it's impressive anyway, and it's a wild feat to see him far down the order. Also, great qualifying from I think a liveryless Charlie Collins.
No, is it liveryless or is he in the wrong livery?
Wrong livery, right. Exactly
I think RAG's the best/worst part about this is liveries are entirely controlled in game and the teams have full responsibility. This isn't like iRacing where they can blame the broadcaster or me usually. So I don't mind from that perspective. Anyway, let's put 10 more minutes on the clock, shall we? And a very stacked Heat 2 with drivers in all sorts of weird positions. It's up front for Charlie Collins, up front for Marcel Chinchik for R8G as they rumble towards the start line and get ready to punch the throttle and head off to turn number 1. Already Ate Kalpanen's made it 3 of being just inside of the top 10, and it could be RG Bargy as we head on to the brakes for the very first time. Collins is going to cover the inside line, and Chinchik will try to sweep the momentum the long way around. He'll tuck back in behind, side by side behind, as they sweep their way on through. Payage up to 3rd.
Yeah, certainly so. A couple of drivers having a big look in the background. I think Kevin Les Jr.'s got up into 5th position, sitting behind Andonovski, making some big moves up into 7th round and backwards. So Svein back, Kevin Les Jr. making some progress. There is a massive crash coming out of T4.
Well, the pressure now put on to the 3rd and final of the Virtus Pro drivers. Ellis Jr. will try and recover to the best of his ability, already back up into 18th.
I was going to say, let's not count this out. It was a big crash. There's going to be a lot of cars that have a lot of damage, and I expect there's going to be some more in this one. Charlie Collins leads the race with Chinchik and Pajic and Richter as well, the top 4. They seem to have a bit of a breakaway back to Ate Kalpanen.
That's where all the trouble was, just behind them, and so I'm expecting no moves inside of these front 4 positions and 4 teams. Oh, well, 3 teams that will feel confident in moving forward. Visceral had Stubenrauk finish just inside of the top 20 in Heat 1. Marco Page is putting them back into contention, and it will all be on Grantas Caracas in the 3rd and final heat to try and deliver as well.
Yeah, the Owls Esports team, by the way, a retirement from this race. Caballero is unfortunately out of it. Let's see what happened in all of this. Where did they move? So there was contact going into the corner from the Veloce car, and then it all just kicked off from there. Ayamulo slightly down the inside, and then basically everyone was just a part of it.
Yeah, and I wonder if he had just overcommitted and just blindsided the braking zone, but that was the trigger for the madness as it was. But that's where race control will step into things, and once again, very glad that we are not in their position, because boy, are they going to be busy for the rest of the night.
Yeah, it is going to be a long one for them. Let's see what happens. So there was actually contact between himself and the TC Esports car of Timotej Andonovski. That was Ayamulo going into the braking zone. Bit of contact with himself and Andonovski in the braking zone. And that was what sent Ayamulo into the side there of a very helpless Kevin Ellis Jr. I don't know how I read that one. Again, that's for race control to deal with. Some real tough race there going up towards turn 4, and a few teams with some pretty hefty bills to pay when it comes to the points tally.
Oh, yeah, that could be a good point, actually. And we'll see how those decisions swing the pendulum. The penalty points are added to the heat standings, and so the more penalty points you rack up, the more likely you are to be sent down to a second chance race. And so staying out of trouble, very, very important. I tell you what, though, through all of that, there are some drivers smiling, because take, for example, Tinko van der Velde. Not the greatest qualifying effort for him, for Robbie Stapleford as well, even for Jack Olivier in the Race Esports team. They've made some big headway up inside of the top 10 and ready to grab some good points.
Yeah, there are a few teams that really have moved their way up the order courtesy of all that drama. We ride on board with Tinko van der Velde, the Williams Sim Racing driver, obviously fresh off of his teammate Don Bly getting a very solid result in the previous race. 3rd and 8th almost certainly will be good enough to progress through into the quarterfinals. So basically, I think the team order here will be stay out of trouble. To hammer in the point again that you were saying about penalty points, even if, for example, if he's found to be the cause of the incident, I'm not saying he is or not, but let's say, for example, he is, even though he's down in 16th position, even if his teammates score better in their respective races, if he does get penalty points for that incident, same with Andonovski, same with Kevin Jr., he won't get penalty points for that incident, but you know what I mean? Then even though his teammates will be the ones taking the point score, because it's obviously the best 2 results, the penalty points still will be applied to the team, regardless of whether your points score counts or not.
Again, incentive to stay out of trouble, and those penalty
back
has dropped back a little bit, but was that a mistake somewhere? I've got to assume so, and well, You were hyping him up, Lewis. This is the curse of the commentator, clearly.
There's no such thing. Get out. I'm fuming. There's no such thing as the curse of the commentator. We're all adults here. But Marcel Chinchik, yeah, he's gone from second to fourth. Although I will say, I was talking about Kevin Lewis Jr. and then suddenly was backwards. So, you know, potato. Chinchik will look down the inside of Richter here, down into T4, but will not go for the move. We'll find out in due course as to what's happened to Chinchik's R8G car. Although I will say, again, with the position that Iovsky put them in with 5th place in the previous race, with a 4th place here, there'd be a pretty solid chance of moving through to the quarterfinals straight away.
Yeah, I think for Yuri Toman in that 3rd heat, same instruction that Tinko van der Velde has been given will be handed down for R8G. Just stay out of trouble and just rack up some points. R8G were one of the main contenders in the previous edition of the Esports Racing League back in 2021 through 2023. Often competing against Team Redline in finals, so for them to not even make the semi-finals last time out was a bit of a surprise. Chinchik has his peak to the inside in through turn 1. More than half this heat is officially in the books. Richter goes a bit wide, but it's not going to really open the door until they get up to turn 4, and this is where the draft starts to play its part.
I remember when we had the that first final, not the first ever final, obviously the Esports World Cup that we had, the Esports Racing World Cup, but when we did the first time we were racing on R-Factor 2, it was the those V10s, that Formula V10 car around Silverstone, and it was R8G in that final versus Team Redline. It was absolute chaos. Looking back on it, it was hilarious entertainment. Not the cleanest racing, not the best racing, but it was entertaining. So, you know, if they get through to the finals tonight, maybe we'll see some chunks taken out. Who knows?
That is a very bright Discord screen on top of Bastian Richter. That would distract me quite a lot, but clearly he's able to focus. These drivers with their laser focus. Team Nitro in a great spot as well. Lewis, we weren't sure if this would be a favored platform for them, and they're about to get 2 top 5s to open up the night. They're just trying to prove us wrong right now.
Not only 2 top 5s, 2 podiums.
2, right?
As well. You know, obviously, Tobias Grunewald was able to grab 2nd position in the previous race. Bastian Richter here in a podium spot. Marcel Chinchik, one of the elite favourites for this evening, in position as well. What we're saying is, obviously, 10 teams will progress through from the quarterfinals. There's already a few teams we're looking at as being in already progressing positions. I think Coanda, they're relatively speaking up there, obviously, with the first place at the moment being taken by Charlie Collins. We're going to bring it onto the line. Salomon obviously had 4th position. They'd be going through. Bastian Richter on the podium as well, so back-to-back podiums for Team Nitro. They'd basically be in position to go through. Obviously, you've got R8G up there as well. There are a few teams in this group where we're like, yeah, they're pretty much odds on for moving through.
It also is at least for me, a sign of who we're looking at in those quarter and semi-finals to perform strongly and move forward, because it's only a 5-round regular season. There's not long to establish yourself as a front runner, and so especially for Coanda and for R8G, they have limited time to make up the ground they lost in the first round of the championship. Here's a look at the stapler, Robbie Staplefoot, out through the opening couple of corners. After Osterman got the elbows out in the first race, what was it, 8th and 9th?
7th.
7th and 9th might not be good enough. They might want to try and get a bit more ground to make up here.
7th and 9th is good, but not great. In all likelihood, it probably will be a transfer into the quarterfinals. But it's one of those ones, you would be one of the last teams if you are progressing straight through. So yes, you're absolutely right. Need a little bit of progress. Some teams as well that are obviously well out of position. Kevin Lewis Jr. down in effectively the last position that is running around here. When with the first place from McCormack. At the moment, Virtus Pro, I don't believe would be in the transfer position. So, yeah, it's maybe a little bit concerning for them. They have to keep their eyes on the prize.
It's Wojciech Fiala who is up in the 3rd heat for Virtus Pro, who was one of the standout drivers, I think, in the first round, Lewis. So I think that bodes well for them. I know Ellis Jr. got taken out no fault of his own in his first race back in the Esports Racing League, so that was not a very warm welcome to him by any means. But I would assume that Virtus Pro would look good, and I also would assume that this might be the final lap of the race.
Certainly so. Wojtek Fiala, by the way, you're absolutely right. I think he was the only driver to take more than one victory back in Spielberg. So, yeah, not a bad person to have in your final race.
And he had a few pole positions to add to that as well. So it was definitely one to keep an eye on as Charlie Collins heads out of the final corner in what is a bounce back for Coanda after a disappointment in round one. Gabriel Solomon finished 4th in the first heat, and Charlie Collins will grab victory in heat number 2 to surely secure a quarter-final spot for the Coanda Esports trio.
Superb drive from Charlie Collins. So Coanda with a victory, their first victory this year in the Esports Racing League, along with that fantastic drive to, was it 4th place for Gabriel Solomon, means that they will almost certainly be going through into the quarterfinal. See if he's able to get way through. I don't believe so.
No, as we cut to some very awkward-looking spectators in the
great time.
Well, that must be the nice seats as well, directly above the garages for the team. So, you know, they must be drinking the nice champagne as we will grab a look at our...
Yeah.
Oh, good point.
I was going to say, I don't know if they will be in Bahrain, mate.
Maybe enjoying their fancy Rolexes. We'll take a look at the unofficial race results, of course, with the penalty points to potentially be factored in, but Charlie Collins in front of Marco Pejic, with Bastian Richter, Marcel Cinchik and Ate Kauppinen all looking good respectively. Visceral just hoping for Grantos Caracas to deliver as well. Andonovski, Van der Velde, Olivier, Stapleford and Grabowski, the rest of the top 10.
On to the next page, Mikkel Schmiedel down in 11th position, Lucas Mateo, Darius Andre, a few drivers that we would expect to be in that top 10, a bare minimum. I can confirm, by the way, Mikkel Schmiedel did win in 2022, the Le Mans Virtual, so 11th place, not great. Servi Ayamula obviously involved in that contact down in the 4th corner with Lomi, Van Aal, Den, Ye, and of course Legadas down in 20th position.
Some interesting gaps, Ben Bennyworth and then Kevin Ellis Jr. and Jaime Caballero, the final 3 drivers on the list of results. But that means 2 of our heats done, just 1 more left to go, Lewis. We are quickly headed towards that second chance race that will eliminate almost half the teams here in the ERL powered by Nitro Concepts.
Yeah, again, as we've mentioned time and time again, but if you are just joining us, just to really hammer it home, once we're done with the next race and once they're all actually fully confirmed, we will not lose any teams just yet, but 10 teams will move straight through into the quarterfinals. Then we'll go into the second chance race where 13 teams will go into battle and just 2 of them will survive to make our 12-team quarterfinal. It's going to be very tough, that's for sure, in that second chance race. Qualifying is king around it.
And speaking of qualifying, let's talk to the driver that grabbed pole position and then converted to victory in heat number 2. Charlie Collins standing by with us now. Charlie, great victory in that second heat, but how important is qualifying? How difficult is it to get it done in the 1 lap pace?
Hey guys, thank you very much. Yeah, I think the gaps tell the story. Although I did see a screenshot actually of the overlay on the stream, and the gaps did look a bit messed up. But like, for example, I think on that session there, I was on pole by 2 thousandths. It's just super tight, and with a track like this, I think you can't be looking at the gaps. You just have to be focusing on corner by corner because each corner is so important. There's only very few.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The margins are kind of made up in a couple of key braking zones. You were able to control up front, but once we get into the quarter, the semi-finals, what are you expecting in terms of wheel-to-wheel action at the front of the field?
Yeah, I think, of course, the start is always going to be the main place where I think a lot of that happens. But I think this game really lends itself to good wheel-to-wheel racing, so I expect some good racing, and yeah, bring it on.
How do you enjoy this ERL format? What other sims, what other platforms do you think we'll see you on through the season?
I'm not too sure exactly yet, but I really like it. I mean, it's just different, and I'd love to celebrate that. I mean, doing things here with different games and getting different drivers in, and really making drivers who specialize in each game feel valued in like a team sense across a wider, like a wider host of titles. I think is really cool because I think it also shows drivers who have to do 2 or 3 games their adaptability, and that's a skill that many series don't really show.
Well, go take a bit of a break. We'll see you in the quarterfinals. Charlie Collins, congratulations, Heat 2 victory.
Cheers, guys.
Always great to get the thoughts and opinions of the drivers as we take a look at the start. Collins converting his pole position quite nicely. Chinchik initially sat in second as the chaos ensued and Kevin Ellis Jr. sent around.
Yeah, Iamula and Andonovsky having contact, sending into him. Gotta say, remained actually relatively calm. Maybe he saw it. Maybe he was ready for it. He saw it coming. Tinko van der Velde staring at the towards the back end of the top 10, looking to try and make some moves. But obviously, with his teammate in a solid position in the previous race, it wasn't a requirement for them. An issue that we didn't catch for Marcel Chinchik, dropping down to 4th position, but we still bring the RHG across the line, just off the podium.
He was putting the pressure on to try and pass Bastian Richter, who would not break, and that was a good sign, I think, for Team Nitro. Track limits haven't been too much of a talking point, even with the extended runoff on offer. Robbie Stapleford tried to move his way forward, but was just inside of the top 10 all, as Charlie Collins broke away at the front of the field. Here's a look at the entry list for the 3rd and final heat of the night. Some pressure onto the shoulders of the likes of Grantis Caracas to follow up the performance from Marko Pejic. Nikita Wisniewski for BS Plus competition. He's also got to make sure that the Zebras firmly establish themselves as quarterfinal contenders. But I think the strongest names that I see on this list, Lewis, the likes of Jurne Simoncic, Yuri Toman, and maybe even Nikita Wisniewski as well.
Nikita Wisniewski, winner of the inaugural Le Mans Virtual, definitely one to keep an eye on. But yeah, the one that I'm very much looking at here, Jurne Simoncic, see how he gets along on here. Rafa ERA Esports by EMM. They've not had the greatest start to the evening. Obviously, it was 17th for Charlie Crossland. Mikkel Schmiedel down in 11th position. He needs a good result here to help his team. A team that I know will have been targeting this as a round where they can get a good result. Sean Arnold, Veloce Thrustmaster, he's definitely one to keep an eye on. I remember him doing well in the Le Mans Virtual Cup a couple of years ago. Like I say, there's a lot to look at in here.
And I'm just trying to look through my rough math to see who's on the bubble, but not quite sure, to be honest. I think the teams that we are confident, Lewis, are probably looking good. RHG, Team Nitro, Kawanda, Williams Sim Racing. Have I missed anyone on that list?
I'm watching our very own Florian Harsberg try and rush the maths onto a spreadsheet, which is actually hilariously entertaining, by the way. Trying to find everyone and put all their numbers in to make sure it all works and that everyone's actually given their correct positions. But I say there are a few teams that are quite close to the cusp, and I think even Virtus Pro might be one of them.
They are definitely a team where Wojciech Fiala has got to deliver. Lewis, take a look at the front of the starting grid.
Nicholas Hoban will be starting from pole position alongside Tobias Pfeffer. Jurne Simoncic from 3rd position alongside Yuri Toman. So quite a few RF2 specialists up there as well.
Nikita Wisniewski for BS Plus competition. He's alongside of Wojciech Fiala for Virtus Pro. Those are two teams that would hope for a strong result, while Sean Arnold will be inside of Grantis Caracas. Two more teams also hoping for some fortune here.
Martin Merguli, who went well in that Le Mans Virtual Cup that I mentioned before. Elliot Veyron, obviously, driver for Coanda. Fresh off of the victory for Charlie Collins. Koke Lopez in 11th for TC Esports. And Michael Menning is in 12th. We can't do the moaning jokes.
Simon Seminara and Mateus Leito, 13th and 14th positions, respectively, with Ricardo Rico, some work for him to do in the Drago Racing machine, as well as for Adam State for World Sim Racing.
Gerard Burrell starting from 14th position, with Santore starting from 18th position. Still a couple more rows to go, with Sentima starting from 19th position and Etherington starting from 20th.
And then Luke Monroe, Miguel Rodriguez, and just one more machine, I think, by themselves in 23rd position.
Don't believe so.
Is that it?
I believe Ben Bennyworth is the sole Quartermaster Motorsport driver this evening, so not in action, Quartermaster Motorsport here in heat number 3 either.
You are correct indeed. I look at the spreadsheet, I see the missing name, and Lewis is once again correct. That does mean that Ben Bennyworth will be back for the second chance race, but really just trying to score as many points as possible, because those championship points that we talked about way at the start of this show now are determined by how the teams finish in the second chance race, quarterfinals, and semifinals for teams eliminated. So still something to fight for Quartermaster Motorsport.
Yeah, certainly so. And taking a look at the provisional standings coming into this, obviously there's a lot of work that's being run behind the scenes by race control to make sure that everything's actually in place. Those that are on that kind of bubble, Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage, they're in 8th position. Virtus Pro are in 9th. TC Esports, they are in 10th. Then we've got Visceral Esports, Referox there in 12th, Race Esport in 13th, Veloce Thrustmaster, Sean Arnold's qualified pretty decently there in 14th, and then one that I really want to keep an eye on, Rafa ERA Esports by EMM, Jerne Simičić starting on the, was it third row, second row?
I think you're right. He's definitely got to deliver. This is going to come down to single points, which means single positions, Lewis. Everything will matter. Staying out of trouble will matter as well. We'll harp on it time and time again, but penalty points could make the difference. It's the first tiebreaker.
Yeah, very quickly, just whilst if you've joined us for the first two and you're wondering where some of the top teams are, it's Nitro leading from Coanda from R8G, the top three, Williams, Drago, BS, WSR, the 7, and then it was from Delatraz Automotive down from where I just mentioned those. So Nitro and Coanda both on 5 points at the top. But the third and final quarterfinal is about to get underway, and we'll see how tidy things are down into the opening corner, or more likely, how messy things might be down into T4. Let's have a look. Williams Sim Racing Team Nitro up there as well. We'll see if Jerne Simičić can do anything from the second row of the grid with a bit of a look down the inside of the first corner. There are a few cars popping out and making the dive down the inside, but no major switches behind. It will be no switches the race lead, but there is a spin around for Nikodem Vishnevsky for BS competition.
And they're now going to be really hoping the points that they've already accrued are safe enough for them. Up to turn 4, another spin. Was that Drago behind? Drago also relatively comfortable, and so up front as Jerne Simičić tries to grab third position all for himself. The pressure's put on. Jiri Toman has to concede.
But Toman kind of can get out of this. He doesn't need to necessarily be too involved, but he's going side by side with Wojtek Fiala as they go through the chicane. Fiala cuts across the inside, remains down in 5th position. But of course, Toman, R8G, they've certainly scored a pretty solid haul in the opening few races. They sit 3rd in the points. The only thing that he can really do in a negative impact is add some penalty points to the team. So that's ill-advised if he's going to get his elbows out in the racing.
Absolutely, and I think the elbows out nature only starting to build from here. That's kind of what we see, is once you reach the third and final heat, the second chance race, tempers start to flare. Racing drivers have long histories. Let's see what happened to Nikodem Vishnevsky here as he was on the inside, headed up to turn number 1, and all narrows down. Was he tagged from behind? Yes, it was. It was Delatraz Automotive and Martin Merguli that tapped him around.
Yeah, they were awkwardly 3 wide behind, heavily onto the brakes. A light tap to the rear end of Nikodem Vishnevsky, and the Polish driver was indeed spun around and sits outside of the top 20, 21st position, just ahead of Luca Monroe at the back end of the field. You can see there the Delatraz Automotive car of Martin Merguli, who of course is sat in the middle of your screen. You've got Coanda straight off the rear end. There was also some drama further down. Let's see what happened back here. I think it was Luca Monroe who might have been backwards.
And this all as they head up out of 3. Ooh, just unfortunately trying to kind of cut the track and gets involved in a little bit of an issue for the United Sim Team machine. Should be noticed, Lewis, or noted, that these are the WEC spec LMP2 cars. Le Mans Ultimate recently added the ELMS cars, which have actually even more power than the World Endurance spec machines. And so these are kind of interesting prototypes to drive. It's not to say that they don't have power, but talking to someone like a Tom Dillman, they still, you know, they have enough. They don't have enough power that you can't be foot to the floor in places, and so it's a very different style of driving them to what it would have been with the ELMS spec machine.
Yeah, indeed, and it is very interesting. There was a look to the inside from Elliot Veyron, trying to get past Merguli. Did complete the move, so Veyron's up to 8th position. And yeah, the more power, I think particularly around this part of the circuit would have actually been quite difficult, especially coming out of this chicane here, where you've got like a little bit of a crest to rise over. That extra little power could make the rear end dance around a little bit more, but obviously I'm sure it still dances a little bit around this back end of the circuit, especially depending on who's made the setup. My goodness, I remember some fixed setup racings that I've done and commentated on in the past out on R-Factor 2, and setups being made by some people like Alan Terzic, and some of those driving, some of those setups are interesting to drive, to say the least. Let me put it that way.
I believe we're using the just regular in-game setup. which I think are actually built by SimGrid. So a big shout out to the SimGrid for not only building some of the setups with Coach Dave Academy, of course, that go into the game, but the SimGrid helping us behind the scenes to run the event as well. So big shout out for all of their help. Also means that, once again, fixed setup means there's no real complaining that the drivers can do. They have some small adjustments like brake bias and stuff like that, which I don't know how much that's going to really impact in this sort of a car, but I guess with the few heavy braking zones that we do have, just being able to slightly tailor that feel is really important, and maybe that's where some of these top drivers are maximizing the speed.
Yeah, things like brake bias, pressure, steering lock, etc. A lot of those things, they're more personal preference rather than actual advantage. Yes, there are certain things like with the brake bias where it will be faster if you're capable of driving it with a more rearward brake bias and getting some of that rotation in without locking the rears. There's certain things like that. But still, I still maintain that is down to driver's skill to be able to navigate that car with that. It's not the same as, what's your third spring on? Oh, it's on point whatever of a... I don't know. Yeah, no thanks. I'm not smart enough for any of that stuff.
Yeah, that's my problem, even like the GTP machines, which you need like a 40-page manual to understand how to control the steering wheel. They're like mini F1 cars nowadays. It's quite crazy. This is, I don't want to say point and shoot, because that almost makes it sound easy to drive. It's not easy to drive by any means, but it's a lot more basic, and it's built for the amateur racer to be able to jump in as well. So there's definitely something that they've done drivability-wise that has made this car so unique. And of course, the last generation of LMP2 cars, which will have left-hand drive or right-hand drive, the new generation will be center-hand drive. That doesn't quite work.
I mean, don't talk to me about center-hand drive.
What do you even call it, though? Seriously, it's a question.
No, yeah, middleman driving. No, I don't. I don't know why. It's kind of one of those ones like I should be like absolutely okay with it, because it's just like you just sound it's fine. But I'm still sounding like I don't like it. Don't know why. Either way, we're on board with Seminar here, down outside the top 10, looking at the back of Ricardo Rico, of course. And again, every point is every position is a point, and these points are very, very much needed.
Very curious to see how close it ends up being on the cut line, but at least from the rough math that we have in hand, I think we can feel somewhat confident that Team Nitro, Kawanda, R8G, Williams Sim Racing, I think even Drago and BS Plus and World Sim Racing, maybe even Delitraz Automotive and Virtus Pro are all looking comfortable. I think the question remains a little bit more about TC, how close it's going to be for them as Seminara gets very close to the back of Ricardo Rico in through the final corner. But I think the big standout for me in this race has been Nicholas Halbin's pace, Lewis, because for Team Nitro, that's 3 great races to kick off these heats.
Yeah, he has checked out. Is running away relatively speaking, from the field. Obviously, Pfeffer's not a million miles behind, but the fact that he's been able to build that kind of gap over Tobias Pfeffer, over Yanni Simic, I think for Team Nitro, very interested to grab them in for an interview after this race, because I don't necessarily think that in their wildest dreams they would have been this strong.
Or maybe they did, and this was one of the other platforms that they thought they would be somewhat good on.
True.
Because again, there has been a decent uptick in activity on LMU, and I've seen some of these drivers out there doing some of those official races. So I still think the big unknown is GT7. iRacing, we kind of know who the stronger teams are going to be, as much as the car in question. I think we're racing with the V8 supercar, aren't we? So that's a bit more of an unknown for some of these drivers. For example, a World Sim Racing, who are iRacing specialists, this is their bread and butter, LMP2, rather than the supercar, right? So I think that's also a bit of an interesting one. And then Rennsport, right? So some of these teams have got no experience, and some of them have quite a lot.
Yeah, can confirm though with you speak of WSR Esports there. At the moment, as points stand compared to where drivers are in this race, they'd be missing out on being in the top 10. They'd actually be 12th place. To give you an update on the 10 teams that are in position at the moment, provisionally of course, Team Nitro would be top. Then it's Coanda, then Williams Sim Racing, Virtus Pro would be in 4th, R8G in 5th, Visceral 6th, Drago, Rafa ERA Esports by EMM, BS Competition and TC Esports would be the 10 teams at present moving through. I don't know about you, Arjuna. Some of those gaps are looking a little bit big, so I think the only thing that might change that is actually race control rather than anything else.
Agree, and I'm not quite sure how busy they have been in this particular heat. The thing that we do have to note is protest window is a bit longer for this race, so the teams actually have more time after a race to go back and look through things and decide if they want to have something investigated. So we could end up actually with, especially once we get into the quarter and semi-finals and every incident's going to mean a little bit more, could end up with a flurry of things for our poor stewarding team to work through. So it's a good thing that they've got one extra person compared to round one.
But we do have the virtual voice of Eduardo Freitas to guide us through the start of a race. So I would have expected that to have meant, people are on better behavior, but that's okay. It's okay.
They haven't had Eduardo give his disappointed talk yet.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, maybe they need to program that in game. That's something that we need to have for motorsport games. Disappointed Eduardo.
Or we just get a cameo and we play it on the broadcast.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see. Either way, one final corner to be ticked off. And it's Team Nitro, the winners of a couple of weeks ago, are going to be on top here. Nicholas Hoban behind the wheel to cross the line to take a victory for the team. It's a third win for Team Nitro in ERL 2025. Pfeffer in second, Simincic in third. Should be enough for Simincic to move the team through as well.
Great job from Wojciech Fiala from Grantas Caracas. They had a bit of pressure on their shoulders to match what one of their teammates had done, with the other teammate somewhat getting involved in issues and moving their teams forward from this point. So I gotta say, a couple of drivers really delivering with the pressure on, which is it's sometimes difficult, Lewis, right? Mental pressure is the toughest part of competition, so always good to see when drivers are able to deliver when the lights are on them brightest.
Certainly so. Provisional results, though, from race number 3. Of course, the third of 3 heats sees Nicholas Hoban on top. We'll try and catch up with him in a few moments' time. Tobias Pfeffer then in second position for Williams Sim Racing, and Jerne Simincic rounding out the podium for Rafa ERA Esports by EMM. Then it's Yuri Toman, then Wojciech Fiala, Grantas Caracas in 6th position with Koke Lopez for TC down in 7th position. Solid result for them. To be fair, I wonder if they'll be going through in that top grouping. I think they were, weren't they? One of the top 10. Elliot Veyron in 8th. Commander, they definitely will be in that grouping, moving through straight into the quarterfinals with Martin Moguli and Sean Arnold rounding out the top 10.
11th for Michael Merning, with Matthias Leto not far behind. Then a big gap back to Ricardo Rico, Simone Simonara, Adam State, Abe Santema, Vincenzo Santore, Nikita Wisniewski up to 18th after his spin through the opening corner. Gerard Burrell and then Miguel Rodriguez as you get to those were in even more trouble off the initial launch of the race.
Yeah, indeed. Final 2 positions being Luca Monroe and Christian Etherington, 21st and 22nd position. Should be a very interesting second chance race, but of course race control will still have a fair amount of work to do just to make sure that everything is set and sorted.
Yeah, and I think that means we might have a couple of moments before we are ready for the second chance race, the time that we will eliminate effectively 11 teams from the Esports Racing League powered by Nitro Concepts round 2. We will be able to momentarily then also confirm the 10 teams that will advance directly into the quarterfinals, but we will have some fun before that. We mentioned the team manager race. We'll get to that in a few moments' time. Hopefully after we get that chat with Nicholas Halban, because I think I'm very curious to learn a little bit more about his experience on the platform, Lewis, and how that race kind of went from his perspective, because we always think they make it look easy, but we've already heard once tonight, it's not always as simple as it looks.
No, I think one of the major talking points here is that, of course, qualifying is so incredibly tight-ridden. That'll be something to keep an eye on as the evening progresses. Not something, though, I don't know how they're I guess, well, I don't know. The rules were back in on ACC, and this is obviously one of those things where some of the rules do change platform to platform, but I'm pretty sure it'll be the same here. That the starting grid for the second chance race is not done by qualifying. It wasn't on ACC, it was set by basically your finishing order in the points from the opening heats.
I do believe we do have qualifying for the second chance race. I think that is one of the unique quirks, is that the right word, for Le Mans Ultimate. I think we have qualifying for everything, including the second race in the finals, but we'll get to that much later on. For now, Lewis McLeod standing by with Heat 3 winner Nicholas Halban.
Certainly so. Nicholas joins us here in the commentary booth for one. Excellent performance from you and your teammates there, coming through as the top seed into the quarterfinals. Talk to us about that. Is that what you were expecting coming into tonight? Is this a platform that you were expecting to be this strong at?
More or less. In the couple last weeks or months, we were focusing a lot on LMU. So yeah, we expected to be kinda good, but up until like a couple hours ago, we were not sure where we exactly stand because we don't have any times from the other guys. So we're a bit surprised how fast we are, but yeah, we take it.
Do you think there's any teams that are potentially maybe not holding back, but haven't shown their full potential in the heats there?
The qualifying is very important, and if you somehow don't hit your lap and it's only 5 minutes, yeah, you start not in first row, you start not in second row, maybe in fifth row. For example, what happened to Jakob. And yeah, maybe if everyone is able to drive freely, they are faster, but yeah, you have to hit the quali. So probably a lot of guys that should be much faster than this.
Obviously, Bahrain Outer is a pretty, relatively speaking, unique circuit compared to some of the other ones we may race. Obviously, a lot of high speed, some maybe awkward corners, but obviously not too many corners, a lot of straights. Is that good for racing, or is it because you were able to check out quite a bit there? Is racing in this car quite difficult around here? So again, hammering home how important qualifying is.
It's not easy, especially in the heats where you don't want to risk anything unnecessary, because it's very easy to lock up in dirty air and hit someone completely out of the corner. So you have to be very cautious. So I probably expect more sense in the later stages of the day, but it's very hard to not, bottle it then.
Well, Nicholas, congratulations on a very well-deserved victory. Yet another one for the Team Nitro team here in the Esports Racing League. We'll catch up with you potentially around the quarterfinals.
I hope so. See you. Thank you.
There we go, on to highlights from the race. Nikodem Vishnevsky spun round at the opening corner awkwardly, as also Luca Munro was off and into the gravel trap. Few drivers starting to make some progress. Elliot Veyron down the inside of Migueles there around the midpoint of the circuit.
Yeah, there was some interesting action, and Jonas Simic impressed as we were kind of expecting for the EMM Rafa Racing crew, but it was difficult to pass. I think we kind of saw that, and it was interesting to hear Nicholas say that he thinks it's going to get more civilized as we get deeper into the competition. I think that's just a recognition, Lewis, of how close these teams are at the top of the field. The margin's that close, as Nicholas really did establish some dominance in that third and final heat.
Certainly so. And again, it shows how strong Team Nitro have been. Obviously, it's a second place, a third place, and a first. 3 races, 3 heats, 3 podiums for the team, including that all-important victory. Superb performance. Nice also to see 3 teams taking victories. Virtus Pro Commander and, of course, Team Nitro in there. So a lot to talk about from there. Of course, they are looking at it, a race control. So we'll have to wait and see if there's anything to be questioned there. But I'm not sure how much will change in that group.
Yeah, I think the top 10 is probably somewhat locked in. I don't think we're expecting too much, but Race Control still needs to go through the motions of wrapping up all investigations. And so while they do that, Lewis, we have the opportunity to have some fun. Earlier today, team managers, other team representatives, it's not just managers, had a staff race. And so we are going to take a look at the action as it unfolded. Now, it should be noted, this was an unofficial race, but it was Rennie Sievert and Alexandre Delatraz. So I think that's Team Nitro and Delatraz Automotive on the front row, Gregory Balati and Albert Rogue on row 2.
Yeah, Blatty, obviously RHG. Felix Van Delft, the legend, who's been passing on some very helpful points alongside. In front of starting from 7th position, with Neil starting from 8th.
Max Jonadet in 9th position with Vasil Tudor alongside. That's the top 10. And I think there was just a couple more cars. Alexander Ginter, Adrian Navarro, 11th and 12th positions. And maybe just one more car, Marcelo Cazarata, who was a late addition. He jumped in very, very late. So a big thank you to all of these team managers and team staff members, Lewis, for being willing to have some fun amidst the seriousness of what is the rest of the Esports Racing League powered by Nitro Concepts.
Yeah, indeed. This is look, it's always a little bit of fun. This actually, I still maintain this a lot. We'll let him say his piece. I still maintain these races actually a lot more important than you think. Because obviously they're unofficial. It's a bit of banner, this and the other. But imagine this: you're a team manager and you're there to chat some orders and pass on some information to your drivers. Your drivers have to trust that you know what to do behind the wheel of a car, right? So there is importance here, because if, say, for example, I'm a driver for BS competition and Felix Van Delft messes up this race, spins around, I'm going to be sat there being like, mate, you can't chat nothing to me.
I love that attitude. I love that side of things. And you are right. There is a certain truth to that. And so let's see who can deliver. Usually in the team manager box or the engineer box, in some case the media box for Joachim. He was actually racing earlier in the iRacing Bathurst 1000 that I was commentating on, so he's had a busy day for poor Joachim, but ready to go. We'll put 10 more minutes onto the clock and let's have some fun. The first ever Esports Racing League team staff race is underway, and Rennie Sievert's got a great launch. Alexander Delatraz instantly is tucked into the toe and is going to try and put the pressure on in that Delatraz Automotive by Major's Garage Machine. R8G's all black entry pops its way to the inside as they scurry out through the opening corner. On board with Felix Van Delft, had to give some room to Visceral, as here comes Joachim in the Coanda Machine as well.
Yeah, got a little bit crossed up there in the opening corner, allowed Joachim Franosch also to come through, dropping down to 7th position. Bit of a look to the inside as they work their way down into T4. This is Vasily Tudor trying to get to the outside of Navarro as they work their way out. Navarro, of course, TC Esports, I believe, and a bit of side-by-side up ahead as Van Delft. Is that dropping back even further? Oh, and a bit of contact as well. Door banging.
Just a little bit. I think that was with Jonadet for the Race Esports team. They just about held on to the cars, and so the first lap will be complete with Rennie Sievert up front. They're zigzagging in towards the penultimate corner, slightly further behind. That's going to give Navarro a chance to really set up and wind up the engine as they drag their way down towards turn number 1, but big margin between the first couple of drivers is a lot closer in the mid-pack.
It'll be hilarious if this actually ends up being the most entertaining race of the day. But that's fine. Here comes Felix Van Delft looking to the inside, cannot make the move. Navarro with a big spin, and he's going to collect Van Delft as well down at the first turn.
You know, the best thing about this race is that all of these drivers will be having a laugh when they get involved in incidents instead of being very, very serious about it. About the only time that they'll be able to smile about a crash today. That's further down now at the back of the field. Already one driver back in pit lane as they swoop their way up through turn 4. Big lock of the inside brake. Just about gets it stopped in time.
Yeah, Navarro now looking to the outside in the black, yellow and blue highlight car. There is also a big move coming here as Junaday. Big lock up, big spin as well. Oh, just over the wall. Well read from Navarro. He's going to get past both of them.
You got to give these drivers credit because they didn't have as much practice as the rest of the field has had through the 3 heats. So they're putting on a good show and having a big smile on their face as well. Here comes Joachim, ducking and diving. He's trying to urge the car on. Oh, this is the karting lean right now that he's doing up to the opening corner.
Yeah, you can tell they're having a little bit of fun here. Obviously, you know, this being earlier on in the day, that he wouldn't have known how well this was going to go for Coanda, so probably a lot happier now even. Trying to go for the up and under to try and get past the Vissercar, can't do it. By the way, I'm getting some live commentary from Felix Van Delft. He said, this will be an interesting watch. Now has then just said, now watch the most generational drive of your lifetime. I am ready.
Okay, the pressure's on because he better drive his way back to the win from here. Oh, Joachim's going to just about stay on the track as they sweep up through turn 6. Now the chicane of 7 and 8, surely not a side-by-side moment. And he has to tuck back into line on the power. This is, I tell you what, best race of the day so far.
This is a cracking battle here at the moment between Franosh and Kalevala. At the moment, though, it is Kalevala hanging on to the top 5. René Sievet, by the way, 0.6 of a second at the moment ahead of Delatraz. Gregory Belatti also in tow in 3rd position, looking for a podium for the R8G team. Yeah, they're very strong here today.
I hope we do this before every round now, because this is fantastic. And by no means a big gap at the front of the field either. René Sievet not running away with things by any means. Not the best run through the braking zone for Kalevala. Not going to be an opportunity up through 1, and a bit too far back behind for the purple and orange to even think about turn 4. We're not even halfway through this race though, so still 6 minutes on the clock. Plenty of time for these drivers to squabble amongst each other.
Yellow flag is out on the circuit. Better not be Felix Mandel, otherwise I'll be like, well, what are you talking about, generational drive? He's got 5 seconds ahead of him as well. This is it's looking like a pretty generationally chill drive at the moment, as Jongenil now also joins this fight for 5th position, right there knocking at the door. The rest of the group ahead have been able to check out a fair margin, half a second between 1st and 2nd, half a second between 3rd and 4th, and basically half a second between 5th, 6th and 7th, with Mandel closing in the background.
And I think, again, some of these team managers and engineers are really proving to their drivers just how much they need to be listened to. Especially those top 2. They are putting on a cracking performance so far, and I think their times are probably not that far off. Franocha's got to deal now with the challenge into the opening corner. Able to swerve and avoid the initial move, but then tags the back of Kalevala. Race control. Can you take a look, please?
Yeah, right. That is a slam dunk penalty point there for. Do you reckon that should take the match off their actual tally? I mean, hilarious. Obviously not. We are joking on that one. Kalevala though dropping back now to 8th. Well, I mean, I think. Is he slowed down? Or was that a hilarious mistake?
No, I think he's trying to be fair. I think. Is that different?
No,
that's not him, actually. Yeah, no, that's someone totally different. So this has been a wild race for some of these team staff members up at the front. René Sievert's not totally broken away, as we were saying. 4 minutes left to go, so should be about 4 laps left to play as well. And Alexander Delatraz, who is a very rapid competitor on iRacing in the LMP2 machine, proving it carries over to LMU as well.
I'm not gonna lie, I was about to become a long-time fan of Coanda there, but
whoa!
In the back, René Sievert's gone straight on at T1, is able to bring it back to the apex of the 2nd corner. But Alexander Delatraz now right into the mix, up to T4. Is there going to be a move here?
That wasn't as bad a lockup as what we saw. There was drama in the background as they went through turn 2. And Joachim, did he get involved again?
Well, I think he was out a little bit wide and then went for a spin by himself, at least what I could see deep in the background. Don't get me wrong, I've got my CSI Miami Zoom working strong here in my commentary booth, and I could spot that car going backwards from a mile away.
They must be strong to spot them all the way from England. Alexander Delatraz has got his big fan to the side of him. Not close enough to have the look into the last corner, but again, you're setting up as René Sievert misses the apex by a full car's width onto the power, rather timid at first. And remember, fixed setup as well. There's no difference in downforce. It's going to take some bravery to make the move into turn 1.
Gone, 3 minutes to go. 3 laps left on the clock. Let's see if there's going to be a move here from Delatraz. Feels the mirrors and absolutely full sends it. Slams that brake pedal down to the outside though. René Sievert's going to go straight around the outside to hang on. And the spin for Delatraz.
He was pushing a bit too hard as he gifted René Sievert with now 2.5 minutes to drive to victory without any pressure behind. He's dropped to 3rd position as well. And so it's going to be Gregory Belatti for RAG that now sits in 2nd as the generational drive has seen Felix Van Delft up to 4th. Okay, that's not bad.
That is not bad. Third is there for the taking. If Delatraz's tyres are pretty heated after that spin, then maybe there is the opportunity for a BS competition podium. Got to say, by the way, René Sievert leading the race. Team Nitro, bit of a joke today, isn't they? 4 races, 4 podiums. I mean, I know this doesn't count on the stats, but that's wild.
Yeah, they are proving something to both of us for maybe not saying they were one of those contenders at the start. That's a pretty solid sim rig, by the way, for a team staff member. That looks like a lot of fun. Can I get an invite to come and try that thing?
Yeah, it's not quite the same level as me, wheel mounted to desk, chair, sat in, driving.
He's got seatbelts, man.
What is the point, though? What is the point? What is the point in having seats? Is that just a light immersion thing? What's the dealio?
Well, it doesn't look like he has a full motion rig, so maybe he's got like seatbelt tensioners, which try and simulate a bit. Are they any good?
They are. It's bizarre. You do get used to them, but they are a bit bizarre. Yeah, no, I used them in Bolton in 2022. So.
Oh, that's 100% what they are. Look behind him, actually.
Oh yeah. No, they give. It's another way of giving you a little bit of information. It's one of those ones. It's like it's never going to capture on the mainstream, but they are pretty good fun.
Yeah, I guess as well, if you don't have the sort of room or ability to even have a motion rig, as that's third that's gone around. Alexander Delatraz has gone for a spin, pushing just a little bit too hard, but maybe as well showing the lack of practice for these staff members.
The generational comeback is on, though. Felix Van Delft on the podium. Hope this is the only generational comeback that I see this weekend, because if I see one from Team USA, I might throw my TV out the window.
Golf, for those that don't know where he's going with that one.
Yeah, classic. It always goes back to it. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, there's a circle that describes racing fans and golf fans, to be fair. That's a quite large intersection on the Venn diagram. On the final lap of the race, this the fight for the final step on the podium. But it does seem as though that generational drive from Felix Van Delft, from spin to podium, but up front and ready to grab the honors as the fastest team staff member in the Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts. Rene Sievert, back-to-back wins for Team Nitro, who are on top so far in the Esports Racing League.
4 races, 4 podiums, and again, that is a team manager that I can take some information from, and I respect the driver, because I mean, you can't not now. Now, when he's if he says jump, you do say how high. He's proven it.
That's a good one, actually. He needs to now tell his drivers to jump as high as they can, and we should film it on camera. Power of the team manager. Final couple of cars will come to the line, and then we'll grab a chat with Rene, because we need to ask exactly what he is going to do with this newfound power that he has got.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, he's a quality driver, and that has most certainly been proven there. ERL team staff race, a bit of a mouthful. Winner Rene Sievert, classic banter, great drive.
Great drive, and Lewis is standing by with the man himself.
Yeah, certainly so, Rene. I mean, for one, what a mega drive. I know it was a little bit earlier on in the day, but what a mega drive from yourself and from your team thus far this evening, because technically that's 4 races done and 4 podiums. You must be incredibly proud of the team and yourself.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, great to be back, and great that we have ERL again, because I think it's 3 years ago since the last ERL event. So yeah. Feels quite good to be back. Of course, winning the first round was a great feeling for all of us, and also I would say a great start into the second event with LMU. Yeah, so very proud.
Yeah, of course, we spoke to Nicholas Fresh after the race 3 victory. I mean, you're saying about how moving into this, was this really what you were expecting coming in to be at the front? Because for you as a team, clearly there's a lot working behind the scenes that's making the entire team fast, and clearly not just the drivers, but yourself as well.
Yeah, of course. I think the biggest point is that ACC has no competition this year. So what we did is we went to LMU quite early, and of course I did some testing myself. I mean, as a team manager, I don't have much time to spend in the simulator, but driving with the team helped a lot, and the same goes for the team. I mean, we are driving a lot of daily races, but if I expected this, I would say yes and no, because I know how fast our guys are, but also there was no esports event in LMU to the States. So Esports Racing League is the first big esports event, so you never know which teams are good. And also, I mean, with R Factor 2, you had like they had their own bubble, I would say, and now it's a bit more popular, the simulation, and a lot of drivers are having fun driving it, so the competition is a bit better, I would say.
One more question before I let you go and sit back and watch the second chance race from the sidelines and see how that one's going to unfold, because it was really hilarious. But obviously, you as a team manager, you're saying they were obviously being very busy. How much do you talk to the drivers and stuff as the evening goes on, or do you kind of just like let your drivers do their thing, basically do what they're doing, or are you instrumental in every single race and talk to them and keeping them calm?
It depends. For ACC, we had the opportunity to spectate a bit better, I would say, and so we give a lot of help if they're driving in a huge pack and like doing the work of a spotter. But for this round, it's a bit different, and also I would say as a team manager, we are a bit on our own and doing like protests and only communicate to the drivers if they have like incidents or feel like they have something to say, and other than that, we just cheer them up. And also, I'm quite confident in them, so they know what they do.
Well, Rene, thank you so much for jumping on for a chat. By the way, always good to get a different perspective, and congratulations on your win earlier on the day.
Yeah, thank you. Great to be back.
There we go, Arjuna. Another race done, another victory ticked off, and as we now get ourselves ready for the second chance race, I say we're already getting some favourites showing themselves so far. Will anyone get through this and maybe survive their way into the semi-finals?
I think it's going to be very interesting to see. Confirmed results see Team Nitro, Kawanda Esports, Williams Sim Racing, Virtus Pro, R8G, Visceral, Drago, Rafa ERA, BS Plus, and TC. Those are the 10 teams that will go on forward. And so it means I've got them printed out in front of me and everything.
Oh my God.
Luca I know, professional, the printer and everything. Luca Gagliardini for Absolute Motorsport, Alejandro Lopez for Customs GT, Darius Andre for Delatraz Automotive, Jack Olivier for the Race Esport team, Marco Lomi for Gladius, Federico Servi for GTS 92, Gerard Burrell for Owls, Jack Pittas for Quartermass, Rick Van Earl for Referox, Lucas Mateo for Samantha Tan, Patrick Den for the United Sim team, Aidan Walshingham for Veloce Thrustmaster, and Kamil Grabowski for World Sim Racing Esports. I've got two names that stand out to me there in terms of the teams. Are you thinking the same too?
It's kind of one of those ones. I actually, because qualifying is so important here, I really would be reluctant to actually pick, because I think it will be still even quite close in here.
Sitting on the fence.
The fence has been conveniently placed.
Well, the two teams that I'm quite surprised by, I would say, is probably the word, is Delatraz Automotive and World Sim Racing. You know, they've shown some speed. They've been on that bubble of the top 10, but just not converting, and so they've got to stay out of trouble. But those would be the two teams that I would have thought would have wanted to be a bit more stronger, I guess, in those heat races. Lack of a technical term.
Yeah, obviously, you know, clearly a couple of issues from then during the heats, and that is the way it is. But like I say, it's one of those ones where if we had the same format, and obviously these are the things, the format, as much as it will stay largely the same from sim to sim, there are subtle changes on each simulator that we race on, because there has to be, because not every sim can do exactly the same thing. So you have to bear with us as this event effectively unfolds throughout the 5-round season. It's one of those ones that makes it tremendously difficult to run. But if it was back on ACC, I'd be a lot more like confident as to who's going to basically go through as the top two, because that order being set from the heat results effectively. Whereas in this, because they have to qualify again, it is a lot more open for some of those teams that maybe had a poorer run through the heats.
And I think they are getting ready to qualify, so we are moments away from seeing how they'll start. And like we've been saying, important qualifying session, and only 5 minutes thrown onto the clock as well. So they're going to get a maximum of 4 time laps to try and set a valid attempt. And in and amongst that, I'm sure not every attempt is going to be a fast attempt, and so here comes Kamil Grabowski. They get the track to themselves as well, Lewis, so no distractions, no draft. It's just put your foot down and be as perfect as you can.
And no excuses. So, you know, the important stuff. Yeah, I think, like I say, as much as you do have the effectively 4 laps, it's probably more limited than that because tyres. I don't actually know exactly whether these tyres take longer to heat up, or but their heat cycle, it will be good basically for maybe 2 of those 4 laps. Whether it takes a while to heat up and then they're good towards the end, but I just think they're kind of pretty good. At least generally speaking, if it's quite similar to RF2 on that sense, then they'll be quite good for maybe lap 1 and 2, and then afterwards not so ideal. So knowing that and getting into the rhythm, honestly, this is a tough session. I would, for one, if it were me, I'd be turning off any relative, any delta, anything of what any of the other teams are doing, and I would be, it's just me in the circuit. I couldn't deal with any other information.
I kind of agree with you, but I think there's also a benefit to having the benchmark, right? I think Nicholas Halbin was saying it to you in your chat with him. They didn't really know where they were going to stack up relative to the competition until they got to the day itself. And so you don't want to go out there and think you're driving 10/10ths when you're really leaving a bit on the table. So having some sort of a benchmark, maybe only at the end of the lap, could be important. I think you're also right, though, that it might not be the first lap where you find the fastest, but I guess to the point of what we're talking about here, you want to get out there and kind of feel the limit of the track. I don't know how it works on LMU, but at least on iRacing, every online session tends to feel just a little bit different, right? So as much time as you get to go out and understand that, it can be important.
Kamil Grabowski then out through the final corner and up towards the line. The driver finished the first lap of this qualifying session here in the second chance race across the line. It's only going to be second spot at the moment, 300th of a second behind Rick Van Aal.
And remember, there's at least one team here that doesn't have their full complement of 3 drivers. So what they're really trying to do is just move their way forward, as Alejandro Lopez is going to reset to pit lane after that first attempt.
That is interesting. So that tells me that potentially the tyres are only good for a lap or so, and so you want to get in, get some fresh tyres and go straight back out. Obviously pulled over to one side and instantly bailed from the race circuit. That's interesting. I don't necessarily hate that, but again, your back's up against it, because you actually do, even if the tyres aren't in their optimum, you do miss out on this lap that they're all on.
Yeah, but I think you can see that first sector from Van Earl was just a back-off sector, right? So maybe there is something to be said about that first lap. Cool them off now slightly. So it's Lucas Matea for Samantha Tan and Van Earl for Referox Esports 1 and 2. And it's pretty close amongst the top 5 or so. We're talking less than 0.4 of a second, which when you only have a couple of braking zones, Lewis, really does mean that any minor mistake becomes amplified in terms of the deltas.
Yeah, indeed. So Walsingham into second position now. Matea is the one on the pole. Walsingham in second position. Who was it that you were looking at as being your favourite to move through in this one there, Mr. Arjuna?
I know, I'm surprised that Grabowski... Well, the other thing I was surprised by is the driver. The teams have to nominate which driver is in the second chance race a couple of days before. Yeah. And I'm not entirely sure if Grabowski and Matea... Well, not Matea, excuse me. Andre would have been my choices for Delatraz Automotive and for World Sim Racing, but maybe just missing something on that first lap of qualifying.
Yeah, I mean, Darius Andre's a pretty feisty peddler on RF2. Marco Lomi taking your amount of track limits there, mate. My goodness, that would have been a 1x. Let me tell you.
Yeah, well, they also only get 2 cut violations allowed per lap, and I think it's obviously a slightly different system to the way iRacing does its off-track. I think it also means that the drivers in qualifying do, if they go out wide, invalidate their lap time. So I'm not quite sure if that's happened for Lomi here, but definitely no improvement for him.
Yeah, actually, I do think it did bin that lap time. 22 seconds then, final lap coming in. for a lot of our teams. What progress is going to be made? Lomi misses the apex, the opening corner. I believe that is Lomi's session done. I don't think there'll be an improvement from there. That was too deep at the opening corner. This is Darius Andre, who you were talking about a little bit earlier on. Any further performance, Sector 1 down by 0.05 of a second, currently sits in 7th position, takes as much of the circuit through that chicane as is humanly possible, and then cuts straight over to the right-hand side through the kink. 2/10 down, there is going to be no improvement from Andre.
Yeah, this is the problem, right? When you already are down close to 2.5 tenths in those first 2 sectors, you know that you're basically hero zero. You've got 1 or 2 corners at most in that final sector to make the difference. And I think we're kind of confident now that it will be Veloce Thrustmaster alongside of Samantha Tan Racing Esports on that front row. No surprise expected here from Gagliardini.
Yeah, through the final corner for Gagliardini at the moment, 11th position. Personal best in the first sector, not so great in the second. Might be an improvement by 1 position, but certainly is just that. I was going to say it wasn't going to be any more than that, up to 10th position as everyone returns to pit lane. So Matea will be starting from the pole position. Do remember, of the 12 teams that we have in this race, just 2 will go through into the quarterfinals.
We aren't talking about big margins, are we, here either? Look at the gap between 1st through 5th. Very, very close through that field, and qualifying definitely important. And the stakes are high, right? Because like you say, Lewis, only 2 to move forward. Everyone else is now 1 step closer to not being in that top 4 heading into the end of the regular season. Only 3 more simulators after this before we will figure out which 4 head to our in-person season finale.
Yeah, indeed, and that means that for some teams it's running out of time. That means that for some teams out there today, if this is your chosen sim where you're expected to be quite strong at, it is now or never. You really have to step up. I think, like we said before, I know obviously we're talking about this round and not the next one we go racing on Gran Turismo. I do genuinely believe that one is going to be arguably the most up in the air one of all of the simulators that we race on. So very curious to see how that one is going to unfold. I think that might throw the cat amongst the pigeons and then some. Spanner in the works, wherever you want to go with it.
Yeah, obviously, format changes a bit more for that event as well. So I think that's another factor which kind of adds to the spanners that you're already talking about. So it's going to be exciting. We're going to be in effectively a 90s Formula 1 car. So back to an open wheeler, but with lots of power, not much downforce, lots to kind of work our way through in terms of understanding the implications. And we've got a great group supporting that effort as well, much like we have with the SimGrid supporting us here on Le Mans Ultimate. And Rene said this as well. It's the first time that a lot of these teams have really had to focus on this platform with a high-level esports tournament of any significance, Lewis.
Yeah, exactly. Whilst there's been a lot of open racing, there has been a fair amount of smaller league racing and stuff, but no major races per se. Like I said, they have had their special events. Obviously, they had the first one with the driver swaps at Qatar and things like that. But there has been those special events that they've been running on this platform here on LMU. But the high-level esports competitions has yet to happen. And that is very interesting because all the other platforms have had that, with the exception, of course, of our season finale on the last garage.
And a custom car, a custom track, hopefully, for us to enjoy there with limited practice, which is definitely one of the kind of core elements of the Esports Racing League with our track vote as well. We have just got a notice that we are gridding the cars up for the second chance race, only a couple of minutes away from going racing. And a note in our chat, we'll get to that actually in a second. Here's a look at the starting grid. Lucas Matei and Aiden Walshingham on row 1, with Rick Van Earl and Marco Lomi behind them on row number 2.
Yeah, indeed. Back on row 3, it's Jack Olivier and Kamil Grabowski. Of course, Grabowski a little bit out of position. Darius Andre also fairly out of position. Who do we expect to move forward? Joao Burrell starting from 8th position.
And then only a couple more. Federico Cervi, Luca Gagliardini, and then all by themselves at the back of the field, it's Alejandro Lopez, Patrick Den, and is there one more car as well to make out a field of 13?
So.
Okay.
I believe the one that is missing will be the Quartermaster car, because I think even though they've only had one driver here today, I do believe that they can't change.
Yes.
the legend that is Ben Bennyworth was not the driver selected. So just because the driver that was selected isn't here, I don't think they can. I don't know what the ruling is on that specifically, but yeah, they're not allowed in. They're not allowed in.
You are correct. So no Quartermass in this second chance race, and so effectively they are already eliminated and will score the fewest points of the eliminated teams as well by virtue of not taking to the start of this race. But as the clock ticks away, Lewis, it's starting to get nervous, I would guess, for some of these drivers, knowing that top 2 to move forward, everyone else is done for the day.
Has started.
Certainly so, as we hear Eduardo Freitas's lovely words to begin the, not really a formation lap, is it? It's part of one. This is going to be a fascinating race, and this is elbows out, because there's no, oh, well, yeah, if we finish in this position, then we can maybe move through. No. First or second is good enough. Then penalty points come into account. We'll have to wait and see what happens on that one, but you've got to work your way through. If you're not first or second, you have basically no chance of moving through unless you get incredibly lucky.
And I'm just going to call it now for you, Lewis. Turn 1 is going to see a bit of drama here on the start as they get ready to punch the throttle and get us racing.
Certainly. So through the final corner and into position, we're ready for that run down into the first turn to see where the drama's really going to come from. Not sure which row is going to be coming out, where our victor's coming from. I'm not so sure as in the previous races that it is going to be coming from the front row. We'll have to wait and see. The racing begins down into that opening corner. Who's had the best reaction to the start of the race? The Veloce Thrustmaster car is going to settle back into second position, I think. Bit of squeezing towards the barrier, and there is contact at the barrier, and the drama kicks off, not even into T1, way before it. Some clumsy mistakes. You can't squeeze into the barrier. What was happening back there? There is going to be some substantial penalties here, Arjuna.
Yeah, race control's got plenty to look at, but for the time being, sitting with Marco Lomi in the Gladius competitions machine. They had a great run on Assetto Corsa Competizione, and now Lomi's going to have to plot his path forward, walshing him in the Veloce Thrustmaster car around the outside at turn 4, rips the lead away from Mattea. Oh, what a move. Maybe move of the day.
Yeah, and Aidan Walsingham, who of course had that fantastic victory back in ACC in the heats, and obviously Veloce Thrustmaster did look decent on their day back on ACC, and Aidan Walsingham might be the saviour here to push them through into the quarterfinals. We'll have to wait and see if that one's really going to unfold. A couple of looks in the background. I think that's Kamil Grabowski making a move for WSR.
And I think what we have seen is 4 cars effectively eliminated from any sort of contention, and those inside of the front 5 just about within striking distance. If things play out and start to become a bit more intense at the front of the field, I think we're going to have to see elbows out quite early on, and that's Darius Andre, I think, looking to get past Kamil Grabowski.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, a couple of looks. This is what happened down at the opening couple. I mean, there was some serious silliness there. I'm not 100%. We're looking at Jack Olivier. I wonder if might have been the one that was squeezing into the barrier there, or was the one squeezed? I don't know. But either way, there was some low IQ driving, that's for sure.
And I think almost tried to replicate the low IQ driving up to turn 4, but they've figured out discretion is the better part of valor. Jack Olivier back alongside of Burrell as they sweep up through in towards turn 7 and 8. But again, at this point, these drivers are done. They're not fighting for contention. They're fighting just to try and score some points moving forward to round 3 and hopefully stay out of some trouble.
Yeah, indeed. Like you say, you're still scoring points in that team's, in the overall championship from these positions. There we have the squeeze into the back. I cannot get over it. It was Jack Olivier that was the one squeezing. I don't know about you, but that is a slam dunk, a penalty.
Yeah, I mean, the car's already alongside, right? There's no question about it.
The only thing is obviously we spoke about this. Sorry to interrupt you there. The only thing we spoke about this bit on ACC is some drivers don't know actually where the rear end of the car is based on the mirrors, and that's why I've always said if you're jumping onto a new platform and even into a new car, it sounds stupid, in the pit lane, sit there and have a teammate or a friend or someone drive it basically into the back of you, not high speed, at low speed. Then you know where the rear of the car is.
How dare you interrupt me? How dare you? No. You are right, and again, ignorance is not an excuse, right? It's the responsibility of the driver to be aware of all the threats and stuff, and so I get where you're coming from, but if that's the excuse, it's not really an excuse, right? It's again, slam dunk penalty. So oftentimes what people will do is they'll actually go and simulate racing scenarios in the sim. It's one of the things that a lot of real drivers actually use the sim for, more than trying to get the driving itself perfect, understanding how they need to use the brakes or whatever. Learn how the track itself is going to race. And so, you know, that's, again, something that is well within your control, should probably be part of everyone's practice.
Yeah, certainly so. As we ride on board with Van Aal, still a chance to move through here in the second chance race. He's got Walsingham and Matea and Lomi up ahead. Gladius, who of course came into this round third in the standings. They'd definitely be eyeing up a quarterfinal here to continue their solid start to the 2025 season.
And if they can at least get to the quarterfinals, it keeps them in the discussion. I would suspect that they knew that the first round was going to be the most favorite round in terms of the platform comfort. And this might be another one where they would have felt somewhat confident that they could even get to the quarterfinals. But yeah, the next few platforms are definitely going to start mixing things up a little bit more. And so we'll kind of get, I think, our good sense by the end of this round as to which teams are really in discussion. As here comes Darius Andre trying to fight his way forward. Is he going to get up to fourth position?
Spin up ahead. Is it low? No, it's Rick Van Aal who's gone round. I think he had a bit of a look down the inside of Lomi and now see themselves backwards and down the order into seventh. You're absolutely right, seeing Darius Andre and Grabowski going into battle. Big gap between them and third place. Are they going to focus too much on each other though and not try and close up the top three? I'd sit there at the moment and try and close down on our top group.
Time's winding down though. There's only 4 and a bit minutes left to go. This though is definitely not ideal. Andre escorted off the track there by Gagliardini, who then tries to cut underneath, but door slams shut. And here comes Van Earl back around the outside. There'll be 3 abeam down to the penultimate corner.
Yeah, I guess they just don't want to go through into the quarterfinals or even have a chance for it, Arjuna. But either way, they, I mean, look, the battle is great. Don't get me wrong. Bit 3 wide here down to the final turn. I just don't get the logic behind it. If they'd sat single file, they'd maybe have a chance at catching the top 3. Doing this, there absolutely is not. And again, a reminder, only first and second, dependent on penalties, will go through from this race.
I'm going to steal a line that someone's just sent to me on Discord, but instead of calling it the last chance race, the reason why we call it the second chance race, because there's about 2 brain cells being shared amongst some of these drivers with some of the decisions being made often. You are so right, Lewis. All they are doing right now is costing themselves that chance of closing up towards the front of the field. And if you're Marco Lomi, you've now got clean air behind you to just focus forward, as we see what happened to Van Earl in the Referox racing machine to turn 1. Oh, he almost took Lomi with him.
Yeah, I wondered if he'd maybe sent one down the inside of Lomi, but no, just the rear's locked up there into a tricky braking zone. And I will say that will have really knocked the confidence of Van Aal going down onto the heavy braking zone at T1, but thankfully he seems to be doing all right in 5th position. As much as this all is very interesting, I do wonder how close Walsingham, Matea and Lomi remain at this point in the race, as first and second. Those are the positions we're really focused on. We head back up to them. No position switches have happened. Now, if I'm Matea right now, I don't care if I'm first or second. I'm happy with second right now, Arjuna. The only problem is, when's Lomi going to try something? Right there.
You just had to speak it into existence, and Marco Lomi, with his aggression, spins himself around. Oh, he had to go for it, Lewis. He was running out of time. The problem is he overcommitted, and so did those behind him as well.
Van Aal also been off there at T1 once again. I wonder if maybe the rear's locked once more sorry, it wasn't. No, Van Aal's way back in the background, and also Darius Andre was back there with him, so there might have actually been contact between the 2 of them. But either way, big disappointment there for Marco Lomi. But you're absolutely right. Look, you can't take anything away from him. He tried it. He had to try it. Time is ticking down in this race. There was an opportunity wide open. Every driver on this grid would have gone for that opportunity. It just didn't quite work. Slightly too aggressive. Woo, what a lovely building.
It's a great building, that's for sure. He went for a move that was never on, was the problem, right? He had to go for something, but what he chose was an always closing gap, and then he kind of, I think, pinched himself, and the extra contact off the door probably didn't help the car. These do seem to be relatively light machines, and so keep that in mind as we move forward. Just another look here at it's that second bit of contact. I don't know how it really affected the car so significantly, but that was really the danger, the cork in the bottle for him.
I get the feeling he clipped the curb a little bit at T1 and it unsettled the rear, and he was kind of always catching that moment while side by side. At that point, a little bit of contact, you are going to go round. You're kicking the... If you're sliding coming off the corner by putting that power down, the moment that you're making a little bit of contact, yeah, you're more than likely going to spin round. And Lomi, unfortunately, has paid the price on that one, dropping down to just 6th position.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, and I think for Gladius competition, they weren't that far away, I think is what we kind of saw. They were right in that mid-pack, as we'll take a look at what happened with Gagliardini up to that very same braking zone, which definitely seems to be the danger point on the... Oh, just locks the rears. Oh, and then that's what could have very much happened to... Mattea sat in second, and that is sometimes the danger with being willing to sit behind Lewis. And so as Lomi sweeps in front of Gagliardini out through that opening corner, I do feel like if Lomi had been a bit more patient, it would have been incumbent on Mattea to be looking to try and make his way back to the lead.
Yeah, certainly so. There comes Lomi straight down the inside, though, trying to get past Gagliardini. And do remember, and also getting squeezed off there as we head up through the fast right-hander. This is the final lap of the race, Arjuna. There's not many more opportunities. Cracking.
Oh, and around after. Again, was that contact or was that just the rear end for Gagliardini that went around?
I think it was a solo spin. Either way, across the line for the second time in ERL this season. Walsingham will cross the line as a winner. It was obviously back in the heats in the previous round, and now it is in the second chance race. Mattea will follow across the line in second spot to promote both their places up into the quarterfinals.
And well, a second chance, but I think it might be difficult in the quarterfinals. I don't think it was necessarily due to misfortune that either team ended up in the position they were in. Yes, there were some penalty points for Veloce Thrustmaster, but Samantha Tan Racing only with 2 drivers for this event, Lewis. So, you know, they are somewhat on the back foot heading into the remaining portion of the competition.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was a superb performance from them, at least to get into here. But yes, they need to make both drivers count for as far as they're going to go. Either way, Walsingham will finish in first position for the Veloce Thrustmaster team. Samantha Tam racing there with Lucas Mattea first and second, of course, provisional, but still will be looked at by race control, I'm sure. Kamil Grabowski in third position, Darius Andre in fourth, then Lomi, Vanal, Lopez, Burrell, Gagliardini, and Jack Olivier in 10th position. I'm sure there will be some penalties for that. Patrick Den and Federico Servi, 11th and 12th position.
I guess actually race control, there might be plenty to look at in that second chance race, Lewis, but given how clean it was between those at the front, it should be relatively trivial for us to say out loud here. It's almost confirmed, all but confirmed, I guess is the way to put it, that both Veloce Thrustmaster and Samantha Tan will move forward, and that's ideally what you want in the chaos of what is usually a mad second chance race.
Yeah, obviously, we still wait because the race result for this has to be confirmed before we move on to the next bit. It's always the way with this kind of competition. Yes, we can go through all the heats and saying we could do quarterfinal 2 without quarterfinal 1 being necessarily finished off when it comes to race control, but you can't move on to the next step until race control of everything finalised. So as much as there is that, that's more for third and below, right? For the top 2, I don't think there's any doubt. At least from what we've seen, there was no real mistakes and no real drama.
Well, let's catch up with the second chance race winner, Aidan Walshingham, with our own Lewis McLeod.
Yeah, Aidan Walshingham, hello there. Welcome for the second time a winner here in ERL. That one, though, a little bit more pressure on your shoulders. I mean, obviously a fantastic drive from yourself. You dealt with the pressure brilliantly. What was that like behind the wheel?
Yeah, pretty tense. It's lovely to have a second chance in this format because there's so much unpredictable stuff can happen in the 10-minute race. And yeah, we were at the mercy of that today. So fortunately, we had the second chance and I did what needed to be done. An awful lot of pressure, and I think something happened in lap 1 and someone knocked out the brake reference for T1, which is mightily helpful for those that are continuing on. So had to learn a new reference point. Shout it out to my teammates. What else can I use as a reference here? What do you guys use? So yeah, little tip for those preparing for an esports race: make sure you have multiple reference points, because I didn't, and it almost cost us.
Yeah, I learned pretty quickly to make sure that the reference points I was picking for my breaking points were unmovable. But that's, like I say, you learn on the spot. What have you made of this Le Mans Ultimate for you thus far? Obviously, having raced on ACC quite a lot, and obviously we saw that experience come out a couple of weeks ago. What is this like comparatively from your perspective?
It's a little bit alien to me, to be honest. I've spent some time this year. I've got about 100 hours on the sim or so, getting used to it. But the update this week has changed all of those things that we'd gotten used to. So it's kind of a reset going into this event. It doesn't matter what prep we did last week. We're just getting familiar with the new parameters in this sim. So for me, a little bit alien. It's taken a bit longer to get used to than I'd have appreciated. I'd have wanted to be fighting up at the sharper end, definitely in my heat earlier. But I can only do what I can do on such a short amount of practice, frankly. I'm a bit older than some of the guys in here, so that's my excuse.
Well, I mean, look, you've got some teammates that are like Sean that are more experienced, obviously on RF2. I don't know how much that's necessarily helped, having someone with that experience in a fairly similar car, albeit on a slightly different platform, but not as majorly different as like ACC to this. Has that helped?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Sean, he really quickly got up to speed with this. He bought the game last Friday evening. That's how fresh he is in LMU, but from his RF2 experience, he just got up to speed within an evening, and it was awesome. He's done a really good job. Obviously, at the mercy of some people driving into him, he's done all right. He's had really good pace. He's been really quick in practice. So yeah, it's been really valuable having teammates with experience. Dario also, he's driven this loads over the last few months. He's absolutely rapid. Just got unlucky earlier on with what happened.
Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed for you and your teammates heading through into the quarterfinals. Best of luck.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
Okay, Aidan Walsingham on top here in the second chance race there, Arjuna, and a very well-deserved victory indeed. Led away from the front whilst all the crashing was happening behind. Moved to the outside, a bit of side-by-side at the front there between himself and Mattea. Meanwhile, Jacques-Olivier was causing some drama down to the opening corner.
Yeah, it was not great. I did say there was going to be issues at turn one. Turns out before that. We did also see rear locking for the first time really proving to be an issue. I think the increased aggression needed in this race, catching some of these drivers out with the application of the left foot, as it were. And then this mid-pack was where the battle really started to kick off, and maybe kicked off a bit too much. Marco Lomi tried to grab second away, tried to move his team forward, but it ended in tears.
Yeah, a bit of a shame there for Lomi. A couple of drivers also being collected, more rear locking being the problem, and maybe that'll be something to keep an eye on as this evening unfolds. But for Walsingham, for Mattea, of course, for Veloce, Thrustmaster and Spantam Racing, it is first and second.
And well, we've had an action-packed start to the evening here in the Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts. But quarterfinal, semi-final, and finals action still left to come here from the Bahrain Outer Circuit. Don't go anywhere. Round 2 action from LMU continues after this. Well, hello everyone, welcome back along to the Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts, round 2 on Le Mans Ultimate. We have eliminated 11 of our teams. We are down to 12, split into 2 quarterfinals. Quarterfinal 1 will be Team Nitro, Williams Sim Racing, R8G, Drago, BS Plus Competition, and Samantha Tan Racing Esports. Quarterfinal 2, Kawanda, Virtus Pro, Visceral, Rafa ERA Esports by EMM, TC Esports, and Veloce Thrustmaster. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Lewis McLeod in what's been an interesting evening so far with the Oreca LMP2 car at the Bahrain Outer Circuit, Lewis. But now's when business really starts to pick up.
Yeah, we start talking about those teams that will be going through into the semi-finals, potentially even to the finals later on. Now, as much as we do have 6 teams in each quarterfinal, which is obviously interesting, it won't necessarily be the top 3 from each of those groups. They are still, as far as I'm aware, put onto the one leaderboard. Realistically, it is probably going to be 3 from each, but it can be a little bit more open than that. So it's one of the ones that I think the teams, especially in quarterfinal 2, may have a lot of work to do when it comes to crunching those numbers if they need to.
I'm going to ask the man himself to answer that question.
That's
to make sure we're not leading people astray. So I think that is a fair thing for us to bring back up. But yeah, again, nuances of jumping across of 5 different platforms, Lewis, does mean that you've got to make accommodations for each different individual platform. And of course, next time out on Gran Turismo is going to be no different, because the game itself doesn't support putting all the drivers out on track at the very same time. So we will be much more limited in the way that we can run the event, which does mean even more changes that we'll have to explain next time out.
Yeah, fascinating to see how that one's going to unfold. But that's fine. That's a problem for another time. Right now, we'll be keeping our eyes focused here firmly on Le Mans Ultimate and not the Ryder Cup.
Oh, golf. I'm thinking about it now. It's been raining a bit, Lewis. I haven't been able to play golf recently. It's been a shame.
And you haven't been sim racing. That's the alternative. You need to be jumping back on that sim, boy.
Yeah, I need a new sim, so if anyone's got some suggestions for one that's not going to break the bank, let me know, because otherwise I'm going to go and buy a sim that's going to cost me way too much money. Florian Hasper is confirming, by the way, Lewis McLeod is a stone-faced liar, and it is the top 3 from each quarterfinal.
Hey, I was basing it on what I saw earlier. It's fine, don't worry about it. Things change. But
it's
yeah,
okay.
It's top 3 for me to find. All right, well, that's all right, we'll move on from that. It would have been hilarious if it wasn't.
And that would have been interesting, and I'll also throw myself under the bus. I think I lied earlier when I was talking about how the quarterfinals were going to be run, so it's okay. Both the Simi Award winners are both clueless. Yes, both Simi Award winners are both clueless and both in the booth right now as well, so completely blame us. Qualifying, going to be important, Lewis. It's been important all night so far.
Yeah, certainly so. In fact, actually, that's a really good question. Has anyone won from not pole position? I don't think so, right?
Technically, last chance for a second chance race, yes. Walshingham started second, not first, but I think the heat races, which are a bit more representative, I think, of usually what we see, you're right, everyone did convert pole to victory, including in the staff race. Let's not forget that too.
That's true. So a bare minimum of the 5 races that we've run this evening, all of the victories have come from the front row, and that has shown that, again, really, really important to qualify well. I think it will be, as we've always said, and it always is the case in this, it will be less important in the final. Still is important, but it will be less important in the final. But when we're doing the quarterfinals, when we're doing the semi-finals, it is paramount that, in this case, not only you get pole position, or at least, you know, a front couple of rows, but your teammate is there as well. It has to be like that. Otherwise, yeah, we're waving goodbye.
Yeah, there's no bonus points for qualifying. Well, it's more just the track position advantage that you get. And with the exception of the second chance race, which saw the ping pong up towards turn 1, starts have been relatively civilized. Knock on wood. Don't blame me for any chaos that we're about to see in quarterfinal 1. But I think, Lewis, we have been somewhat impressed by the standards up towards that first heavy braking zone.
Yeah, we've had relatively clean turn 1s. It's only turn 4 that's caused its fair share of drama, and of course the run down into turn 1 in the second chance race. But relatively speaking, the racing's been relatively clean this evening thus far. But I do get the feeling that isn't going to unfold as cleanly as the evening goes on. Elbows will most certainly be out here in the quarterfinals for those that haven't qualified particularly well. But that can bring about some issues if you are the third driver in the team. Your teammates are up ahead, someone's driving dirty against you. You can't let the red mist take over.
I've been told we are around 60 seconds away from moving into qualifying, so we're not far away. I saw someone in chat, Gary Paravani himself, suggesting iRacing Arcade and Mario Kart for the next season of the ERL. Lewis, I'm on board with that. Maybe the new Forza Horizon as well.
Yeah, Forza Horizon 6, definitely. I'm sure that's one that... in fact, actually, I know that Darren McCormack is very, or at least relatively excited for it, because when I saw the trailer came out, or like it was on Instagram, and it had not been out for very long, only one of my friends had liked him, and that was Dara. So I was like, bam, he's in the know. Gary Paravani, by the way, obviously is producing some lovely photographs for this evening, so we'll be able to see some of that on social media. Of course, he's a busy boy. He'll probably have to deal with me next weekend, unfortunately, because I'm assuming he's going to be at Donington Park.
Yeah, well, he's not going to be at Petit Le Mans, that's for sure. And he forgot to take any photos of me at Indy, so I'm very disappointed. All my good photos from IMSA weekends are because of Gary, to be fair. So big shout out to Gary. Yeah,
Gary's never taken a photograph of me.
You know why? Because you're not. Him and me have something in common. We're both normal size, Lewis.
No, you two are massive.
Thank you. Yes, we are both of the appropriate size, and so I think that's why he can get the camera up to my eye level. You know.
That's true, but you know, look, I'm not buying that as an excuse. Gary, Donington, if you're there, I'm expecting some great photographs.
He says he'll be there, so you'll have to go find him because.
Well, actually, hilariously, this is a fun fact about Donington Park and Paul Gary when he's editing his photographs. My commentary booth is right next to where he edits his photographs, so there is no excuse.
There is no excuse, it turns out. We are moments away, as mentioned, from getting into the qualifying session. And if you're just joining us or rejoining us, quarterfinal 1 is going to see Team Nitro, Williams Sim Racing, R8G, Drago, BS Plus, and Samantha Tan Racing. Now, there are some big names here, Lewis, and I feel like Team Nitro have been the most consistent of the teams here. Williams and R8G would expect to advance as well. Drago and BS Plus, alongside Samantha Tan Racing, have got some fighting to do if they want to move forward to the semis.
Yeah, I mean, look, we'll have to wait and see. Qualifying is the main thing to focus on here. 18 cars going out onto the circuit. The 5 minutes has begun here. Obviously, one of those things, LMU, which is maybe slightly different if you're racing elsewhere in sim racing. Technically, the session doesn't start when the session starts. I.e., if there's a 5-minute session, it's 5 minutes and 20 seconds. First 20 seconds, you drive to the end of the pit lane, then you go out. Just that extra 20 seconds to get into your right mindset, maybe that final few moments before you begin your formation lap. I quite like it, actually.
Yeah, I quite like that as well. And I was trying to say this earlier before I think I got interrupted by a starting grid. We had a comment in chat. Tire warmers are enabled, I believe,
right.
Which, according to the comments, and I go with their train of thought, means it's one lap effectively for these tires. That's the peak of it. So here we go. Flying lap begins for the 78, best number in motorsport. So shout out to Yuri Toman as he flies his way into the opening corner with 3.5 minutes left to go. He's got time to finish this lap and head out once again.
And it's an R8G that has a livery. Where that's popped in, who knows? But they have a livery now, so that's fantastic. And yes, 78. So this is just 3 people that like the number 78, apparently. Cheers, Yuri, for doing that. Through T1, nice and clean, up towards turn 4 now. Can he drag it into the apex? Of course he can. Absolutely no problem there. Through the left-hander, another slight climb up into the right, and then the chicane.
And tightest part of the track here. No one to deal with on this qualifying lap, though. It's a clean track. It's a good first sector, I believe, from Yuri. Looking very focused right now. Question will be, how does it stack up against the likes of the Team Nitros, the Williams Sim Racings, as the front of the field could be down to hundreds, if not thousands of a second onto the power. That was very nice through the final corner as he now tries to minimize the distance to the timing line. 106.381 is the provisional benchmark from his teammate Marcel Chinchik. It's an RHG 1 and 2 to kick off the session.
Yeah, their teammate Yovsky down in 7th, but they won't be particularly bothered about that if they're going to sit up there in 1st and 2nd, taking over the front row of the grid. Taking a look now, some of our other drivers around the circuit on board with Nicholas Albon, who of course did that excellent drive to victory in the 3rd heat race, currently sits 4th position. So 1st and 2nd RHG, set at 3rd and 4th, obviously belong to Team Nitro.
And then behind them, it's Drago Racing. So we're not even seeing Williams Sim Racing in the mix right now. There's a bit of a shake-up from maybe what was expected. And Tinko van der Velde is the best of the Williams drivers. So Dominic Blyer, Tobias Pfeffer, Blyer with a poor time, a second off the benchmark, and Pfeffer may be running afoul of track limits. They have got to try and get themselves into the mix with short time. Now, Nicholas Halban, a great first sector, good in the second sector, and he moves himself up in time, but not in position. It's now 78 thousandths that cover the top 5.
Yeah, Yovsky was able to move his way up into 5th position on that lap. We drop back to Yuri Toman, 2nd position, see if there's any further improvement out there around the Sakir International Circuit. Dominic Blyer improves his time, but still sits well over half a second off of the pole. Pfeffer still yet to have a lap time onto the board. Williams Sim Racing, maybe this is not looking so great. The top 3 teams promoting themselves into the semi-finals from quarterfinal 1 here.
This is going to prove to be a very interesting 10 minutes of racing lying ahead of us. No improvement, I think, from Toman incoming unless he has magicked something together in that middle sector. It's another half a tenth loss, so unless he thinks he's going to improve on the final lap, I think we might have seen the best from the tires, Lewis. So maybe just getting a couple more laps to dial themselves in. I'd be curious, did anyone reset to pit lane like we saw in that second chance qualifying session?
We've got 30 seconds to find out. Across the line, Yuri Toman remains in 2nd. Bastian Richter now up into 3rd position. Now that 1/10 margin, or really 78,000, separates not 5 cars, but 6.
And it's now 3 of the Team Nitro machines in the top 5. They are looking hot on Le Mans Ultimate, behind the R8G and Nitro dominance that's locked out the top 6 in qualifying. BS Plus have Jacob Osterman, Williams Sim Racing have Dominic Blyer, and then Drago Racing have Nicholas Mateo. His teammate Ate Kauppinen just behind them to complete the top 10. But it is going to be very, very close for that 3rd and final of the transfer spots. Here comes the Samantha Tan Racing machine.
Pfeffer just moved up into 7th position. That could be critical, was pulling over to one side. Matea's session is done. Here we now check in on Ate Kauppinen for Drago. Really important lap time though for Pfeffer to move up into 7th. It's now 7th and 9th for Williams Sim Racing. Looks like this group is playing for who's going to be the 3rd and final spot, because it seems like 1st and 2nd might potentially be already sorted. Kauppinen, no improvement across the line. Blyer goes up to 7th.
And that is Williams Sim Racing establishing themselves as the 3rd team, albeit with not much of a buffer right now. Final drivers will cross the line. We'll get our starting grid in a few moments' time. But wow, 7 cars, 82 thousandths of a second. This is the margin that we are looking at in qualifying for the rest of the night.
Yeah, it looks like, again, those top 2 teams in Team Nitro and R8G are laying down the law for the rest of them. And the fact that they have those top 6 spots, all separated by 1/10 of a second, it means that they can start to control things from there, right? They don't necessarily need to race each other here. They can just sit there in those top 6 spots and basically try and hold the rest of the field back. And if they do that, then they're definitely going through, and that's the important bit for them. The moment they maybe start fighting amongst themselves is leaving the opportunity open for another team to potentially snatch those spots away.
Yeah, and I think given how intense qualifying is going to be for the rest of the night, Lewis, it's good that you were talking about the 20 seconds before they go qualify. it's a good chance for them to get into that qualifying mindset. Now they've got a couple of minutes before we go racing. It's that opportunity for them to flip the switch once more and get into race mode, get ready to work with their teammates to try and get the best result possible, not just for them, but for the team as well.
Yeah, indeed. Like I said, it's going to be a very interesting race. To be fair, I think the quarterfinals, both of them are going to be very, very interesting. Here's again a reminder as to where our teams lie. We're at the moment in race number 1, which has RHG right the way up there, along with Nitro as well, Williams Sim Racing, Drago, BS Competition, and Samantha Tam Racing. The other teams will be out in race number 2.
Yes, and TC Esports is not now combined into a new team with Veloce Thrustmaster. That was just not separated out.
I was looking, I was like, who's the 5th tier? Wait, it's 6 2 again.
Yeah, not just smashed there together for the rest of the night. This, again, is an LMP2 car that we've mentioned, but maybe those are just joining us are wondering. The WEC spec of LMP2 car, not the ELMS spec, recently made available on Le Mans Ultimate, which has only continued to add more and more content since its initial release. What that means, though, more saliently for the drivers, is a little less power, a little more reliance on the downforce, and maybe making it even more interesting through that middle sector, harder to really make a move. And we have not seen much at the front of the field in terms of action, with the exception of our team staff race. So I'm going to be interested from now, Lewis, if we are going to start seeing a bit more wheel-to-wheel at the front of the field, or if the top 2 teams kind of know they are safe to move on forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of one of those ones. I actually suspect that everything, especially based on a couple of weeks ago, I think things will be relatively calm in those top groupings, because I think these are all drivers that understand the game at play here. So I don't think there's actually going to be too much drama in the top 2. But then this is kind of one of those ones of like, if you try and orchestrate everything down into the first corner, or even down to the 4th corner, that's where things fall apart. I think you have to just, and as difficult as it can be for a team manager, sit back, let things unfold for 2 laps, and then, or at least a lap, and then see where things are, and then start taking control, then controlling the fighting. We're not fighting, we are fighting, making those decisions.
Sorry, I was looking away because I'm transfixed by the qualifying results, which I'm just taking another look at. 4th through 6th were covered by 0.008 of a second, 1,000th between 5th and 6th, 10th and 11th, Nicholas Matteo and Nikitin Wisniewski, identical lap times, Lewis. Again, the qualifying, we always talk about how important it is to stay out of trouble, but when you have limited time to practice, because with the way that track voting works for the Esports Racing League, the drivers only know which 3 tracks are up for the track vote about 3 or 4 days before the event. So for some of the drivers, many of whom may have jobs and stuff, they have less time to practice than others. I think we are ready to go, though, for the race. So maybe let's run down through the starting grid. Marcel Chinchik and Yuri Toman, R8G, controlling the run to the green flag and up towards turn 1, with behind Team Nitro, Bastian Richter and Tobias Gronevold looking to put the pressure on.
Behind that, it's all of those 2 teams ahead. Their teammates, Nicholas Albon for Team Nitro, Erhan Yovsky for R8G. Before we find all Williams here on row number 4, Dominic Blyett and Tobias Pfeffer in 8th position.
So can they stay out of trouble as the likes of BS Plus Competition, Jacob Osterman and Drago Racing and Nicholas Matteo look to push forward, with Nikitin Wisniewski, another BS Plus car, alongside another Drago car, Rate Kauppinen.
Indeed, they'll be fighting over that 3rd spot, I'm sure, with Lucas Matteo down in 13th position. Tinko van der Velde there, of course, for Williams. A bit further down the order, Robbie Stapleford needs to work his way forward to assist his teammate. Michael Menning starting from 16th. One final row here.
And just Ricardo Rico, Luciano Whitford at the very back. So the Drago and Samantha Tan Racing pair, how will they assist their teammates? Hopefully not detracting from their teammates, because remember, the top 2 drivers from each team will score points, but penalty points accrued by any of the drivers will end up impacting the 3 that move on forward. I'll go on the record here, Lewis, and say that I think R8G, Team Nitro and Williams Sim Racing are going to move on forward. Are you going to sit on the fence, or do you disagree with me?
Certainly Nitro and R8G. Williams, like, obviously they're the ones that are under the most pressure. I think that, the top 2 teams, there's no dead set. Are you on this camera, mate? My goodness, I was shaky, wasn't it? Do you know what? I'm going to switch. I'm going to go BS competition.
Ooh. So you think we get a mix-up here?
Yeah, I think BS competition will manage to find their way ahead of Williams Sim Racing and be the third team to move through along with RHG and Team Nitro.
So the best two of their drivers starting 9th and 11th respectively, a bit deep in the field. We'll say it's nice that the livery gods have shined on RHG. We see their cars resplendent once again, Lewis.
Yeah, it is thankful to see. By the way, as things stand, no shock, it would be RHG 3 points, Team Nitro 7 points, Williams Sim Racing 15 points, BS Competition Drago 20 and 22 respectively, Samantha Tam Racing 29 points as things stand.
So very fine margins, that is for sure. Every point is a position, and so how aggressive will they all be? Throw another 10 minutes onto the clock and we are ready to go for the first of the quarterfinals in the Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts. It's RHG 1 and 2 off to the start zone and ready to punch the throttle for the green flag to drop. Who's going to be the most aggressive as they shuffle their way towards the break zone? Remember, 3 of the Team Nitro cars inside of the top 5, but now already under pressure from the 3rd of the RHG machines. They fanned out almost 4-5 abeam as they work their way down to first gear. Around the outside, one of the Williams Sim Racing cars, that Tobias Pfeffer, already up 2 positions, but the other of the machines now under pressure as Nicholas Matteo goes on the charge.
Yeah, Matteo was trying to find his way through there. Can he do a bit of a dress rehearsal for a final here between RHG and Team Nitro if they end up getting that far, as Erhan Yovsky tries to work his way through up to 4th position. Goes the 3rd of 3 RHG drivers side by side in the background, Pfeffer and Matteo. Big spins happening, RHG going backwards and clips even between the 2 teammates, dropping down the field. Jakob Osterman and Ate Kauppinen.
And we'll have to hopefully grab a replay that will tell us a little bit more, but as it cycles through right now, Pfeffer in front of Matteo. It's advantage back to Williams Sim Racing as we close the first lap. There was a moment about 4 corners in that had Drago in the hot seat, but now Williams back in control as that would have been the 3rd of their cars. Van der Velde mixed up through the final corner.
Yeah, obviously for Williams, it's Pfeffer in 6th position, it's Blyer in 9th. They do have Nicholas Matteo, of course, for Drago in the middle of all of that. There's also some side-by-side in the background. Not 100% sure as to which of the 2 cars that was. Let's see how this all unfolded.
So as they head up through 5 and then the right-hander of 6, there's already a bit of pushing and shoving there as BS Plus tries to get alongside, but never really there was Osterman, who was the cork in the bottle.
Yeah, drove straight into the back of the Drago car. Did Osterman, and Kauppinen's just sat there being like, bro, what was that about? So big shame there as how things have unfolded. The top 5 though have checked away, meaning that, as we were suspecting, the top 2 teams, which would be RHG and Team Nitro, they are the 2 in the favoured position at the moment. It's your pick, Williams, that are the ones in the spot. Matteo, though, has got past Pfeffer and Blyer, running in 7th and 9th position would be enough at the moment for Williams Sim Racing.
I think if you're the Williams team management, you will be just letting your drivers know that Matteo's not got much help. His teammates, both involved in incidents, are at the back of the field. This is what happened to Van der Velde. Just pushed off line slightly and then spins by himself, and that's a little bit of contact with, I believe, Ate Kauppinen, the 2nd rather. So it would have been Ricardo Rico damage on the 2nd Drago Racing machine.
Yeah, indeed. Looked as though Tinko van der Velde got almost stuck on the curb as if he was driving back on F1 2010 down into the final corner there. Very odd indeed. Matteo now dropping backwards for Samantha Tan Racing. Not sure what's happened to our second chance race runner-up, but regardless, dropping down now into 14th position. This is Tobias Pfeffer for Williams Sim Racing. I actually don't think Pfeffer's going to receive any pressure from his old teammate in Nicholas Halban, because, I mean, look, if you're Halban, I'm just not even going to fight you, mate. My teammates down the road. Even one mistake like that, maybe you've got a chance to try something.
And again, I think this is an opportunity to maybe learn a little bit. He gets the help from the draft of Nicholas Matteo into the braking zone of 1, but Pfeffer's not letting him go. He's going to stick his nose through the long right-hand hairpin, but he's left on the outside as they switch back towards the climb up the hill, costing them a bit of time and ground to Matteo. Problem is, it's not a problem necessarily if you have Pfeffer to have Dominic Blyer close, but Blyer's got some pressure from behind, the pair of BS Plus competition cars, so by no means is this done and dusted. Yes, Osterman likely to receive a couple of penalty points, but if Wisniewski, Staplefoot can work together, they could work their way back in front of the Williams Sim Racing pair.
Yeah, 5 minutes and 40 seconds left to go in this race. It most certainly is not done. Dom Blyer, Nikodem Wisniewski about to go into battle. Wisniewski, of course, I mentioned before, he was a Le Mans virtual winner back in 2020. What team did he do that for? Oh, yeah, Williams. How interesting. And now that's the team that he has to work his way through here. Oh, Blyer with a big mistake and a huge one for Williams Sim Racing. And that is going to open one major opportunity for BS Competition to confirm my theory.
Well, I think it's now going to come down to how many penalty points does Osterman get, because Williams Sim Racing still have the tiebreaker by virtue of Pfeffer being in front of Wisniewski and also having fewer penalty points. So BS Plus will need to score better than Williams Sim Racing, although Blyer loses another position. Mattea slots in front of him from the blink of an eye, 9th down to 16th.
Yeah, and that is not going to be good enough. Blyer in 16th, Van der Velde in 17th. It would be BS Competition, I believe, at the moment. And then behind that, I guess, Matteo and Ricardo Rico for Drago. Odd mistake there for Dominic Blyer, out wide through the final. And it's kind of very similar to his teammates' issue. Not quite the same, but similar.
I was going to say, we've seen that a couple of times before. It must be very dusty and dirty off the track there, and maybe it's natural track limits. You just don't want to put yourself there in a bad position. Maybe a relatively low downforce setup. I'm not quite sure what we have to play with, but now look back towards Mattea and Osterman. I tell you what, if you're Dominic Blyer here, your target is to get in front of Osterman at the very least, because A, it gives you a couple more points, but B, it puts you in front of one of the BS cars in case anything happens. Big look from Mattea into the braking zone.
Ooh, that is a bit deep though. Mattea trying to find his way through. Osterman almost pushed off the road, but kind of don't get too involved in it. Your teammates doing the work there. Wisniewski and Stableford, 9th and 10th position at the moment. This is where the points are being run by the teams. Obviously, we saw some of those team managers racing around a little earlier on in the day. Obviously, for BS Competition, Felix Van Delft on that one. Obviously, we'll have to wait and see if we'll get Florian Haasper out on the out on the circuit. That'd be very interesting. Obviously, we didn't see a Williams Sim Racing one in that race, so yeah. Don't remember that lot, not Seb Hawkins. Seb Hawkins? Ben Hawkins, rather. Other one. Not taking to the circuit. Not even Michael Preston took to the circuit. Disgusting.
No excuse. We'll put the peer pressure on, that's for sure. Killian Drumont's just jumped into the YouTube chat to say a nice job from his RAG teammates. Would expect to see Killian out next time on Gran Turismo, so only a couple of weeks away from that. Should be exciting to see which drivers end up representing their teams. We should be on to the third to final lap of this race, and I am still like a hawk looking at the race control channel, waiting to see if a penalty comes through for Osterman. The only penalty that I've seen so far is for Williams Sim Racing, so Tobias Pfeffer's got a penalty point for pushing Nicholas Halben off the track.
Yeah, I've got a provisional at the moment. Obviously, RAG Team Nitro, no shock on that one. Third position, Drago at present. So it's actually really important rather, that Matteo hangs on to 6th position here against Halbert. It would be 18 points for Drago, 19 points, obviously, 9th and 10th position, Wisniewski and Stapleford. Obviously, 7th and 12th there, the points for, sorry, 6th and 12th. Oh, I can do some math, my goodness. 6th and 12th, Matteo and Rico.
So here comes
Drago.
Here comes Nicholas Halben. So Matteo's going to fight to hold on to this position, you'd think. If you're Rene Sievert, you'd probably be saying to your driver, don't need to go for the move. And you'd listen to your team manager, given he went and won that team staff race earlier today. But Nicholas Halben, I think, also going to just use this as an opportunity to see where the passing opportunities will be when the semi-finals and maybe even the finals come to play. If Team Nitro make it 2 finals in a row, I think that will be a statement to us, Lewis, to make us all stand on our eyes and see what's going to happen in those next 3 rounds of the regular season.
Well, I mean, look, they've definitely got a very good chance of making the final here this afternoon. They would need to be one of the top 2 teams in the semi-finals, but with the pace they've shown, there is potential for that one. Obviously, R8G are giving a little bit of a masterclass as to what it takes to win here on Le Mans Ultimate, as we'd suspect from the team. They know what to do on this platform. They've won so many times on R Factor 2, and if this was on R Factor 2, obviously the base of this game really is, we would be sat there being like, oh, R8G are almost certainly the favourites to get through into the final. So what's the difference here? It's basically the same thing.
You heard it from Lewis. On to the last lap of the race. Drago Racing could be in position to move their way forward as Marcel Chinchik makes his way through turn 7 and 8 for the final time. R8G 1, 2, and 3. Statement being made for sure. And now we'll wait to see how they fare in the semi-finals. But qualifying was important. They locked out the front row and converted that on the start as well. Jofsky's actually been passed by Tobias Gronewold on this final lap of the race. So good move from Gronewold. As out of the final corner, Marcel Chinchik wins once again in the Esports Racing League.
Superb drive from Marcel Chinchik. Superb 1-2. The maximum points all you can possibly get, first and second. Obviously, the top 2 drivers of each given team scoring the points. Does mean that Chinchik, Toman, Gronewold, Richter, definitely those 2, the ones moving their way through into the semi-final. Provisionally, 6th and 12th for Matteo and Moenning mean that it could be Drago Racing before Race Control step into things. Could be the 3rd and final team moving into the semi-finals.
See, but I'd expect probably penalty points for BS Plus competition as well. And Williams Sim Racing will have 24 points by rough math. And unless Drago and BS Plus both get 6 or so points, we're not expecting much in terms of moving of the results. And Marcel Chinchik in front of Yuri Toman by just a 1/10 of a second. Then Gronewold clears Erhan Yoyoski on the final lap with Bastian Richter, Nicholas Matteo, Nicholas Halbin, and then Tobias Pfeffer, Nikitin Wisniewski, and Robbie Stapleford doing almost enough for BS Plus, just not quite.
Final page sees Michael Menning there in 11th position. Ricardo Rico in 12th. Could be enough for the Drago Racing team there in 12th position. Ate Kauppinen in 13th, obviously directly behind his teammate. Matteo in 14th. And then it's Blyer, Van der Velde, Osterman, Luciano Bitford, obviously not taking to the start of the race, the Samantha Tan Racing driver. So unfortunately missing from this event. Superb stuff, but R8G have laid down the law here on LMU with a 1-2 and nearly a 1-2-3 as well.
And let's not dawdle. Let's hear from race winner himself, Marcel Chinchik, and grab some of his reactions. Marcel, great job in qualifying first. That set the tone for the race itself. How good was that qualifying lap, given it was less than a 10th that covered 8 drivers?
Hello guys, thank you so much. Yeah, actually it was a decent one, I think, but still there is some extra, so hopefully we can extract that later when it matters more. So it was amazing. I was surprised that we could take over like kinda easily the lead of this race. So yeah, it was really nice.
How similar is this to R Factor 2? We've been kind of talking about that, you know, obviously been wondering if a lot of the drivers who were strong on R Factor 2 should be strong on Le Mans Ultimate. What's your thought on that?
I mean, there is definitely something similar with that, but actually now the tires are behaving a bit different than it was before, so it's much harder to drive them. It's really fun, but I believe there is a little bit of advantage for the guys from R Factor.
What are you expecting in the semi-finals and the finals? Do you think R8G can be the team to beat for the rest of the night?
Hopefully, yes. We will try that.
Well, Marcel, best of luck for the semis. Great race and great win in the quarterfinals. We'll talk to you hopefully later tonight.
Thank you.
Always great to catch up with Marcel. Let's grab a look at some of the highlights. The livery gods shining on them once again. Great to see the cars resplendent in the looks. But then Jacob Osterman into the back of Ate Kauppinen, and it set off all the action in the mid-pack. It let Drago Racing take advantage, Lewis, as Williams Sim Racing started to falter.
Yeah, Tinko van der Velde from a side position going for a spin. Would not be the only spin at the final turn for the Williams Sim Racing team. Meanwhile, teammate Tobias Pfeffer was trying to do the work further up the order. A bit of a look to the inside from Nikitin Wisniewski on Dominic Blyer, who would then go out wide and spin on some of the very dusty runoff.
You spin me right round, unfortunately, was the dust here today. That was Lucas Mattea trying to make his way past Osterman in the fight slightly further behind. Nicholas Halban was putting the pressure onto Nicholas Matteo, but no move was made, all as Marcel Cinčić, clear at the front of the field, converted that pole position to victory. And it now means quarterfinal 2 is on deck. And for those that are just joining us, it's Coanda Esports, Virtus Pro, Visceral Esports, Rafa, ERA Esports by EMM, TC Esports, and Veloce Thrustmaster Lewis. I would say Coanda Esports, Virtus Pro, they are probably the favorites to move on forward. Visceral had 2 drivers with solid results in the heats. So did Rafa, ERA Esports by EMM. TC Esports and Veloce Thrustmaster, they have the drivers, maybe not showing us the speed so far today.
Again, this is actually a really difficult one to pick apart. If it were me making a decision before we even go into qualifying, I'd be saying Coanda Esports, Virtus Pro, and the Rafa ERA Esports by EMM team. I would say those 3 are the ones that I would be expecting to move through, but qualifying is so important here. We heard earlier from Darren McCormack that his lap even surprised him when it came to his qualifying effort back in the heats. Kevin Ellis Jr., we actually don't really know what could happen for him because obviously he had the spin round, and Wojtek Viola did the work to bring the Virtus Pro team through. Coanda, Charlie Collins absolutely dominated his race. Maybe he needs to do the same thing again. But they've also got the Rafa ERA Esports team by EMM. They have Jerne Simoncic. Charlie Cross didn't have the greatest race with a couple of moments, and they do have Mikkel Schmiedel, who didn't qualify particularly well, need to get those issues nipped in the bud. I would say between the 2, it is race 2. It is the second quarterfinal here that I'd say is the harder one to pick who's actually going through and who's not.
And so I'm not going to even offer any of my opinions. I'm going to wait until qualifying before I say anything. What I will say is 2 penalty points for Drago Racing have come down in the aftermath of quarterfinal 1. 2 more penalty points for Ate Kauppinen. So this is very much shifting things. It's not quite enough to maybe bring Williams Sim Racing into the mix, but until we hear on any potential penalties for BS Plus, because I think at the very least Osterman is potentially up for at least 2. The results really are not final for quarterfinal 1. There could be a change for which team advances to the semi-final.
Yeah, at the moment, because of those 2 penalty points, that would actually push BS Competition into the transfer spot. So they are in 3rd position of the group. But you're absolutely right. Race Control have not weighed in on the Jacob Osterman issue on lap 1 yet. So as soon as that's confirmed one way or the other, then we'll have to wait and see. It does look like it is a points advantage for BS Competition. Who did pick BS Competition? Was it you?
It was you, wasn't it?
Oh no, it was me, wasn't it? It was me that picked. That's right. That is right. You are indeed correct. I said
Williams. Yeah, I know. I see what you did there. Provisional qualifying results have started to trickle on in for quarterfinal 2, and we were wondering where Kevin Ellis Jr. was going to be. Kevin Jr. has put himself on pole position, Lewis.
The legendary Kevin Jr. That's fair. That's fair. I'm sure Beth's watching, so that one's that's fine. Provisional pole position. That would be a great effort. The only thing was that as much as he did have some good speed in his heat earlier, it was out of his control as to where the issue came from.
Yes, absolutely. As he sits rather relaxed behind the wheel of his sim rig. Of course, now no longer at the Apex Racing team. It feels weird not to see his webcam and for him to be in that facility. The Virtus Pro team, very much, I think, with a very strong lineup, Lewis, and I'm going to be curious how they get on Gran Turismo, because, of course, after that iRacing and Rennsport, there should be no one that should expect anything from strong performances from these drivers on that platform. So as long as they continue this momentum, they are definitely one of my favorites to be in our last 4 in-person final at Sim Formula Europe.
Yeah, I think... Again, coming into this whole season, Virtus Pro would be one of the teams that I'd be looking at being like, they will almost certainly go through into our season finale. Now, if they can get through into 2 finals, regardless of whether they win or not, I think then you're looking at them as a team to really focus on going through. Not saying they're definitely in, but realistically speaking, you just need a couple of decent results the next 2 rounds and then go well in the penultimate round of the season. And it's all well and good for them. I don't know. They've started out brilliantly with getting into the final last week, and I would be surprised if they're not in the semi-final at least this week.
Yes. Sorry, I was just looking because I've been told that things are official for quarterfinal 1, but I wasn't quite sure if the penalties were done and dusted, so I'm going to refrain from talking about that just yet. Let's talk about the rest of qualifying 2, or rather qualifying for quarterfinal 2, and let's run down through the starting grid, Lewis.
My guy Kevin Jr. starting from pole position there. We saw the front row. We dropped back to row 2. Darren McCormack and Charlie Collins, both winners this evening so far.
And then Marko Pejic, the best of the visceral machines. He's got Jurne Simincic, the best of the ERA machines. Then Dario Mulo, Koke Lopez, trying to make that storms forward for their teams.
Yeah, see where the other TC Esports cars are. Gabriel Salomon did a great job. Starts alongside his teammate Elliot Veyron in their heats earlier on in the day. Then we've got Jack Keithley for TC Esports. Grantus Caracas, of course, in 12th position.
And behind them, Julian Stubenrauch and Aidan Walshingham. Of course, Walshingham, the winner of the second chance race. He's won on multiple platforms now, with Timotej Antonovsky behind him. And then Wojciech Fiala, the third of the Virtus Pro cars. Some work to do from 16th.
Not as much work as Charlie Crossland and Sean Arnold will do. I'm pretty sure they used to be teammates in the Fordzilla days. Charlie Crossland was Fordzilla, wasn't he?
I remember Sean Arnold definitely being
Sean
Team
Arnold
Fordzilla.
definitely was Fordzilla. Was Charlie
Long term.
Oh,
Google.
man. Yeah, the sim racing memory is a tough one. I don't remember anything but I'm sure they've crossed paths at some point in their sim racing journey as we get ready for the race.
You are correct, by the way. Charlie Crossland was on Fordzilla, yes.
There we go. The memory. I might be an old man now, Arjuna, but the memory sometimes works.
Well, now I don't know if this is correct, but according to the page that I am looking at right now, there was once a lineup for Team Fordzilla that not only included Charlie Crossland, also included a certain Dara McCormack.
Really?
Apparently, I'll send you the link right now.
Really? That must have been... Really?
Yes, exactly. That was my reaction when I saw it too.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm gonna start talking over him. Eduardo, you can pipe down, big man. It's one of those ones like that is a surprise. It must have been before he was in Williams. But who knows? Either way, they're driving down to into the final. That is a mind-blowing moment. Right, you've seen the qualifying format. Any advances on who you think is going through and who's not?
Well, Virtus Pro, I think they're looking good. ERA, I think you were right as well. Especially with this qualifying effort, they have put themselves in a great spot. I think the pressure's on the likes of Kawanda right now to make sure they continue moving forward. Otherwise, it could be an interesting second quarterfinal here.
100%. There is a liveryless car out there. We'll have to spot and see if there's any more that have joined in a foul manner to the server. But regardless, I think the advantage is most certainly in the form of Virtus Pro. But it's not like it was in semi-final 1, where it was basically the top 3 rows separated by 2 teams. It is far more open, far more ready for an opportunity to be grabbed here. Kevin Ellis Jr. leads us off from pole position. Darren McCormack instantly going over for the slipstream before covering off the likes of Marko Pejic and such in behind. Down into the first corner, a big move to the outside from Mikael Schmiedel. Will his teammate Jurne Simincic be following his way through as well? I'm not so sure. There is some contact and a couple of cars going off the road. Who is dropping down?
Simincic got mixed up and might have just been spun by Stubenrauch. Oh my, that's disastrous for the ERA by EMM crew. Oh, and now up towards turn 4 and 5, it finally singles files, but with Kevin Ellis Jr. behind Mikael Schmiedel, who's taken over the lead of the race.
It's Cholins. It's Cholins without the livery. There was a big lock up there from McCormack as Marko Pejic threw into 4th position. This is far more up in the air. Mikael Schmiedel with a brilliant move down at T1 has taken over the lead of the race. Kevin Ellis Jr. in behind. Everyone else fighting for those positions behind. A couple of looks in the background. I think that might have been Antonovsky maybe having a bit of a look as they were working their way down to the final corner.
I think you're right, but as they close the first lap. It is Virtus Pro who are in the hot seat. They are the most comfortable of the teams. I think then Kawanda not far. In fact, it might actually not be that much of a difference between Kawanda and TC Esports, because Lopez and Keithley are sat in 6th and 7th spot. Mikkel Schmidl leads. The best of his teammates now, after Simoncic's issue on the first lap, Lewis, is Crossland in 16th. I don't think that Rafa ERA are in a position to try and advance unless Crossland and Simoncic can make up some ground.
No, most certainly not with that right now. I mean, there is still the potential. We'll talk about that in a second. Let's see some of these issues. So it's that car right in the middle of your screen you want to be looking at right there. The number 17 is Jerne Simoncic. So a couple of taps. He got tangled on the front of, I believe, Elliot Veyron, and then just got absolutely launched coming out of T3.
Yeah, I mean, no fault of his, really, right? I mean, he went a bit wide through the opening corner, and then suddenly he's being driven into. I'll be very curious to see what race control has to say about that. But we were talking about Kylian Drumont slightly earlier on. Koke Lopez, another one of our, more Gran Turismo specialists, albeit with last 12 months or so, branching his horizons out a little bit more, retiring from full-time Gran Turismo competition. This is great from him, Lewis, to be up here in the mix, to be leading the charge for the Thibaut Courtois esports team, especially knowing that next time out he'll be a lot more comfortable with the battleground.
And I'm not going to lie, and this is maybe slightly irrelevant, but keep an eye on TC Esports over the next few months here in sim racing, because this is the second competition that I've commentated on TC Esports this week. When we did the British Formula 4 Esports Championship a few days ago, they were probably the star team. They sit second in the standings in that championship, and they're looking strong here as well to move through into the semi-final. I know they're a team that's basically building up from the bottom and working their way forward as a whole collective. But clearly something behind the scenes with the methodology and the approach there of TC Esports is working, because they seem to be doing well kind of across the board.
Well, they've got Javi Guerrera pushing them forward, and of course, not the first time Javi's built a team from scratch. Of course, built the Williams Esports team, that's now the Williams Sim Racing team, from the ground up. So Javi's definitely a big part of the reason, but also the likes of Koke Lopez, Daniele Haddad helping behind the scenes, as that was Stubenrauch out wide going for a bit of a spin. I'll just finish what I was about to say. Javi, if you want to send me and Lewis a shirt, thank you. That'd be great.
Bet sold. Also, we're up for meeting Thibaut. Any point?
Oh yes, please.
Just chuck it out there, mate to mate.
Play some golf with him. He's normal height,
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I'll allow it. What's his handicap? What do you reckon?
Oh, definitely better than us.
Mine's like 16, 17 at the moment. I'm getting there.
I see single-digit vibes from Thibaut.
Yeah, it's annoying, isn't it? Multi-talented people, it's disgusting. Either way, let's keep our eyes focused on the race at hand, because at the moment TC Esports most certainly the team, one of the teams in prime position to move through. Obviously, you've got Kevin Lenz Jr. and Darren McCormack in 2nd and in 5th position. Charlie Collins and Gabriel Solomon in 3rd and 8th, I believe, would be the 3rd team.
Yes, I agree with you on that. This was a huge lockup from Stubenrauch, and at that point, offline, in through the marbles, lights up the rear tires. This car's still got enough power to spin yourself around, but Visceral really needed. Marco Page is up there. He just needed one driver on the team to support him. Grantas Caracas is down in 12th, but that is not going to be enough for Visceral, who did have a pretty good round on Assetto Corsa Competizione.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, taking a look, by the way, at the provisional points and how things are running in this race, courtesy of their positions, it would be Virtus Pro, Coanda and TC Esports, 7, 11 and 13 respectively. Compared to how things were and this is actually why I was wondering about the whole points now. Obviously, it is the top 3 from this quarterfinal, but if we didn't do that, and if it was just where you'd be on the points, TC Esports, Rafa and Visceral are all scoring better than 3rd place BS competition in semi-final 1. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. I think that semi-final is going to be crazy. I think we really are going to have a wild battle on our hands, especially if we're in for this sort of a situation. Now, this is important for Coanda to stay out of trouble, I think, as well, as Keithley gets his... Is that Keithley on Veyron for 8th and 9th? No, it's Solomon fighting with Lopez. So this could actually determine who moves forward. This could cost TC here, especially if Veyron slips through.
Yeah, indeed. And it's where it's kind of like, honestly, if I'm in that Coanda car, drop back in line. It's not worth it at this point. You're already in position to move through. Bit of leaning between the pair of them. Doors open. Elliot Veyron could come through as well, getting squeezed off the road by Koke Lopez, as Elliot Veyron will potentially make his way through. And now Lopez is fighting his teammate. Oh, no, sorry, it's not his teammate. I thought it might have been Jack Keithley, but it's not.
It's Walshingham who's going back and forth, not sure where to go. Maybe Coanda see an opportunity to eliminate a strong team here, right? That's something else to maybe think about, right? If they're stealing spots away from TC Esports, who gets promoted in that gulf? So this is getting a bit antsy. 3 minutes left to go. Short time remaining as someone driving down pit lane. That's Wojciech Fiala.
Yeah, indeed. Probably just getting out of the way and not getting involved in all this. 3 wide down into T1. I could see a whopping crash happening near our junior as there's a slide from Elliot Veyron. If I'm Veyron, honestly, I'm taking a hard left and getting out of here. My teammate Gabriel Solomon, my teammate Charlie Collins are in position at the moment. I'm not presently needed. Let me get out of Dodge and let them do their work.
And that's exactly what he has done for the most part, but the racing driver in him does not want to give up, and I think that's a Mulo who will be the last car in this train right now who we're jumped on board with. Yeah, Veyron holds on just for the time being. A right front lock up there, I think, from Grantos Caracas, who's provisionally in 10th spot, might hold on through all of this, and that might actually make it quite close, because 6 plus 8 for Lopez and Keithley is 14 points. That would tie with what Veloce Thrustmaster would be on 3 abeam to the final corner. Walshingham's not done.
Yeah, this is unfolding quite aggressively in this group. It's going to be chopping and changing very quickly. And I'm sure Race Control will have their fair amount to look at post-race. This is fascinating scenes as they push their way down into the first corner. More looks to the inside as Walsingham maybe feeling the requirement to go defensive here as Simoncic making the move. Could he open the door here? Could he sneak his way through, gain a couple of positions? This could be great for Rafa ERA Esports.
Whoa.
They might still be going through. You never know.
I think right now it's Rafa ERA who are back as part of the 3 to move on forward. Simoncic has got us stay out of trouble as once again 3 wide and Walshingham sends it.
Yeah, indeed. There's the big look. It was 3 wide there with the 2 the Veloce Thrustmaster as well. Elliot Veyron back into the mix, squeezed off the road is Jerne Simoncic on the right-hand side. Veyron looking to go all the way around the outside of the Slovenian. And is he going to try and send it going into the chicane? Yes, he is, but Simoncic is going to hold firm.
Yeah, this is where Race Control is going to have plenty to look at, because Simoncic could argue he was pushed off the track there, if you ask me. But, you know, we may have a bit of a hold before we get to the semi-finals is what I'm trying to say. And Charlie Crossland, all you need to do is stay out of trouble here. Jurne's doing the hard work. All you can do is make him need to do even more to pass through the field, and we might be on to the final lap of the race here.
Yep, indeed. Last lap around the around this circuit right now. At the moment, it's Virtus Pro Commander and Rafa ERA Esports 7, 10, and 13 points. TC Esports on 14 points. Visceral on 14 points. There was a spin there, though.
Yes, it doesn't matter though, at least provisionally, because Schmiedel and Simoncic are combining to put themselves on 13 points, Lewis. This is wild. We knew quarterfinal 2 was going to come down to single positions, and the teams have delivered a barn burner of a race that not just us have the opportunity to dissect after this, but Race Control's got plenty to look at. Whoa, Crossland, what are you doing?
Yeah, Crossland there getting alongside, and really not really alongside, and then going for a spin. I don't think he's going to have anything from Race Control there. It'll be fine. Either way, through the final corner, Mikael Schmiedel going to cross the line to take an excellent victory here in quarterfinal 1. 2. Okay.
But is it going to be enough? There could be more chopping and changing. We have to wait for Race Control at this point. 2 teams that I think we can confidently move forward. Virtus Pro, Coanda Esports. It all comes down to the 3rd and final team. Have Rafa ERA Esports by EMM done enough? We're about to find out.
Yeah, certainly so. Let's see what was happening a little bit earlier on. Charlie Cross, and that was the spin in the background. Charlie Cross had someone diving down the inside, which I think might have been Stubenraut, and Stubenraut went for a bit of a spin there, and I don't think there was anything really in that. I think that was fine.
I agree. That part was fine. And then I think Crossland just a little bit cross at this point, and maybe tires slightly cooked as well. But this was unnecessary.
Nah, it was never on.
Yeah, and I think his team manager should hopefully just have that word with him and say, look, I know you were angry, I know you're upset, but all you're doing is putting us at risk in that situation, right? So I'm really curious, Lewis, what's going to happen in the race control discussions, because we still aren't 100% sure about quarterfinal 1, but we think BS Plus have made it through and not Drago because of penalty points.
Yeah, indeed. I do believe that is the case, that RHG, Team Nitro and BS Competition will be working their way through from the first one. Either way, let's take a look at the very, very provisional race results, even though technically they finished in this order, but they just get penalty points as well. Schmidl, victorious. Kevin Jr., my legend, Kevin Jr., not Kevin Ellis Jr. It is his child racing. I'm pretty sure it's called Josh, but that's fine. Charlie Collins in third position, Marco Page and Darren McCormack in fifth. Koke Lopez in sixth, Gabriel Salomon there for Coanda in seventh. So third and seventh for them, and of course second and fifth for Virtus Pro. Should mean that those two teams are going through. Jack Keithley in eighth, Granus Karakis and Aidan Walsingham rounding out the top 10. Arjuna.
And then the second page, Jurne Simoncic, what a drive back through the field. And 11th should, I think, be enough for us to feel confident that we're not expecting any race control decisions on them. They should have done enough. Imulo, Veyron, Arnold, Stubenraut, Crossland, and then Andonovski. Wojciech Fiala doing the right thing. He was tangled up in something on the opening lap, got down to pit lane, and stayed out of trouble when the field went flying through. And I tell you what, let's not keep him waiting. Winner in quarterfinal 2 was Mikkel Schmidl. He's standing by with Lewis.
Yeah, what an incredible race that was. That was absolutely wild. And it seems as though this year, provisionally, you might have done enough to push the team through into the semi-finals. But obviously a race that was so open behind you, but you dominated. Did you get any communication as to the chaos behind, or were you just left to your own devices at the front of the field?
Well, to be honest, I'm not using the voice when I'm racing, so I want like completely silent. Yeah, but I knew that there was something happening probably behind me, but yeah, my race was like pretty easy, to be honest. I chose my braking point correctly to the first corner and went around the outside, but yeah, let's see if it's enough. Would be great because I'm still getting grips with the game, with the series. So yeah, would be great if we can make it through. But let's see. You never know.
Obviously, you're someone who has achieved things at extremely high levels on R Factor 2, of course, with Le Mans Virtual and the likes. You know, you've competed at the highest level. And so moving on to this, were you expecting even before like you started turning laps this that you would be a front runner in this, or were you kind of more expecting to kind of sit behind and maybe learn a little bit from, say, for example, Jurne, who has a fair amount of experience in LMU?
Well, to be honest, I was immediately on the pace when I started practicing. Obviously, like the first heat for me was kind of tricky because I've completely messed up the qualifying. But for example, in the practice, I was able to do like 0.3 lap times quite regularly. So yeah, I knew that in the past I was kind of quick on R Factor 2, and this physics is like quite close to it. So it felt kind of natural to me, to be honest.
Now, after all of that this evening, if you are to progress through, obviously it needs to come from race control. We need to see what any penalties and such. It does seem as though yourself and Jurne, if you're able to hook up the qualifying, obviously Charlie's a rapid driver as well. Is there a chance that maybe you can work your way through into the final, or do you just do you not think that's quite gettable?
Oh, well, to be honest, I wasn't even checking properly the points. I was taking it race by race, session by session. So, but in the end, you know, all of us gave it everything, and that's the main thing for me.
Well, Michael, best of luck. If we see you again in the semi-finals, I have to wait and see from race control, but a great drive to a great victory.
Thank you very much. It was lovely.
There we go. Superb drive from Schmidl there, Arjuna, and I'm sure we can get some highlights here from the race. For what was, I'm going to say that now, I think it was the most entertaining race that we've had today. That was absolute chaos, and the provisional points I've been sent are wild. We're going to cover that in a few moments' time. Some great moves here, some great battling. Darren McCormack and Kevin Ellis Jr. Having some moments. Stubenraut going off the road and then going for a spin as well in the early stages.
Yeah, definitely the wildest race, but that's kind of what you expect, right? After the second chance race, it only builds up in intensity. I still think the Rafa ERA team are good. Unless race control dings them, I think that Simoncic's charge back to 11th is good enough with Schmiedel's win to see them go forward by one solitary point. And this was why all this fighting in the mid-pack was so important. We could put together a highlight reel that is as long as the race itself from this race alone. Hats off to the drivers. It was superb. All as the leaders enjoyed a relatively unperturbed ride at the front of the field.
Yeah, indeed. The provisional points, by the way, that I was sent, this is before any penalty points have been added. So this is as it literally came out of the race. This is never how it's going to finish. Virtus Pro had 7 points. Coanda had 10. Rafa ERA Esports, this is where it gets close and mad. It was 12. It was 13 for Visceral, 14 for TC Esports, and then a bit of a gap back to 22 points for Lotche Thrustmaster. And like I said, if you, I'm not making any comments on the format, but I'm just saying, if you were to take both of those quarterfinals and smash them together, the findings are fascinating because third place in quarterfinal 1 was BS Competition on 19 points. That is confirmed, by the way, that they are the team going through. 19 points. That means that they would be so far, but like they would not be going through if you combine both of them. That's how interesting it is when you combine them both.
And I think that's kind of why you can't combine them, right? Because the two races have such different factors that impact how many points each of the drivers are scoring. And so it would be a bit unfair, as much as I agree there is also a certain interest to that sort of a format. I have been told there are 3 protests that race control have got to work through. But as far as I could see initially, at least one of them has been no further actioned for being a racing incident. The hope would be that there's not going to be too much that needs to be done. So what we're going to do, I think, is Lewis and I will step aside, grab our breath after that last race, catch up on what's happening in the golf as well, and we'll be back with semi-final and finals action in the Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts on Le Mans Ultimate. Well, hello everyone, welcome back along to the Esports Racing League powered by Nitro Concepts here on the VCO Esports channels. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Lewis McLeod as we get set for semi-final action. And now with confirmation, Lewis, of the 6 teams that will be competing. It's BS Plus competition joining Coanda Esports, R8G, the Rafa ERA Esports by EMM, and Team Nitro and Virtus Pro Crews. It came down to single digits at the end of the day.
Pretty sure I predicted all 6 of those before. It was after qualifying for the first quarterfinal. It was before a lap had even been turned in quarterfinal 2, thus proving, Arjuna, the commentator's curse is rubbish.
I didn't know where you were going with that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always to thwart the commentator's curse, which is rubbish.
Gotcha. I'm picking up what you are putting down then. What are we expecting though, Lewis? Because especially in that first of the quarterfinals, the margin, we're talking 78 thousandths, I think it was, covering the top 8. Quarterfinal 2, it was a little bigger, but still 66 thousandths covering the top 3. So Marcel Chinchik says he didn't feel like he had got it all out in qualifying for quarterfinal 1. We're expecting maybe even quicker times in the semi-final.
Well, I said early doors in quarterfinal 1 that it's a dress rehearsal for the final when it was Team Nitro versus R8G. I genuinely think that might actually be the case. I do think that those 2 teams could maybe be the 2 to sneak through into the final. Looking at them, Rafa ERA Esports by EMM, I can potentially see them go through because Mikhail Schmiedel and Yone Simičić are both absolutely rapid, but we haven't seen a good result from the pair of them at the same time, so I'm not 100% sure. Maybe we do have that out there. Coanda are a good team, and whilst Charlie Collins is the team leader there, I'm just not sure that they're entirely strong enough. Virtus Pro are strong enough to be one of those 2 teams for sure. BS competition I'm not sure about, so I think it's between R8G, Nitro and Virtus Pro. I just don't know which of the 3, and even then, who knows.
And I guess it then comes down to those other teams maybe being spoilers in the party, right? If you do have a Charlie Collins, or Cholins as we love to call him, up there and in the mix, it takes points away from some of those other teams that maybe expect to go through a little bit more comfortably. So plenty of racing still left to go, that is for sure. And once we get to the finals, it's a slightly different sort of format. We head into the one-on-one best of 3, where for the first time in quite a while, last time on ACC, Lewis, it was done in just 2 races, which definitely not the norm. We've usually needed all 3 races to settle our finals.
Yeah, and do you know what? Something quite exciting, because I still maintain, as much as I love the reverse grid format, I still maintain I would actually prefer it being all 6 cars reversed. A little bit of gamesmanship in there, I think it's banter. But this is the first time when we've got it where there's going to be qualifying for the second of those races. I think that is going to be fascinating because it means that it's going to be way more open, I think, than before. And that means that I could definitely see it going 3 races. It might not, but maybe it will. There's confirmation of your semi-finalists, though.
Absolutely. And some strong teams will hopefully get a sense for the event standings, or the championship standings, I should say, at the end. But, you know, BS Plus competition, they were 3rd after the ACC event, I believe, or never mind, I'm looking at the wrong graphic. I will go and look at the right one later on. But a couple of teams that definitely were struggling after the first round, Coanda and R8G in particular.
Yeah, certainly so. I'm just fascinated as to how the semi-finals going to unfold, because I think it's going to be super unpredictable. The thing that's been pointed out, though, by all of our drivers so far this evening, by all the races that we've seen thus far, is qualifying is the key to success. And if you cannot qualify well, your back's against it, and it's always such a tight qualifying session. I mean, look at quarterfinal 1. What was it? 78 thousandths per second separating 1st through 6th. The entire field separated by just over half a second. And do you know what? It wouldn't shock me one bit if this session was even closer.
So here we go. The 20 initial seconds burned off the clock. The drivers head out of pit lane onto track. And we will get our first lap times on the board in around 90 plus seconds time. I think I'm expecting Marcel Chinchik to be up towards the front. I think Kevin Ellis Jr. could surprise us again. Realistically, you flip a coin, and most of these drivers could be on pole position in 4 and a bit minutes time.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, we'll get those first laps in just about 80 odd seconds from where we are. We look at Gabriel Salomon, who started out the evening with a 4th place finish. So, yeah, as much as I've said, maybe Commander don't have the team to do it. I mean, Elliot Veyra and Gabriel Salomon, they're both plenty fast enough to get up there with Charlie Collins towards the front. And Collins is fast enough to grab pole position and potentially win. We saw that earlier on in the evening. So who knows how the session's going to unfold, as we'll take a look on board around the lap with Marcel Chinchik. This will be a fascinating lap to see. You see the commitment from the Hungarian driver.
So break just after the 150. Use the curbs here on offer as well. They don't seem to be as aggressive as some of the other tracks that we could have ended up on. And then this is where you've got to be brave. Just after the 100, use the curb on the inside, and then don't go right, go left instead, and swoop your way up to the chicane where you could make or break the lap.
Yeah, deep onto the brakes, flick it into the chicane, left, then right. Make sure you run out as far as possible. I think that's just about... I don't know what the track limits classification is through there. I think it was 2 wheels on was what I was seeing from a few drivers earlier on. His second time's still coming in, so that was probably just about on the limit of legality. Into the final corner. Let's see what this lap time's going to be from Marcel Chinchik. Looked like a relatively tidy lap, but he's tidy good enough here in the Esports Racing League semi-finals. His second sector's already been beaten. He crossed the line. It's only 4th place. Collins is the driver up there at the moment, ahead of Darren McCormack.
And quicker than both times that got pole in the quarterfinals. Charlie Collins is flying. His teammate, best of them, down in 10th position, still waiting for Elliot Veyron to cover the top 3. But it's Virtus Pro in the best of the positions. The first RAG driver, Lewis, all the way down in 5th.
Yeah, indeed. That is a big shot. You've got Chinchik there in 5th position. You've got Yovsky and Toman there in 7th and 8th, arguably the favourites to go through into the final. Kevin Ellis Jr. going to bail from this lap time, keep the heat in the tyres, and then going to go for another one. We've got 1 minute and 50 seconds left to go. Will he have enough time to maybe even cool down on this lap and go for one straight afterwards, or is he just going to punch straight out through the final corner and follow his teammate up towards the line? Darren McCormack will also come across the line, but is going to remain in 2nd spot. Let's see what is going to happen between these groups.
You can see Ellis Jr. really backed off in the final sector, so we're still sitting on board, I believe, with Ellis Jr. on the track as he carves his way out through turn 1. That's Darren McCormack. Still all trying to get to the 106.357, which, as far as I can tell, a quick scroll through the results I have on hand, and excluding heats 1 and 2, Charlie Collins has just put down the fastest of the qualifying times so far. And Lewis, what a time to do it.
Yeah, dealing with the high-pressure situation, which we know Charlie Collins is so good at dealing with. We've seen it so many times across his sim race career. He's matured as a driver. He's almost, he's on par with some of the very best at bringing it to the front when the pressure is right against him. And by 9,000 per second, it was a tight margin to qualifying to pole position when he had pole earlier on in the evening. It looks like it's going to be just as tight as McCormack comes through the final corner. He's in 2nd position. I don't think there's going to be an improvement here from the Irishman.
I think what we are seeing is what chat told us. The tyre warmers very much meaning you get the best out of it on the first lap. Not any improvement so far.
Osterman.
Although Chinchik up to... Oh, that's not just Chinchik up. Osterman to the top.
Yeah, Jacob Osterman has gone into 1st place for BS competition. Who had that on the bingo card? 106.289. An incredible lap for BS competition there to go in to 1st place. Even he can't believe it.
That's the reaction of a driver that put a personal best on the board, you better believe it, and now has the privilege of leading us to the green. Now, I want to see that results page once again, though, Lewis, because where are his teammates? Where are Nikitin Wisniewski and Robbie Stableford? Wisniewski's got the speed,
11th.
but he's only in 11th.
Yeah, 11th, Stableford 13th. Remember, just 2 teams progressed through from this. Who would it be at the moment? McCormack and the old Kev Jr. Just dropped down the order, so it's 3rd and 7th for Virtus Pro at present. Richter and Grunewald, 5th and 6th. I believe those 2 would be your teams.
and then Chinchik and Yuyovsky with some work to do. Wow. Qualifying shakes things up once again. Wojciech Fiala struggling a little bit here in qualifying. I think it's fair to say, and he might be the Virtus Pro driver that, if they do advance to the final, might have some rear gunner action to try and work through, if he can work his way through the field on the start. Another fascinating qualifying session then, Lewis.
Yeah, a great lap time from Osterman there to steal pole position away from the favourites. That was absolutely incredible to see. You even saw it from his reaction, the shock there. This race, though, if we haven't seen fisticuffs yet, we're definitely getting them here in the semi-final. This is going to be elbows out, balls to the wall racing, and I'm excited for it. I think this is going to be chaotic, but hopefully in the very best way possible that we've seen a few times here in the Esports Racing League.
I mean, that quarterfinal 2 was definitely one of the best races the Esports Racing League has had. So I think we've got some high expectations, Lewis. If it matches that standard, we're in for a treat.
Yeah, indeed. We'll see who's going through into that final, and then the best of 3. Let's say it's going to be that's going to be exciting. I don't know about you. I'm getting the vibe today. I'm getting the feeling we're going all the distance today. I think we need all 3 today. I don't know who it's going to be, but I get the feeling it's going to be 3.
I think with qualifying for all 3 of the races, I think that plays a part as well. I think that second race needing to qualify again, as opposed to inverting the top 4 as we did on ACC, that could be crucial to determining what's going to happen. So I think we are just moments away from getting the drivers lined up and ready to go for the start of the semifinals. And I'm definitely starting to feel the tension. We will eliminate 4 more teams here on Le Mans Ultimate and be down to our final 2. The first time, Lewis, here on Le Mans Ultimate. Yes, technically a successor to R Factor 2, but it feels exciting. This is definitely a sim with lots of momentum on its side right now.
Very much so, and it is exciting to see. After qualifying, by the way, there would be 4 teams separated by 2 points from second down to 5th place. At the moment, it would be Virtus Pro who would be in. So Team Nitro would be in first on 8 points. Virtus Pro would have 12. BS Competition would have 13. Coanda and R8G would both have 14 points. How close do you want it?
This is what we were hoping for with the return of the Esports Racing League. A big shout out to Nitro Concepts for supporting everything as well. It's definitely been exciting on Assetto Corsa and now here on Le Mans Ultimate. Gran Turismo added to the fun next time out. We are not far away from breaking out the PlayStations for the very first time before iRacing and then Rennsport close out the regular season. 4 teams to be in person at Sim Formula Europe in January of 2026, where on the last garage with a custom car and a track to be announced, we will have our finals and crown the Esports Racing League champion, and Lewis will have those championship belts once again. Always interesting to see the trophies that Florian manages to conjure up in his imagination.
Yeah, the belt's really inspired by wrestling, and boy, does Florian love his wrestling. We'll discuss this, I think, last round, because I'm not bothered by it. I don't care about wrestling, but I will say the belts are sick.
I got to see The Undertaker last weekend, so I don't know. Oh, my heart. Anyway, let's get ready. I think we can hopefully take a look at the starting grid for semi-final action as Jacob Osterman, an 062, the first of the day, grabs pole. He'll have Nicholas Halbin alongside, and then Charlie Collins and Dara McCormack at the front of the field.
Certainly so. Back on road number 3, it's Marcel Chinchik for R8G starting alongside Bastian Richter, of course, for Team Nitro, the winners a couple of weeks ago. Tobias Gronovar's teammate back there on row number 4. Kevin Jr. will start from 8th place.
And Erhan Yuyovsky, Yuri Toman, the R8G teammates bookend the top 10. They will be hoping to claw their way forward, while Elliot Veyron and Nikitin Wisniewski for Coanda and BS Plus have some work to do to find their teammates further forward.
Yeah, same with Gabriel Solomon, of course, another Coanda driver. Wojciech Fiala there, back in 14th position, way behind the teammates, but did the work a couple of weeks ago. Jone Simičić will start from 15th position alongside the third and final BS competition driver in Stableford. The final row, Crossland and Schmiedel. that's maybe a little bit disappointing, quite a bit behind their teammate Jene Simincic, but it is what it is.
Especially after Schmiedel won in the respective quarterfinals. So that's a bit of a shame for sure. But now just building up the tension, the excitement as they get ready to be fired off and away, 2x2, off to turn number 1. And Lewis, we've only seen one race where turn 1 has really been the scene of much drama. What are we expecting this time around?
I'm expecting the 3 wides and such off of it in the mid pack, but it does seem as though the main drama hotspot is up towards T4 and beyond, and that's, I think, going to be relatively unchanged in this race. But like I say, there's going to be a few teams, a few drivers back there in the mid pack that might have the instruction from their team manager, full push. And maybe they're going to have to go a little bit Sendy-Wendy down into T1. Should be exciting, though. Sendy-Wendy would be good to see.
Sendy, that's the technical term, as the drivers would describe it. Nicholas Halban grabbing second late in that qualifying session is very important for Team Nitro. They put themselves in a great spot. Are you even going to be in a position to get off the fence here, Lewis? Because I think I might stay on it.
Look, I'm feeling pretty comfortable on here. I've got a good view of the Esports Racing League. I've got a good view. Wow, that was turned up by Hugo Luis. I know, I can feel it. He was like right on that volume limit. That was crazy. No, it's a good fence up here. There's a nice view of the ERL. There's a nice view of Europe absolutely dominating the United States in the Ryder Cup. I'm feeling pretty good up here. I'm not making any decisions.
You just said the US is dominating Europe.
Did I say?
That's what I heard.
I think I said Europe. I think I said Europe's dominating the US.
Okay, maybe I just misheard you, but anyway, we are ready to go. I'm also staying on this fence. Let us know in chat who you think advances. The 2 best drivers from the teams score points. 2 teams to head to the finals to battle it out here in the ERL powered by Nitro Concepts. The heart rate builds, the tension. You can cut it with a knife right now. And it's Jacob Osterman with the 106.2 late in the session, right as the clock was ready to strike 0. That's put himself in control of this field. From up above, we look as 10 minutes go now. Green flag drops, and one of the Team Nitro cars instantly alongside of the RAG competitor that qualified up towards the front. And for a beam in the heart of the pack, but Osterman being felt the pressure. Halban pinches him on the run to turn 1. Now looking down for Charlie Collins to sweep his way through to second as the Team Nitro teammates sandwich on either side of the action, and around goes Chinchik.
Yeah, put 2 RAG cars round and all that. There was the chaos coming off of T3. This is going to throw all the points right into the mix. McCormack getting aggressive here on the inside of Nicholas Halban. It does look as though it would be Virtus Pro and Team Nitro at the moment, but they're just going absolutely right against it as they work their way through into the chicane. McCormack around the outside, leaning against the number 22 as he pushes him slightly off the road. McCormack through in a third.
And this effectively, with RAG having those 2 cars, BS Plus as well, with one of the machines mixed up, RAG out of it. BS Plus hoping that Wisniewski then can try and fight his way forward. What a dramatic opening lap of the race. And again, just building up towards those finals. Only going to get more intense from here. McCormack feeding the draft to Nicholas Halban down to turn number 1. Is he going to go for the move? Doesn't need to be too aggressive. We've got plenty of time to work. And McCormack covers the middle of the track. They're going almost 3 wide behind them in the live picture, but 4 wide with some contact being made into turn 1 on the start of the race.
Yeah, it all began with an absolutely horrible start for, I think, Marcel Chinchik. And then, I mean, just try and pick that apart. That is wild.
Absolutely, and I was saying they were going 3 wide. It was happening further behind. Solomon almost gets turned on the nose. I think that was of Jene Simincic. Yuri Toman still up for the fight, at least for the time being, because there was more contact there with Simincic. It's really getting argy-bargy in this final race for many of these drivers, let's not forget, if they don't advance.
And the alternate to argy-bargy is very Sendy-Wendy, and boy, is it. There has been some big sense in this opening part, but these are all fighting over what are really effectively the minor places in the point standings. But those points are the ones that could make a big difference when it comes to who's getting through into the season finale at the start of 2026. At the moment in this race, who's going through into the finale this evening? It would be Virtus Pro. And of course Team Nitro. Simincic with a move to the inside here, trying to work his way through, makes a little bit of contact there with Toman, and Toman is still able to hang on in the 78. Oh, spin in the background, classic.
That was Wisniewski, so any chance of BS Plus, I think, going out of the window as Simincic trying to fend off Toman, but not going to work around the outside. He'll drive a crisscross, and boy, that was beautiful. Lewis, I will put this to you, though. If Charlie Collins can grab the lead of the race, they would advance. If Solomon stays in 8th, they would advance at the expense of Team Nitro. That's the margins we're talking about. I know Wisniewski gets tagged, as does the 38. So that's Marcel Chinchik.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. This is important for the liveryless Charlie Collins to make his way through. Solomon unlikely to be able to do too much. You can see in the background there's quite a large margin up to Bastian Richter. It is a tough one, but there is the opportunity there, and you're absolutely right. This is a must-do move here coming in. Oh my goodness, that was horrendous from Marcel Chinchik.
To be fair, even if he stayed where he was, Veyron would have needed to go off the track. But
at least he would have known where he was going.
Yes, no, exactly. That was the sign of a frustrated driver who was just wanting to get back onto the tarmac and pointed in the right direction. Collins has lost some ground on this lap in the middle sector, so you are correct that Solomon's got really no chance of passing Richter. If anything, he's got to fend off Mikkel Schmiedel, who's driven through the field up to 9th right now. It all comes down on the shoulders of young Charlie Collins to try and make some sort of headway, some sort of impact in this race. We get to watch now a preview of what could be the final, with McCormack, Nicholas Hauben, Tobias Grunewald, and Kevin Ellis Jr. all covered by just about a second and a half.
And this is the thing, so if this is what you have to be thinking, right, if you're in Team Nitro's point of view. Oh, it's gone! McCormack's gone for a spin! McCormack's locked the rears, looped it round, and Virtus Pro might not be seeing the final. It could be going the way of Coanda now after that catastrophic mistake from Darren McCormack.
That's a driver that doesn't know what a mistake is. Fiala's in pit lane. He has struggled all day. My goodness gracious me. Dara McCormack might just have cost himself a spot in the final, cost Virtus Pro a spot in the final, and if I'm doing the math correctly, it would be Coanda that take advantage. It's another driver. I don't even think that's locking the rears, Lewis. I think he's just gone in with a bit too much speed and over-rotated the car.
No, it definitely wasn't locking the rears, or at least you wouldn't be on the brake at that point where it spun, so certainly not that. How wild and how interesting. Team Nitro. Now, does that mean that based on their pace as a trio of drivers, have they just become the favourites to win back-to-back finals here? Because from what you'd be saying in this race, they would be the stronger outfit compared to Coanda, but Charlie Collins might be able to outpace the three of them. So this is where things are going to get very interesting in this final, and where Gabriel Solomon and Elliot Veyron might need to do an awful lot of work in that final.
Look, I rate Charlie Collins amongst one of the best in sim racing. On his day, he is up there. So, and look at him, he's closed back up to Osterman as well. So I'm not trying to give Charlie Collins the race win, but I'm just trying to, talk about the scenarios. If Team Nitro can finish 2nd and 3rd, that's 5 points, but that would still lose out to Coanda if they can finish 1st and 4th. So it really becomes this awkward scenario where I think Team Nitro are really thinking, right, we've got to solidify 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, because then no matter what, we will win. Yeah. Let's not worry too much about Charlie Collins. Let's just make sure we're in front of Salomon and in front of Veyron, who are capable drivers, but maybe not as quick as Team Nitro have been all day long. Charlie Collins, though, the look of focus on his face, he wants this race win.
Yeah, I think he might be able to get it. It would be a second victory for Charlie Collins this evening, and of course this season, someone who is well used to winning elsewhere in the world of sim racing. Osterman is starting to feel the pressure. Now, for Osterman, at least based on points, this will be the last race he's doing this evening. The BS competition are not moving through to this final, so this is it. If he wants to win a race, it's kind of now or never. Imagine what his heart rate is in that car right now.
I mean, to win a race in the Esports Racing League is a bit of a statement, right? And there's only a handful of drivers that have ever won across of all the different platforms. I don't think we're going to get one this season because we have extra platforms compared to before where we had just 3. But even then, Lewis, I think back to the Esports Racing World Cup, the very first one, and wasn't it only Alex Smoliar that was able to get a podium on all 3 of our platforms back then?
Good memory, my goodness. Yeah, absolutely right. It was, I think it was the second chance race on maybe ACC that he stole one on.
You're really trying to show your memory off now.
Yeah, I can't remember. There was one where he won a second chance race, and it was kind of like, it was one of those ones where he's like, oh, it's one of all 3 platforms. One of those is sort of a technicality because it wasn't like a main race, but it was still like he was the only. Yeah, it counts nonetheless, and he was still the only driver to do it across the world. Good memory, though, from you.
I mean, I didn't remember the detail, but I'll give that one to you. Yeah, I just distinctly remember it. Since then, Enzo Benito has kind of become our MVP, right? He was the one that was the most adaptable across ACC, R Factor 2, and iRacing, which used to be the 3 platforms that we competed in on the Esports Racing League. So, you know, Dara's made that mistake. He's going to be competing across all the platforms is what he told us, Lewis. That's just going to break his heart. I have no doubt about that.
Yeah, but you know, you can't be too hard on yourself. He's pushed himself to his absolute limit on a platform he's comparatively to ACC or Wrench Sport later on in the season unfamiliar with. And importantly, it's still going to be some solid points for Virtus Pro, and that's all you can really ask for on a day like this, is just score some decent points. Maybe you don't get through to the final, but if you can be the 3rd or 4th team, something like that, you'll take it. And yeah, when going on to things like iRacing later on in the season, of course, drivers like Kevin Ellis Jr. going to be absolutely rapid on that. I have no doubt that he's going to be passing on a lot of that information to McCormack as well.
Well, what a dramatic semi-final, all on top of those dramatic quarterfinals, and now a final to come that seemingly has got one favorite and one underdog. Jacob Osterman put it on pole and converts to victory, but the Zebras are done. Instead, it's Team Nitro versus Coanda Esports, our final matchup in the Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts on Le Mans Ultimate.
Superb stuff for BS competition, and a very well-deserved victory, but sometimes it's how it goes. We will salute them and say see ya to BS competition, because our final will at least provisionally consist of Team Nitro and Coanda, and one of those most certainly is the firm favourite. But I'm still saying here, Arjuna, we're taking all 3 races, and I don't know which way it's going to go.
I think I agree with you, because again, like we were talking about in that race, it's going to end up being the fight to finish 4th, because whoever controls 4th will be in a great position. Jacob Osterman just 6/10 clear of Charlie Collins, but Collins will move forward. So will Halban and Gronewold, with Kevin Ellis Jr., Bastian Richter, Gabriel Salomon, Mikkel Schmiedel, Jerne Simoncic, and then Yuri Toman, the top 10.
I'll read through the next one. I've just been told something. I'm going to talk about that in a second. McCormack, Crossland, Veyron, Chinchik, Vishnevsky, Fiala, Stapleford, and Yayovsky have just been told it's not going to be Coanda. And hear me out here. Coanda have been given 4 penalty points, which means they move on to, I think, 17 points from where they are. And from what I've been told, BS competition have 16 points with where they're finished, so it would be BS competition. No. It
should be 9 plus 4 equals 13. So
I'm being passed information from someone who clearly doesn't know anything. It's fine.
Yeah, no. There are definitely 4 penalty points coming to Elliot Veyron, but at least for the time being, that is not enough to change the result here. Now, we will wait and see. We are by no means done, but as far as I can see, we have a 7-minute protest window, which means probably at least another 4.5 left, maybe 4. So time for the teams to work through any internal reports they want to give. I tell you what, though, let's see if we can grab a word with Jacob Osterman. Jacob, first off, qualifying, you looked as happy and surprised about the lap as anyone. Was that your fastest lap ever around this track?
Yeah, that lap came out of nowhere. Like in practice, we were doing 4s, like with good laps, 3s. But when I saw the 2-seconders out of the last chicane, because I'm driving without Delta for this, and then I was like 9 low and 6 low, and the last corner was good as well. And then when I saw the 2 over the line, I was like, what the fuck just happened? That was like an insane lap. I think I will never be able to replicate that again.
Well, let's talk about the race itself. I mean, you felt the pressure from Charlie Collins, but was there any threat, do you feel? Was it easy to defend from the moves he was trying to make?
I mean, through practice, we knew that it's quite difficult to overtake. Even when you're fuel saving in front, the car behind really needs to make either he needs to be very much faster or like complete dive bomb. And I knew that Charlie was already quite safe to get through to the to the final. So I didn't expect some crazy moves from him, and he was always like in this 3-4 tenths region where it's impossible to throw a dive bomb, as it's so easy to lose the car on brakes as well.
So what do you think we're going to see in the finals? Does look as though BS Plus unfortunately will not be in the finals, but with just 3 cars on each team, how much is teamwork going to play its part here and working together to use the draft and block off any moves?
I mean, it's kind of a shame that we won't get through, most likely. I think there are no open Quanda penalties anymore, or possible penalties, so I think we will be P3. Still quite a good result comparing to what we had in semi-final and quarterfinal. But then as well, with what you said, helping your teammate get a better result. Yeah, you can definitely help him. I mean, when you're next to each other, just when he's overtaking you, give him the slipstream instead of the car behind you. But yeah, in this way, it was quite unlucky for Nico and Robbie. So yeah, we will see whether Konda will get more penalty points, but I doubt it. So we will be happy with a P3.
Well, thanks for coming to chat to us. Congratulations on the lap of your life and the lap of the weekend potentially as well. Jacob Osterman from BS Plus Competition.
Thank you very much. Have a great rest of the race and hopefully an entertaining final. See ya. Bye-bye.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights of that semi-final, which just that summed up that race for R8G, didn't it, Lewis?
Yeah, highlights, maybe some lowlights in here as well. That was absolute chaos. Out through the opening corner, more contact between R8G and BS Competition as they got pointed the same way. Here's some avoiding out. Oh, no, sorry, I thought it was going to be the spin there from Chinchigama, who rejoined, but there was a spin from McCormack, and that surprised literally everyone. Probably almost as surprising as Osterman's pole lap.
Yeah, and well, that was again one of the laps I think that you never can replicate until you're put it all together, and that's exactly what he did then. For 10 minutes after that, Charlie Collins got close, but never close enough to put the pressure on. And Jacob Osterman, winner now in the Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts. There were a couple of penalty points awarded for Virtus Pro, but again, like I think Jacob was saying, I don't think we're expecting any more for Coanda, Lewis, so we can start to, I think, look forward to Nitro versus Coanda, and Charlie Collins leading the charge to try and beat one of the most consistent teams in the Esports Racing League so far.
Yeah, it's kind of well annoying, isn't it? They're all just really good. Like I say, fast driving's fast driving. I think, like I say, Nitro, the team Nitro, they're obviously very, very strong. They've been very quick on ACC, and where ACC, which was their main, all of their drivers, their main platform over the last few years, where there has been less competitions on that than in years prior, as we heard from their team boss Rene Siebert earlier on the day. That focus has then gone elsewhere in sim racing into the likes of Le Mans Virtual. So maybe it's not too much of a shock that they've been this rapid. The thing is, I will be surprised more so if they keep up this form going on to things like Gran Turismo 7, even into like Rennsport, which obviously there are drivers like, for example, Virtus Pro between McCormack and Kevin Ellis Jr., who have had a lot of focus on that platform and Charlie Collins with Commander, I'm expecting those teams to go far stronger over there, where maybe Team Nitro, who haven't been in things like the Wrenchport R1 competition, to maybe not quite go strong. So let's say maybe this string of finals, maybe this is where it ends. Maybe it'll keep going and they'll get into all 5. Who knows? That'd be disgusting, wouldn't it?
Yeah, well, I think I was just looking through the entry list to try and figure out. We obviously saw Michi Tauscher on ACC, their 5th driver, who we haven't seen yet, and I think we'll see on Gran Turismo 7, maybe on iRacing as well, is Andika Maulana, who's very good on Gran Turismo, and I think we've seen him in the Esports Racing League on iRacing a little bit as well. I know he's jumped across the platforms with us, so yeah, I think the next round is going to be the most, again, crucial one. It will put us halfway through the regular season, right? We'll have iRacing and then Wrenchport left after Gran Turismo 7. So the most oddball round is also the one after which we will start to define who are the most likely favorites to move on forward at that point.
Yeah, which will then start to put some serious pressure on some teams that are maybe below the cut line. So I say, we'll have to wait and see on that one. I'm very excited for the Gran Turismo 7 one. I think it's going to be absolutely fascinating, as will this final. Even though going into it, I'm sat there looking at it being like, Team Nitro are the firm favourites for it. But in all my years of commentating in sim racing, you literally cannot count out Commander. Definitely not.
You can never count out a team as big as them, right? Because they always find ways to win or to perform well. So it's going to come down to the qualifyings, right? Because if Charlie Collins puts it on pole, he's in a great position to lead out the opening corner and then maybe drive away, or at least control the rest of the race. If Team Nitro can put themselves on pole position, then it becomes a lot more easy for them, Lewis, to kind of dictate how things are going to go. Because I think if Collins starts in second on the outside, he'll get boxed out potentially. If Collins starts in third, he's actually in a pretty good position to move his way forward to second, which is what we saw in that semi-final.
Yeah, I think here's all like the interesting stuff when you kind of like look at like the 6 drivers that will be in the final, if it is indeed Coanda and Nitro. Just basically, we know qualifying is really important around here, right? Of the 6 drivers, who do you think can grab pole position? Because from Commander, I do think that it really is only Charlie. Then again, Osterman pulled that lap out of absolutely nowhere. So maybe Elliot Veyron, who's rapid, and Gabriel Solomon as well, who is also rapid and has proved that with the 4th place finish earlier on in Heat 1. Maybe there is the speed to grab pole position. But if I'm looking at it from a confidence point of view, Charlie Collins can absolutely grab pole position, no doubt. But I also think all 3 Team Nitro drivers can grab pole position. Of course, only 2 of your 3 drivers score points, so who knows how it's going to unfold. But it's just one of those ones where I'm very curious as to how it's going to go. But then how things play when it's just 6 cars versus 18, as we've seen before in ERL time and time again, is completely different.
It's a very different race we're heading into. Elliot Veyron obviously has done some open wheel racing, Formula 4 and stuff in the real world, so he's got plenty of downforce experience, but maybe adjusting to a new platform, a car that he's not driven as much, so will be interesting to see if he can push a little bit more towards the front than he has done so far. Gabriel Salomon, I think, is a driver who I haven't seen too much of by any means, but he's been in that sort of mid range, right? He's not been too far away from the front, so maybe he puts it all together and could end up contending as well. Obviously on the Nitro side, I think any one of their drivers conceivably could be on pole. That's just kind of what we've seen from them, the consistency of staying out of trouble. Did get word that the race control team were working through their last incident, which is, I think, just seen 2 more penalty points for R8G, and I think that's officially then semi-finals reviewed and wrapped up, and so we can officially say Nitro and Coanda is the final here in round 2.
Yeah, and again, very well deserved. Obviously, Team Nitro were always the one that we were looking at as being one of the ones to go through based on what we'd seen. RA decided that Marcel Chinju wasn't going to start the race well, and then they were going to completely explode going through turn 3. So, banter. It kind of reminds me of, obviously, R8G, Team Vitality, at the Esports World Cup. last year. If I remember correctly, there was one point they were racing at Jeddah, and there was a crash, and then we revealed the crash, and it was just vitality everywhere. So as hilarious as that was, and depressing for the team, of course, the 4 wide just came out of nowhere. It was all because instigated by Chinchik incorrectly starting the race in time.
I'm just looking, by the way, at the rest of the semi-final results. BS Plus competition will be 3rd, and this is championship points related. Rafa ERA 4th, Virtus Pro in 5th, and RAG, because of the DNF for not Marcel Chinchik, not Yuri Toman, who was the 3rd driver, Erhan Yuyovsky, DNF in that race, they will be 6th. So after missing out on the semi-final entirely in round 1, Lewis, now they're even further behind where they would have wanted to be. A team that maybe we would have expected to be a top 4 competitor, definitely about halfway through the season, looking to try and find some momentum still.
Yeah, indeed. I will say of the opening 2 rounds, it's kind of like you're looking at it from RHG's perspective. It's been maybe not an awful start in the sense of it could have been much worse. But it's not far away, is it? I mean, it's really not a good start to the season for RHG. For a team that, you know, if you're looking at all the teams in this championship, they are a team that we would expect to be in the top 6 and in that season finale. But at the moment, that is not happening at all. And we know they go strong on RHG, but on Rensport. But the question will be, is round 5 going to be too late for them? And imagine that pressure when it's not just about moving through into the final for that round or whatever. It's about scoring as many points to get into the final. Crazy scenes.
So that's a look at the results out of the semi-finals. I've just done some rough math, and I think RAG have barely cracked the top 10 of the official championship standings with this result. So, yeah, they have got some work still to do, and like you say, by the time we get to Rennsport, which will be their next really preferred platform, with the exception of Gran Turismo 7, where not only do they have Killian Drumont, but I'm going back now, there's so many tabs on this great team tool that Florian has built for us, but sometimes it means I get lost in all the information. Not only do they have Killian Drumont, but Kai De Bruyne, who's another one of the Gran Turismo, I think, aces. That could be a very potent duo representing them on the console side.
Yeah, they're going to need to put together a very impressive round on Gran Turismo 7 then. Like I say, it is interesting. Maybe they are one of those teams that can do it, having a couple of Gran Turismo specialists and then relying on your effectively your sim drivers with Marcel Chinchik, Yuri Toman, and of course Yovsky here. It's an interesting one. Gran Turismo 7, like I say, it's going to be the wild card. You never know what's going to happen.
You know, the other problem is you look at those 5 drivers, and while Marcel, Yuri, and Erhan are all very adaptable, I wouldn't call them iRacing specialists by any means, right? And so now that, again, like you say, is round 5 going to be too late? Can they get the result in Gran Turismo? Can they get the result on iRacing that positions them within touching distance headed into the final event on Rennsport, where they have been one of the, of course, long-lasting teams in the world of ESL R1 competition. We are just waiting now for qualifying to get underway, Lewis, and we'll finally get to answer that question about which of the Coanda drivers can push their way to the front.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't wait for it. Just one final thing that I was going to say on RHG. Good job we're not talking about, you know, imagine if Mouse were in this, we'd be talking about them all the time. Our events have had many a DM. I've not had any. So that's fine. Thanks, RHG. I will say, just very quickly, this is more like your expectations going into platforms, right? And this is because, like you say, RHG is not a specialized team for iRacing. So for them, this result they've had here today would actually probably be kind of okay on iRacing. So you'd sit there and be like, yeah, 6th place, yeah. Do you know what?
For sure.
Take that. That's getting into the semi-finals. That is a solid effort. But the problem is when you've had that on a platform that you're supposed to be maybe even getting into the final on, or at least, you know, top 3, then that actually means that 6th place now is no longer good enough on iRacing. And obviously, the reason I say that is because that is not the case just here for REG that we've said about. That is for every single team. Meanwhile, here, there is Commander that potentially have outdone themselves here on this platform by even getting into the final. That almost relieves pressure later on down the line on, say, Rennsport, when maybe they're expected to get into the final, maybe they end up finishing 3rd or 4th, and it's like, oh, that's all right, because we actually got into the final on this one. You're taking the pressure away later on down the line.
Without a shadow of a doubt. Only problem with that train of thought, and I hate to correct you in any way, is that
This will be good.
Well, Coanda had the struggles in round 1 as well, right?
Sure.
So they can't really, I think, afford a round where they're not even in the semi-finals, and same to be said for REG. Anyway, qualifying underway, and boy, these qualifying sessions are going to be so cool. Just 6 drivers putting it all out there on the line, and we're about to see which of the teams can try to match Osterman's 106.2. Remember, that's now our new track record here in the ERL. 106.289, I believe it was.
Absolutely. Do you know what would make the session slightly better? I know some of the drivers would be sick of seeing it. Super Bowl.
Ooh, one by one.
I don't think it's possible on Le Mans at the moment, by the way. But, well, technically anything's possible because you just control the session yourself, right? But, bit of a snatch on the brakes there from Groenewold.
Yeah, we were talking about rear locking. That was an example of it. And that's the heaviest braking zone of the lap. So if you can get through there cleanly, it sets the rest of the lap up to just be easier, right? And that's what Osterman was saying, is he got through the first 2 sectors, saw he was good, and then just didn't muck up that last corner. In through the middle sector, Groenewold trying to put it all together, looking very smooth, but I don't think that's the best of first sectors for him.
No, certainly not. I mean, it's not a terrible first sector, but that snatch into T1 is going to cost him maybe half a tenth, maybe even a full tenth, and that will really add up around this lap. We'll see Groenewold down into the final corner, and we'll see what the opening lap time of this session is going to be, and where all the other drivers will end up in this opening qualifying session for the final.
To the line, first time, but they could reset if they wanted to and go again. Yeah, that's a 106.344. By no means is that slow for Nicholas Halben. Groenewold is a full 2/10 off that. I think slightly disappointing for Charlie Collins, although Bastian Richter some way off the pace right now. If Collins gets in front of Groenewold on the race start, suddenly the complexion of this race gets oh so interesting.
But when was Osterman's time? It was very late in the session, proving there is pace still to come in this opening qualifying session for the first race in the final. But at the moment, for those qualifying laps, it is most certainly first blood to Team Nitro. Here's Elliot Veyron improving a little bit on himself in the first sector, but certainly not taking any time out of Nicholas Halben, who has been, to some degree, the team leader of Team Nitro, even though you wouldn't be shocked if Groenewold or Richter both grab pole position themselves.
He just seems to be very naturally adapting to the platform pretty quickly, so that's a good sign for him, obviously putting in the effort in the build-up to not just this event, but the months before as well. So definitely, I think, one to watch moving out of this in general in the world of Le Mans Ultimate. Now, that was not a bad effort from Elliot Veyron by any means. He jumps up to second.
Yeah, lost basically all the time in that final sector. Charlie Collins' session might be coming to a close there. Might have enough time to get round and go around slowly and maybe cool the laps. I don't know if that's actually going to do anything to the tyres on RF2. It probably wouldn't. So I'm not sure if Collins will remain out for another one. 4th place in that session might be a bit disappointing from him, but it does mean at the moment we have one Nitro and one Coanda on each row up and down the grid. Gabriel Solomon will begin the final lap of his qualifying session, I believe, on fresh tyres.
I think a couple of the Coanda drivers thought it was worth it, and we'll see if that was a decision. I should have asked Jacob that, actually, if he was out there for the entire session or if he had come back in and reset. That would have been
escaped.
Yeah, that would have been the reasonable question as a journalist to ask, but there's a reason I didn't go to journalism school.
Same.
Pressure put onto them though now, Lewis, especially with those fresh tires, because you've got no excuses, right? Except yourself not delivering that first sector, not great for Salomon. A full 10th and a half already lost. That puts him right on the ballpark to be around his teammate, unless he loses more time in the middle and last sector.
Yeah, losing time a little bit more in that middle sector. I actually don't know if this is going to be actually any improvement. Maybe he'll get ahead of Collins, but I don't necessarily suspect, as much as a small margin, only 15,000 from Collins to Grolovold, I don't suspect it's going to be the head of the second row from Solomon, unless he's absolutely nailed this final sector, crosses the line, remains in just 6th position.
And well, as it stands right now, it's the inside row for Team Nitro, the outside row for Coanda. It's proving to be a bit more competitive in quality than we may have initially anticipated. Here comes Elliot Veyron, though, searching to try and find a little bit more time. Already second on the board. The best of the Coanda Esports machines as he sweeps up through the end of this opening sector. Already, though, almost 3/10 down on this attempt.
I am being told, by the way, there is no tyre swaps, so they actually cannot go on to fresh tyres. So even if they escape, which means surely escaping has no benefit.
Yes, why have they done that? By the way, Collins the second, Coanda suddenly thrusting themselves into the midst of the fight.
Yeah, certainly so. Elliot Veyron in 3rd position, 2nd and 3rd at present for Coanda through the final corner. Let's see if Elliot Veyron's going to improve here. I highly doubt it, considering how mediocre that opening sector was of the lap up towards the line. Going to remain in 3rd position behind Charlie Collins.
So is there any improvement from Grolovold or Richter, or is it going to be Coanda starting 2nd and 3rd? Because that puts them in a very good position. It doesn't mean they would win the first of the races in this best of 3 matchup if it finishes as they start. But at least now they've got a chance. They have an opportunity, Lewis, to get themselves into the fight and put the pressure onto the Team Nitro trio.
I am actually going to correct myself once more, because you can change tyres. But the reason it's because it was Felix Van Delft. He was telling me, I didn't read it properly. Classic commentator. I read the bit that I wanted to read and then went from there. He said he was out, no tyre swaps, just drive. He was talking specifically about Osterman, who was out for the entirety of the session, but you can tyre swap if you escape back into the pit lane. There we go. So, I've corrected it. We all know where we're going. I'm
a journalist.
My name's Ewan O'Leary.
Well, what I was going to say is that really then makes that lap from Jacob even more special in my mind, right? The fact that he was out there with worn tires and still put it all together. It speaks a lot to the speed that he was able to find, but lap of his life territory, I think. That's not one that he's going to be replicating anytime soon. Yeah,
I mean, I don't know. It's special to see some of these laps unfold, but if some of these drivers in this session, for example, or at least coming up into that second final, when maybe you really do need to do it, that's when you can find those special laps. But it was interesting to hear from Osman there that he actually was saying, no HUD, none of this, none of that. I've been saying for ages, and that's why Mikkel Schmidl won my heart when he said that he races without the team comms on. It's just him and the track, and I'm like, yeah, literally the same. I can't have anything else in my ear except the car. I can't have anything on the screen really, within reason. No deltas, no nothing. I just want it to be me and the track. And then you'll see like some other drivers. Old teammate of mine used to be way quicker than me. Was driving around. I could hear someone doing the washing up in the background. I'm like, bro, how can you even concentrate through this? All I can hear is cutlery, bro.
Let's take a look at the starting grid, Lewis.
Certainly so. Nicholas Halban will be starting from pole position for Team Nitro alongside Charlie Collins, of course, the commander man. His teammate will start from 3rd position in Elliot Veyron. Tobias Grolovold for Team Nitro will start on that second row of the grid. Then it is, again, another split here. Bastian Richter will start from 5th position for Team Nitro, and Gabriel Solomon, of course, for Coanda, meaning we have one Coanda and one Nitro on each of the roads, which I'm pretty sure, wasn't that what happened in the qualifying on ACC with obviously Virtus Pro and Team Nitro?
I remember that
one on each row.
I remember Alex Smoliar got the podium sweep across the platforms, but I don't remember what I had for dinner last night, Lewis, so don't ask me about 2 weeks ago.
One thing I can remember is Europe are dominating in the Ryder Cup, and that's all I'm talking about right now. Right, the liveryless Collins He's a traitor, isn't he?
He is a traitor. He just wants to run in the... Is that the Joda colors? I guess that is.
It would look better when it come out. I mean, just imagine, have a thought for Gary Paravani. Poor Gary Paravani.
I was going to say poor Joachim as well.
Yeah,
all that effort he's going to put in too. But good point.
My boy Gaz is sat here trying to take the old photographs, and he's like, oh, it's not a commander though, is it? Terrible.
Hashtag blame Cholins.
Hashtag blame Cholins. Well, he's starting there on the left-hand side of your screen. You've got the Team Nitros either side zigzagging their way through the field. Who's going to come out on top of this? Best of 3 final here. It could be done in 2 races. We don't think it will be. I think it's going to take all 3. It is Coanda versus Nitro here as the green flag is waved. It is not the best reaction to the start of the race from Charlie Collins. Going to drop straight back into second position in the slipstream. Also dropping backwards a little bit is Elliot Veyron, who has Tobias Gronewold trying to make the move down the inside. It could be going advantage Nitro here, but a big look to the inside, and there's contact to the opening corner. It was Elliot Veyron into the side of Nicholas Hauben, and now into the side of him again. 3 of the cars off the road in the top 4.
I tell you what, Charlie Collins straightened Hauben up after the contact from Veyron. That could have been a lot worse, but I do think that feels like penalty points potentially already for the Frenchman. So is now Coanda sits second and third, although momentarily here comes Gronewold up the inside. He's made his move on Sir Trollins, who will fight back in through 7. Gets the rear end stepping out on him. Behind them, Richter and Salomon wheel to wheel as well, but it is Team Nitro in control.
Yep, certainly so. They are in position at the moment. Hauben leading the way. Gronewold there in 3rd position. Would it be enough? 1st and 3rd position to at least go 1 up here. There you go, you're starting some golf terms here. Who's half in what hole? Gabriel Salomon right off the road, copying Tinko van der Velde and Dominic Blyer's strategy earlier on in the day.
At least he didn't spin the 360 and lose even more time, but that's dropped him out of contention, really. And you can see the shake of the head, the frustration, and now just trying to lock back in for the final 8.5 odd minutes. Charlie Collins back up the inside of Tobias Gronewold, but it doesn't quite work out, who now has to watch in the rearview mirror. This is where the draft gets fed, and Collins wanted to go all the way to the white line, but as Fernando Alonso once said here, all the time you must leave the space, and Collins sweeps around the outside. Look at that momentum on his side, but now not quite working out as they sweep up through 6.
I mean, superb driving here from Charlie Collins and from Tobias Gronewold. Bit of leaning between the pair and through the chicane. Bastian Richter trying to slot the door as it is wide open for him to come through for Team Nitro. Could it be Nitro running in 3rd and 4th, dropping Collins down into 5th position? The answer to that question is yes.
It's not quite game, set, and match for this first race because now
there's
with
contact! Was there contact between the 2 Team Nitro cars? I think Richter got hit by Gronewold.
We'll have to take a look at the replay, whatever the case would be. Right as I was saying, it's not quite game, set, and match. It's thrown itself wide open once more. If it finishes like this, Coanda Esports would take the win in the first race in the best of 3 finals.
Yeah, Hauben and Gronewold 1st and 5th would be 6 points. Veyron and Collins 5 points because it's 2nd and 3rd position. Do remember the 3rd cars of each team do not score points for the team, but in this occasion there would be a critical role for Salomon to play. I am pretty sure there was contact between the 2 of them.
I am not saying you're seeing things, but I am not seeing what you are seeing right now, Lewis, unfortunately.
I think it was a light tap. We'd have to ride on board. I think there might have been a light tap from Tobias Gronewold onto the rear end of Bastian Richter. Very light indeed, but I think there might have been a touch.
I don't like to say you're wrong, but, you know, I'm just not seeing it right now. So if we can get that camera angle, it would be great. Gronewold's not... Here we go. Well, really, yeah, okay, this is perfect. Let's just look.
Come on.
Dunk. Ooh! Look at Lewis. Eagle-eyed Lewis.
What can I say? I'm a pro.
Wow.
Also, on RF2, I have been on the receiving end and the doing end of that on more than one occasion.
Well, Gronewold didn't help the case by going off the track on the final corner again, Lewis. He's really struggling there right now. And keep that in mind moving forward, because that seems to be his kryptonite around the lap. Nicholas Halban seems untouchable. He seems very, very confident in his speed and his ability to navigate this track. But for Grunewald, the cracks are starting to show. The crumbling is happening right now.
To be clear, you're not the only one who doubted me. Someone just sent me a message saying spun on his own. No, question mark. Please. Nicholas Halban, though. Can't help it. I'm right for once.
There you go. Broken clock is right twice a day.
Excuse me, I'm right at least. Well, a couple of times tonight. Yeah, maybe it's just twice.
Oh, wow. Lewis, I did not expect this. That is for sure. And you know what? I'm starting to get the feeling we could be done in 2, actually.
Really?
Really? I think Coanda is showing exactly why they are always in the midst of fights.
I don't know. I am still seeing the distance. I'm still seeing the full shebang. All 3 races being required here. Coanda are in control of this one. There's 4 minutes and 50 seconds left to go. Gabriel Salomon doing the work that is needed. Again, not adding points to the team, but taking points away from Team Nitro, which is the important bit. The only thing that may destabilise things here is if there is any post-race investigations and penalty points to be dished out, especially for that opening lap incident.
Yes, but also for just in case we do get any sort of... If Grunewald closes and passes for 4th, that is then Nitro back in control, right? So there's this tension that will resolve itself at the end of the race. If Salomon can stay far enough away from Grunewald, then it's easy, right? Then there's no wheel-to-wheel fight to think about. But if they get close enough, not only is he thinking about trying to hold on to the position, he's got to avoid penalty points as well. Although having said that, we've just had a warning, so I think that's not penalty points, that's just a warning that's been handed down to Elliot Veyron for contact at the start of the race.
Which I actually do think is pretty fair. I think penalty points for it would be harsh in that opening sector. There was a little bit of leaning, fair enough, 3 cars are off the road. You can't giving penalty points for it if it's just a little bit of rubbing his racing. You completely discourage it. I don't really want to necessarily do that. A warning, saying look, you've done a little bit wrong, don't do it again, and you'll be all right. The thing is, if he does that in the second race in the final, then it will almost certainly be a penalty. So it's almost like a yellow card.
Exactly. No, I think that's the appropriate way to handle it. You know what I've also just kind of noticed is if we were doing the invert top 4, Lewis, boy, we would be done in 2. Because Coanda would be lining up 1, 2, and 3 if it finishes as this.
Which is still why I actually maintain, because this actually happened last, or was it? Did it happen last time? Or was it going to happen last? I can't remember.
I think it was going to, and then we had the drama.
Yeah. That's why I don't think it should be the top 4. I think it should be all 6.
I'm not disagreeing with you, actually.
Because to clarify, to go back into the history books, it was originally all 6. Then there was some gamesmanship, and then it was changed to the 4, so you couldn't take full control. But I think 4 just, whoa, Tobias Grunewald, that is basically confirming the win to Coanda.
Game, set, match.
Game.
Well, yeah, no, fair. Game set is probably...
Match. On this one, yeah, yes. Game set.
No, I was using it earlier to describe the victory in just race 1, but you're right. The more appropriate analogy would be game and set in this particular case.
Or the appropriate terminology for this moment, Arjuna, is they're about to go 1-up.
Oh, you could say that too. What I was going to say was, I think there's probably a middle ground with that reversing rule, right? Because you want them to finish on the lead lap. You don't want them to be intentionally slowing down. At that point, you're starting to add provisions and whatnot. But, maybe there's a middle ground that we can try to come to. That would make you happy, Lewis, but also be reasonable so no one's being silly.
Nah, let's just embrace the memes, mate. Just embrace them. Embrace the full reverse grid. Let's go for it. 10 out of 10. In fact, actually, I think every race we should just introduce a new team into it.
Oh.
I don't actually believe that. To clarify, I do not believe that. Would be hilarious.
Can we fire this guy that's just throwing ideas out there? He's like, I thought I was being like Stephen Smith when I was saying, what will be done in 2, but you're taking it 1 up.
Who's Stephen Smith?
The Stephen A. Smith, whatever his name is, the guy that shouts a lot on ESPN. That's how I know him.
Oh, right, fair enough. Stephen shouts a lot. Love that guy. Final lap of the race, and as much as it is going to be a victory here for Nicholas Halban for the second time this evening, it is going to be 1-0 to Coanda. I think said Porsche Coanda. It's quite hard not to say those two together, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not Porsche Coanda, though. Don't get yourself in trouble.
Yeah, that's all right.
Just,
yeah, I'll dance around it.
It's just Coanda. It's just Coanda, right? It's purple and orange. That's how I've reminded myself. They do that Porsche Coanda livery though is usually pretty spectacular. So,
well, it was on this car when they were racing it, obviously in the Le Mans Virtual Series. So you know, bring it out. Also, just get Charlie Collins a livery. That'd be great.
That's a good point. You know, clearly he's done something wrong. So we're blaming Collins. We're blaming Sir Trollins on this one.
Sir Chollins, indeed. He's the one that's at fault. Of course, Nicholas Halban, though, is going to come through the final corner and up towards the line. It is going to be victory in this race for the Team Nitro driver, but it is not the main point for Team Nitro. It will be 1-0 to the Coanda Esports team as Veyron and Collins take second and third. It'll be enough to beat Halban's first and Richter's fifth.
And now we get to qualify again, and we saw that Nicholas Halban had a bit of a gap back to Veyron and Collins. That was how they qualified as well, actually. Tobias Grönewald locks the tires up as he crosses the line. I think he was slightly frustrated by the end of that race.
Certainly so. Here's the race results then. Halban for Team Nitro in first position, then a trio of Coanders, second, third, and fourth. Veyron, Collins, and Salomon. Then in fifth position, it's Bastian Richter for Team Nitro, and Tobias Grönewald also for Team Nitro, with a lot of work to do in the second race. Can they pull through, make it 1-1, and take us the full distance here on this final on LMU?
Well, it only happened twice previously in the Esports Racing League that we only needed 2 finals. A third time last time out. To do it twice in a row, Lewis, that would be quite unbelievably remarkable.
It would be. Like I say, I'm still sat here thinking we're going the distance. But one thing that I am more sure of now is, as we were kind of talking about beforehand, Team Nitro came into this as almost certainly the favourites to win this final. That is very much not the case anymore. It is way more open, which is exactly what we want as racing fans. It was an entertaining race. Yeah, there was a bit of drama in it, but it was entertaining nonetheless.
No, it was a good race, right? We did see some good action. I've not seen anything else protest-wise go up, so I'm pretty sure that probably means that we will be quickly moving forward from this point forward. So qualifying, the next thing that, again, these drivers have got to switch their mindset to. And the lap from Halban was pretty good, right? It wasn't a 106. What was? Yeah, 106.2, but it was still like a 106.3 something. So,
yeah,
I mean, he put it together. He put a really good lap together. And now he's got to do it again, and might have to do it a third time. This is the remarkable thing about the ERL, is the consistency with which you have to drive in very short bursts.
Yeah, certainly so. Can't wait to see how this is going to unfold. And I'm always very excited to see them go through qualifying again and see how that one is going to piece together. Good job I don't have a 7 a.m. tee time this time, isn't it? My goodness.
Yeah, well, you know, you weren't going to be playing golf this weekend. You were going to be too busy watching golf, weren't you?
I actually played golf yesterday morning, but we don't talk about that. Look, I'm just very curious. I think this has been an eye-opener, but this is kind of one of the ones you kind of decide yourself as a team as to what kind of team you are, as to how you react to these kind of blows. And what we've seen from Team Nitro, whether it's been Team Nitro, Unicorns Love, whatever, they're very good at bouncing back immediately. We look into the history books and, of course, to the legendary, you know where I'm going with this, the Mitchie Tauscher. That moment that cost them that victory in that race, that allowed for Veloce to come through, and it took it to the full 3 races. After that moment, they bounced back immediately and took the victory. I can see them honestly,
doing
I
the
can see them
same.
throwing it down and being like, oh, right, you won race 1. All right, fair enough. I can see them 1-2 in this race. I genuinely can.
We'll find out in a few moments, but only after one more protest has to be investigated. So qualifying for Final 2 is on hold momentarily, just to let everyone know. Motivation is a strong thing, isn't it? Especially in sim racing, and I think that's where the team manager has to come into play. And again, Rene Sievert doing a great job in the staff race probably helps his case when talking to drivers, but the ability to mentally refocus and remotivate is so key, and that's why I would be a terrible team manager. I'm not a better commentator by any means, but you know, somehow I'm still here. Yeah, no, I think that was a really impressive thing, and so we still make fun of Mitchie now and again, right? But now we have to come up with a new thing. It's called are we going to call it doing a Dara, doing a McCormack?
Wow, I have some information on that one there, Mr. Arjuna.
Okay, do spill.
And I was like, I didn't know when to bring it up, but Dara did message me on Instagram. He said his wheel was connected in that. And to be fair, considering how weird the spin was, I'm not going to sit there and be like when we got told, oh, the traction control got turned on. No, it didn't. Yeah, it didn't. Yeah, it didn't. I flat out, I do believe him. So, yeah, I'm going to tell it straight up. Wheel disconnection. It was a weird spin off of the corner. And we don't normally see mistakes out of Darren McCormack. So
I want to see an onboard. It's not that I don't believe Dara. It's just
yeah, you want the drama, mate.
I want to see the proof, right? I will say I saw.
I believe it, mate.
I was doing the iRacing Bathurst 1000 earlier today, and we had someone who had just taken the lead of the race, and then coming up towards the cutting, blew their engine. And the reason why is they were shifting from third, and instead of going up, they accidentally went down. And so, you know, these things happen. So if it was a wheel disconnection, that kind of explains it. But it still kind of looked like he had just carried too much speed in, because it had gone around quite early as he had turned the car in. So if it did fail, maybe it's like just move the car around.
I'm going to straight up believe it, mate.
Look at you, trusting people.
I got no reason to not. We are in qualifying. I do actually want to touch on that story that you just said there about like blowing your engine stuff. I remember once I was driving at the legendary Sochi Autodrome.
Legendary.
On, awful track. This is... Oh my god, this has been nearly 10 years ago. It was 2016. So I was driving a race. Someone ahead of me blew up an engine on like the mid-straight there. It's because on R-Factor 2, if you had a H pattern connected and you accidentally knocked it, you'd then pull out of the H pattern. It would put you in neutral. But then you're on flapping panels. So the first gear you go up to, if you're not in clutch, is first gear. And that engine went bang right in front of me.
It suddenly disintegrated right in front of you.
Freebie though, I gained that spot.
Oh wow, I didn't even realize that's possible. I have done the worst thing that you can do in oval racing. Do you know what I'm about to say?
I actually don't.
I have blown my engine coming to the start. I didn't even see the green flag of an iRacing Daytona 500 because I went, the worst thing that you can do. This was back when it was a proper H pattern. Well, you know, proper is the wrong word, but anyway, qualifying. Salomon rolls through the final corner, and 5 minutes thrown onto the clock when they headed out of pit lane. Can Nicholas Halbin repeat his pole position effort? Can Salomon find a bit more time? Remember, he was very frustrated at the start of the first of the final races with how things unfolded, so a chance for him now to fight back a little bit.
Well, at least one thing, nicely navigated through the opening corner, takes it over there on the right-hand side of T3. He's got all his fans in the background, or at least one of them watching on, as he heads now down into T4, clips the curb on the right-hand side. Now rising up through the hill in this second sector that is the shortest of the three, but it does contain the most corners.
That's a good point, actually. Up over the top of the crest. Be careful on the left side of not running out too far. And I think he's already bailed off this lap and is going to reset and go once again. Here's Bastian Richter. It's a very good first sector. I think it's a pretty good second sector as well. This could be his best qualifying effort since the initial heats. Hasn't necessarily been at the front of the field in quarterfinal or semi-final activity. First time on the board, and he's 2/10 away from it. The benchmark's a bit slower than expected, a 106.563.
Yeah, 5.63 there for Collins. Not a great lap time there from Bastian Richter. We do suspect the session's going to get faster and faster, though, at least for the next lap. But for Collins, a 5.63, not great. Obviously, though, it is a front row for Porsche Coanda provisionally. Porsche Coanda, I keep
You just did it.
It's locked in. It's locked in.
£10 in the jar, Lewis McGlade.
Absolutely not.
We jump on board with Halbin. He's found a 10th in that first sector alone. What's it going to be in the second sector? That was beautifully done as he worked his way through the chicane, but still, that's 100th of a second loss, but tracking for pole position with one corner left to go.
Yeah, it looks like it might well be a 4. Depends on what he does in the final sector. Realistically, for pole position this session, we kind of need to see that 3. It's a 106.5 to beat at the moment in the hands of Charlie Collins. Up towards the line, provisional pole position, 106.425. Definitely not safe as Halbin pulls over to one side.
And he should have time to head back out there and go again, which Veyron has already done. As it stands right now, first for Halbin, third for Richter. Gronewold hasn't got a time on the board, neither has Salomon just yet. But if it finishes as they are lined up right now, Lewis, it would end up going to the third and final race. Here comes the Frenchman starting another lap.
Well, now imagine what the heart rate is like. He knows he's got the 4.25 to beat. He knows at the moment Coanda are on the precipice of taking a surprise victory here in the Esports Racing League. They could technically do it without winning any of the races in the final, which would be definitely unheard of. That has never happened before. Early onto the brakes here, potentially into T4. They didn't look quite as committed as I've seen from some of the other drivers.
That was, I think, already in the first sector, basically time lost out of putting him out of reach of really putting the pressure on. I now want to keep an eye on Salomon and Gronewold. If Gronewold is on the front row, it could be big. We've got one of those drivers answering the question, where is Tobias, though?
Goes into 4th position, so now all 6 drivers have laps onto the board. Elliot Veyron's not going to improve here on this lap versus his previous, so I think it's going to remain in 6th position for him, but will hit the line with a few seconds to spare, so this lap will count.
Here we go. Final attempt. But it does seem as though, as Charlie Collins goes to the top of the timesheets,
3-2-1, great lap.
Yeah, it does seem as though Team Nitro are fighting back. Here comes Salomon, who's found 4,000s in that first sector. Can he get it done?
Yeah, see what the middle sector's like, comes through it. Such a short run. This is a good lap coming in from Gabriel Salomon. Can he make hay while the sun's shining? Can he nail this final corner? Can this be a front row lockout for Coanda? Into that final turn he's going to go. Up towards the line. Provisional pole position has gone the way of his teammate Charlie Collins. Salomon will now work his way up towards the line. We'll see the checkered flag and we'll go to the front row of the grid. At the moment, it's a provisional front row lockout for Coanda.
And where is the Team Nitro response? Do they have the laps left to give? With the clock on 0, fast laps counting, Halbin is trending in the wrong direction. That might be good enough for second, but he needs a monster of a final stint to rip pole back away from Charlie Collins. It's a 4.84. It will not be enough. Coanda still have a stranglehold, although Richter and Gronewold could still upset the party.
Yeah, I don't know. I think their qualifying session has come to a close. I think it is going to be a front row lockout there for Coanda. And hey, maybe your chance of reading this as a 2 race and then done could be on. That was an impressive qualifying session from the Coanda team. Once again, Charlie Collins coming to the fore when he needs it most.
And race control kept relatively quiet, I think, in that first final. Lewis, I'm hoping final 2 is the same. Does look as though Coanda really shining when the spotlight was on in qualifying, and now they've got to deliver 10 perfect minutes out here at the Sakir International Circuit.
Look, I want to see a proper race. I want to see, obviously some wheel-to-wheel action. I want to see some great racing. I want to see some clean racing. Don't want to, race control. Let's keep them at bay. Surely the 60 you can get around the circuit without requiring a intervention from the outside. Of course, Elliot Veyron did get that warning from race control in the previous race, so might have to be a little bit more cautious on the opening lap. Otherwise, he'll pick up a couple of penalty points. And if there's one thing to note here, if penalty points are dished out in these finals, they really will change it. It's not like it was where, you can survive like a couple of penalty points before. If you get penalty points in this, that is it. Basically, it's whoever gets penalty points first, their day's done.
Especially since even if you have a dominant lead, that's the first tiebreaker, so it can always come back to bite you. So making sure you're out of the race control purview is key at the end of the day. Key number 1 is deliver and qualifying. Key number 2, keep it clean in the racing itself. And we could very well be on for a quite remarkable streak of 2 consecutive events where we get it done in 2 instead of the 3 races in our best of 3 series. Again, if you're just joining us, only twice previously in 2 and a bit years of the ERL running from 2021 to 2023 did we have this scenario. To have it twice inside of the opening 2 rounds, that would be quite unexpected, Lewis.
Certainly so, especially when this is not the sim we would be expecting Commander to go strong on. Here's the grid.
So Charlie Collins, Gabriel Salomon, it's all purple and orange that will lead us from the front. Nicholas Halbin and Bastian Richter will try and put the pressure on in the opening sector, while behind Tobias Gronewald, Elliot Veyron might just be looking to stay out of trouble, Lewis.
Certainly so. This is going to be a fantastically exciting race. I am strapped in and ready to go. We have another 10 minutes ahead of us. Where's the drama going to come? Obviously, it was out of T3 last time. I think it might be again.
I think I agree. I'm also going to steal a line from Gladiator.
There we go.
Are you not entertained? This is what the Esports Racing League was all about, Lewis. This sort of a format, and this has been quite a remarkable evening. My first ever time commentating on Le Mans Ultimate, and what a treat it has been.
Yeah, same with me. I've not commentated on Le Mans Ultimate before. I've had a cracking time this evening. We've had some great racing, as you'd expect from the Esports Racing League, and it all comes down to the final with a Commander front row lockout. I know it doesn't look like it, but it is a Commander front row lockout. Blame Cholins. But let's just have a clean race, boys. Come on.
Let's hope that race control is not needed. Remember, if they finish as they start, Coanda get it done. 2-0 in the best of 3 finals. But it could just be as simple as one slip up of the brake, one long lockup that flat spots a tire and changes the complexion. 10 more minutes thrown onto the board. Will it be the final 10 minutes of the second round of the Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts? It's Charlie Collins that leads us to the green. Away we go here in the Secure International Circuit, and it's a dead heat on the front 2 rows. Elliot Veyron has got a rocket of a launch and pops to the outside. He'll go for potentially even the lead of this race. He was so ambitious and audacious, but forced off the track, and now Bastian Richter has to compromise. Bit of contact potentially there. Veyron sent back to the tail end of the field, but Collins and Salomon lead up towards turn number 4.
Yeah, and this is exactly what Coanda needed. They're still first and second on the run into T4, which means they can control things from here. Realistically, if you're in the boots of Gabriel Salomon, you can drop backwards. You're not going to, but you could technically drop backwards a couple of positions. Right into the rear end of him goes Nicholas Halbin, though. A bit of a brush between them as they work their way through the chicane. The reason I say that is because Collins is leading. As long as he finishes 4th or better, then this will be over.
Exactly. It's 1st and 4th that combine to beat 2nd and 3rd. That's a big look to the inside as Nicholas Halbin holds on to 3rd. Elliot Veyron moves his way forward to 4th position. He's not content to sit at the back of this field. He wants in on the fight. 8 minutes and 40 seconds left to go. And a rocket of a first lap only builds as into turn 1 they go once more.
Must be careful though, Veyron. He cannot afford to make contact here with either of the Team Nitro cars, especially if he would be the one at fault. It would would be penalty points that would strip things away from the Coanda team. He's right onto the rear end here and looking to the outside. Yellow flag came out briefly. Bastian Richter has been around in last position. So this is the fight for 4th position. Importantly though, Veyron, whilst he is attacking, I completely agree that he should be doing this because he's pulled Gronewold off of that top group. And again, 1st and 4th is what is a minimum requirement for them. Well, if 4th's miles down the road, well, yeah, they're fine.
And this is where the teamwork comes in. And this is, again, what makes this format so great. Salomon could let Nicholas Hauben go if he's got enough of a buffer back to this battle for 4th position. It's still Charlie Collins that will lead at the end of lap number 2. And the big margin back to Bastian Richter tells the story, a self-inflicted spin. Not necessarily what you'd expect from a driver who's usually relatively consistent no matter what platform they are on. Veyron a bit too far behind to turn 1 this time around. But Coanda still 1, 2, and 5 will be loving how things are going. And for a team that did not compete in the first edition and an iteration of the Esports Racing League, it's great to see the purple and orange fighting in a final.
See what happened to Bastian Richter. Of course, the battling was happening up ahead. He slaps the curb on the inside, then looks to the outside, just goes for a spin on the power. Just lights up the rear end, sends the car around, and sends the car around again. Oh, well, the bonus. He doubled down.
Not quite a full 720, but he got close, that's for sure. Nicholas Hauben's close up to the back of Salomon, so as Charlie Collins continues to build his advantage at the front of the field, he is now comfortably, I would say, in the race lead. We've burned 3 and a bit minutes off the clock and have settled into what should be, I would say, the last 6 or so laps of this race. Tobias Gronewold has got enough of a buffer on Elliot Veyron now, Lewis, that I think he's going to be able to focus forward as well. So this is not done just yet, but Coanda very much in the dominant.
Do remember, if Nicholas Hauben can put in an unbelievable final few laps here, find his way past Salomon, find his way past Collins, well, Tobias Gronewold's in 4th position, so things would be enough. But that said, Nicholas Hauben is not getting past Gabriel Salomon without losing a whole heap of time. So maybe they need some outside intervention, maybe they need a little bit of mistakes here, some good fortune to come their way. The Team Nitro has looked so good throughout the day, coming into the final as the firm favourites. That has very much slipped through their fingers because, again, as we said earlier, you can never count out Coanda in this kind of position.
And there are 2 other drivers that we haven't seen today, Victor Wolfson and Lorenzo Rappa. It could very well be that Gran Turismo is the platform that they are least familiar with, but once again, by no means will we be able to count out a team that has found ways to be successful no matter what platform they are on. Closing up under the brakes. That was really aggressive into turn 1. Of course, now accordions back up as they get onto the power, but Nicholas is looking for his opportunity, and now we are officially halfway through this final. Time is winding down on their opportunities. They are 2.5 seconds in front of Gronewold and Veyron, so really Nicholas has got to go for it now. There's no real time to sit back and continue to plot his path forward.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, but how wide there was Nicholas Hauben. I've got to say though, let's to speak on the positives whilst we're in this final here for Team Nitro. Think about their start this season, by the way. 1st and 2nd at the moment is how things stand. To get into 2 finals is impressive. To compete for them is absolutely insanity. The fact they've had this start to the season is honestly incredible. The fact that they were looking like they might have done the double, is impressive. But there's only 1 more point for doing that, right? So it's actually, whilst it is a big deal, it's not an incredible deal. You just kind of want to win the final because it's the final.
I've just got an update for you, by the way, Lewis. The start of this race might end up resulting in a couple of penalty points for Coanda, which does actually mean that Salomon has got to hold on here. So under 4 minutes to go, and I feel the pressure will start to build, and it's all bubbling up as the seconds continue to tick away. They are now within touching distance. Nicholas Hauben is right on the gearbox of Gabriel Salomon as they sweep up through 7 and 8. Very good line from both drivers, but the margin fine. Where will the send be coming from?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when that information you just said there filters its way down onto Team Nitro. They'll think, right, well, if that is the case, regardless of what it is, we've got to give ourselves any opportunity here. This move has to be made. Obviously, Gronewold is remaining ahead of Veyron, and that gap is not changing. The only extra point they can gain is this one right here for second position. 3 minutes and 10 seconds left to go in the race. 3 laps left to go at the Sakira International Circuit. Nicholas Halpern closing in down into T1, but cannot close in enough to create the move.
Officially 2 penalty points for Elliot Veyron, locking up and pushing Bastian Richter off the track at turn 10 at the final quarter. What that does mean, though, here is Salomon can finish third, Nicholas Halpern in second, and Kawanda would still hold on. 1 + 3 + 2 is 6 points. 2 + 4 is no, they cannot. I was right initially with my rough mental arithmetic. Salomon has got to hold on here as we head into the closing stages.
Yeah, they literally cannot switch. At the moment, it is 5 points for Kawanda, first and second, plus the 2 penalty points. It is third and fourth for Team Nitro, 7 points. This position must switch round if Team Nitro want to take it to the end. That position switch would put them both level on 6 points, but the penalty point is the first tiebreaker. Is there going to be a move here? I'm sure both team managers are on the radio now saying either A, you got to pass, or B, you got to keep behind.
And you've got to pass safely, because any penalty points then actually might nullify that potential tiebreaker. So there is a lot to think about. 2 laps left to go. Will we be done in 2? Can Nicholas Halpern drag this into the third and final matchup of the finals? He hasn't been close enough to really have a look into 1 just yet. Salomon seems confident enough in the middle sector to prevent any lunges here through 5, 6, 7, and 8. Where are the opportunities? Just a lap and a half left to go.
Yeah, time's ticking down. Again, the heart rate is through the roof. At the moment, Salomon is being left to his own devices because he has to. At the moment, if I'm Kawanda, I'm almost thinking, right, Collins, drop back, mate. Give some slipstream here. Give some assistance. Do something. Nicholas Halpern closing in, coming down to the penultimate, or in the final corner on the penultimate lap. He looks to the outside. He cannot do it. Will he get a good exit? No, not really.
That was beautiful. He's not happy, but that was exactly what Salomon needed to do. He didn't react to the move from Halpern. He forced him deep. He made sure that he wasn't defending into turn 1. And on to what we think is the final lap of this race. There's now a couple of extra car lengths between the two. A big commitment into the braking zone for the final time of turn 1. Nicholas Halpern's close once again. A couple of car lengths split the two of them. But now just a handful of opportunities at most left. Veyron's closed on Gronewold too. This is not done.
No, certainly not. And you know Halpern is going to be going for something. Oh, he spun him round! They've spun round. There's been contact between the two. And now this is definitely being taken to the race direction.
Well, there will be no finality. That will be for sure. As it finishes right now, 2 penalty points for Kawanda would mean they would lose this matchup. It would go to the third and final. But we do not know. Will Race Control deem that as responsibility for Nicholas Halpern? If so, that would change things. Elliot Veyron's just made it worse. Tried to lunge on Tobias Gronewold and surely has grabbed some extra penalty points for Kawanda as well. We will be going to a third and final race. Madness on the final lap as Charlie Collins wins.
Yeah, Charlie Collins well away from absolutely everything in that race, but all the drama behind means I am absolutely certain we are going to a third and final race. If it wasn't, but this is the thing, is if it wasn't for that move from Elliot Veyron into the final corner, I actually don't think we would be. I think the 2 penalty points would go the way of Nitro for that incident, and then I think they would have won it. Had Veyron not gone for that move, I think it was over.
Exactly, I agree with you. Here's a look at the results, but it's academic at the end of the day because it will be settled by penalty points. So, as it stands right now, 7 points for Team Nitro and 5 points for Kawanda. So if Kawanda get 2 more penalty points, see, I'm trying to figure out how the tiebreaker works here.
Well, I'm going to
Is it the number of penalty points that is the first tiebreaker?
Yeah, I think it'll be the amount of penalty points you have. I think Kawanda will end up with this race probably having 4 based on that move from Veyron. And I do think Team Nitro might pick up 2 from their incident. which would then would it put them level?
Yes, which I think then that's why I was wondering about the tiebreaker. Would win on the tiebreaker being the number of penalty points. That was amongst the most ridiculous sends I've seen. I'm sorry, Elliot, but whoever was in his ear did not clearly tell him what the situation was, because you and I had clearly gone on that same page, Lewis, that if he stays out of trouble, Kawanda might have been good enough. But all you can do in that position is invite trouble, and guess what he did?
Yeah, it was, again, I'd want to see another replay of it, but that was a very silly send, and it's one of those ones where saying super unnecessaries might not be the right word, because, you know, at this point, yeah, everything kind of feels like it's necessary when you're behind the wheel, and you've got to trust your instincts of a driver, but you've got to trust some good instincts, and that was a really poor one. Making that full send. But then again, you know, we saw it once at speed. Was there some movement in the braking zone or anything like that, or was it just complete overcooking from Elliot Veyron? My gut instinct is Veyron made the error there, but that's for race control to decide.
Yeah, you said this line earlier. I don't think we'll be getting highlights of that race. It might be lowlights in a couple of cases, but yeah, that would be good for us to analyze. I do get the sneaking suspicion. There's at least two things for race control to look at. It may not be too much more than that, to be fair, so it may not take us too long as we grab a look at some of the action moments. Veyron showed his intention from the start in trying to go for that move and then being squeezed down to the inside. This was some good racing, to be fair. He put a bit of pressure onto Tobias Grunewald, and behind, Bastian Richter had his own little spin as he tripped over that little moment.
Yeah, certainly so. Through the chicane, a lot of pressure being dealt over the shoulders of some of our drivers here. Here comes a bit of a look to the outside, and this was what caused some frustration for Halvin, even though I think that was absolutely fair. I'd want to see the full replay. Can't judge it from that, but Elliot Veyron, I think, very much in the wars. Poor Charlie Collins literally did everything that was requested there, ran away with things.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of team racing, right? Whether it's endurance racing or this format, is you can't do the job by yourself. You are reliant on your teammates at the end of the day. Well, I get the sneaking suspicion that we are going to have some time to fill. Is the way to put it. There's going to be some investigating to be done. So I guess let's just look forward, Lewis, to Gran Turismo, because we know the car. It's going to be a 90s style Formula One machine. The track selection is, I think, where it gets interesting, because obviously Gran Turismo's got some tracks that aren't real, if you're picking up what I'm putting down. Would using some of those tracks be a disadvantage for those that are trying to switch over already from an iRacing or an Assetto Corsa? Would that be a benefit for the Gran Turismo regulars?
For sure, because some of those circuits race really differently, and also you just experience on the circuit. But I mean, look, Gran Turismo has a great heritage in its building of fictional circuits. There are a lot on there that are, you know, incredible. They're great fun to drive. They're great fun to race around, and a lot of the audience are fans of those circuits. I think, whilst of course from our perspective it would be great to race on some of our race circuits that we normally race on, it would be great to see us race on one of the fictional circuits that Gran Turismo is well known for as well. Seeing a superstar. Is this speed you drive around that?
I think I finished in front of you in the Esports World Cup race that we had that one year, so no shots fired, please.
What race did we have?
Maybe I didn't get to race with you. I lost to Yardier. That's who I lost to.
Oh, nice.
But that's a pretty good person to lose to.
When was? Oh, was this? I was supposed to say, when was this?
This is Gamers 8.
Yes. No, this is the start of the opening lap. So that, in my opinion, pretty much a slam dunk 2.0. For Team Nitro there. I think that was
Gabriel Salomon being hit by Nicholas Halbin. I think I agree with you on that one. The other one that we were of course wondering about is
the Elliot Veyron one,
is the Elliot Veyron one, which again, if they cancel out with 2 penalty points apiece, we're going to the third and final race.
Yeah, certainly so. I do see... Oh, no, we're definitely going to that. I see 6 penalty points for Commander Esports here in totality. We'll see this one once more. We'll see it at speed, see what actually unfolds here. So this is Elliot Veyron closing in. Last lap of the race, last corner of the race. Doesn't really need to make this move. Sends it down the inside. To be fair, that Team Nitro car does whoppingly move.
Yes. But race control has not had an adjudication on that just yet. 4 of the penalty points for Coanda are for Salomon not holding his brakes, which is an interesting one.
And a silly one. Either way, with those penalty points being dished out, Team Nitro, I don't actually see where Team Nitro would... Well, if they're adjudicated to be at fault for that final corner, then they might get 2 penalty points from that. I don't know. It's
even in that they need to get 5 penalty points basically here for it to be done, which I don't think
it's happening.
So 2 penalty points have just come down for the contact with Salomon, which that's interesting that not holding your brakes was worth 4 penalty points, but I think that's probably just a technicality of how the rules are written and how race control has to hand down those penalties. So we're now just waiting potentially for the final corner incident, which I think we're both probably on the same page about. Even if it goes either way, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I think we are ready to go for the 3rd and final race, and that's what the drivers have been told to join just in case. So hopefully, not much of a delay by any means.
No, and I mean, look, I've said it right. I said it earlier on in the evening. I completely shut down Arjuna. Again and again and again, the second 2-time VCO Simi Award winning commentator. I shut him down. I thought we were going to need 3 races. I think we're going to need 3 races. And do you know what? We're going to need 3 races. Almost.
But now the question becomes who wins, right? Because the favorites before race 1 would have been Team Nitro. I don't think they're the favorites anymore. No. I think it's very even now in terms of who's going to win.
I think it is. My only thing is, from the race that we've just had, what's the tension like? You know what I mean? There is almost certainly some blood-boiling anger when those drivers crossed the line. There was frustration. There was aggression at each other's teams. And it reminds me, actually, wasn't it R8G versus Redline? It was at Silverstone in...
they had a couple of finals, to be fair.
They did. And I think throughout all of those finals, they did not like each other one bit. I remember even hearing Unicorns of Love talking about Veloce and saying about dirty this, dirty that, dirty this, dirty that. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm sat here as a bystander. I think this stuff is amazing.
Loving it.
So
it's
good.
Great.
Love it. But when you have a final like that, it does... build that tension and cause those frustrations. That's what makes this exciting.
Now, I don't know if these are final. There may still be some penalty points, but at least provisionally, Team Nitro are indeed looking good to move forward. Now, yeah, 2 more penalty. Well, so if Team Nitro do end up with 2 penalty points for the final corner, that actually would mean that Coanda win, but I don't see that's possible, personally.
No, it's because... So I think their input is Coanda finishing 1st and 3rd and 4th. I don't believe that, but that's not the case. It was 1st and 4th, and then it was Nitro 2nd and 3rd. So that would be where a point switch is also missing.
Yes, I see that on the spreadsheet that I'm looking at right now. Coanda marked as 1st, 3rd, and 4th. Nitro marked as 2nd, 5th, and 6th. Which actually that's right, I think, actually.
Is it actually?
Yes, because
I'm not sure the order they actually came across the line because it was such a mess at the end.
Right, this is what's making it so difficult. There's more protests being thrown in, by the way, so apologies for us looking at the variety of screens in front of us. We're not just watching golf, we're trying to figure out what is going on right now.
That is correct. It was 1st, 3rd, and 4th.
Right.
And it is 2nd, 5th, and 6th. So there could be... Well, anyway, I'm back to watching the golf.
If you're an American, don't watch the golf. It's been brutal. It's been rough.
Well, they're tied going up 18 to the next 2 groups.
it's been rough. It's been rough. We'll leave it at that. We will leave it at that. Yeah, again, the fact that there are more protests coming in is what's making it difficult for us to judge, because maybe we missed stuff that we didn't even see on our perspectives, right? So there's all sorts of little things that get protested, and this goes back to the tension, right, Lewis? Because the more tense things are, the more protests that race control gets to deal with.
Yeah, there's obviously, we're just sat here in full podcast mode whilst we await the adjudication from race control and see if we are going to go to a third and final race or not. This is, do you remember how before race 2 you said, I hope we have a nice clean one and this, that, and the other. I said, no, I just want a nice, a tough race, but a clean one. We hope race control went. That was wishful thinking. There was always going to get, it was always going to get a little bit much. Elvis Rankins just said, just waffle about the golf. All right. Classic.
I mean, are we getting paid to be golf commentators? Is that is about to happen here?
God, I hope so.
That is a career highlight right there, if that's allowed.
Go on. No, I mean, look, it is what it is. I'm just, I just want to call it. I just want to have the third race now. I want to see how much drama is going to be caused. The longer this goes on, the longer we wait for race control. And this is the disappointment with this style, because you have to wait for race control. You absolutely have to.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're doing a third race. It doesn't really matter. The longer we race, the more time we have for those tensions to come down. I don't want that. I want to just jump straight into.
Well, you say come down.
I want those tensions as high as possible.
You say come down, but it also allows time for it to simmer, right? There is an element to this where, if anything, it just lets the team talk about it a little bit more. They'll be getting more frustrated as they wait for the race control decisions. I think we're on to the last of the investigations, by the way. So one has been no further actioned, so that's a good start. And now just one more, potentially, that we have to wait for.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, we are, at the moment, it's... So, to clarify as to where we're at and what the dealio is, we've had two finals so far. In final one, it was Coanda winning versus Team Nitro. So technically it'll be 1-0. We are waiting for final confirmation as to the second final. At the moment it's 1-0. If Team Nitro win, it becomes 1-1 and we need that third race. If race control adjudicate a few penalties each way, then it will become 2-0 to Porsche Coanda. Again, I can't. I'm too tired, man.
You've done it like 5 times now.
This broadcast has been going on. This broadcast has been going on for 5 hours, man. Yeah, so Coanda Esports would be if they win 2-0, then it's over. We don't need the third race. So we're basically waffling and waiting and hoping.
Well, maybe. I was wondering if at some point we would be able to talk about the penalty points. I was going to say highlights, but the penalty points have just come down. It's 2 penalty points for Tobias Gronewold. Now, if that is the final protest that race control have worked through, we are done and dusted. Our podcast has suddenly become a breaking news segment, Lewis, and we are waiting for the next headline to sneak on through.
Yeah, indeed. It is. This is the most that I've just sat on a camera and been like, oh my God, I'm literally commentating on a spreadsheet. This is fantastic. Which for somebody who likes spreadsheets, this is banner. But yeah, she's it's been a long journey to this point, which would be anticlimactic to end.
It would be.
With a spreadsheet.
It would be. But this is sometimes the nature of the Esports Racing League, unfortunately. So, are we done? Is that confirmed? We are waiting for race control's word. I think we are done. I think Coanda Esports are officially round 2 winners on Le Mans Ultimate here in the Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts.
Yeah, wow. I mean, deservedly so. I mean, well, I say deservedly so. If anyone really tried to throw it away at the end there. But it does seem as though the penalty points will go their way, and it might well be that victory for Charlie Collins was not in vain. Also, more information just about the golf very quickly. Elvis Rankin did message me, said Europe's going to get slammed tomorrow. I doubt that, sir.
Yeah, that one ain't happening. Hopefully
just throw that one out.
Yeah, hopefully it's an early morning. I'm looking at the protests, and anything reported has got a decision and either no further action or penalty next to it. I think that is official. Congratulations to Coanda Esports. We'll hopefully grab a word with them as well. But Lewis, you say anticlimactic, I say as well. Slightly climactic in that we had to wait quite a while, and eventually we have our winners.
Yeah, but it's an anticlimax in the sense of it ending with two ugly people on screen.
That's true. Very true.
Rather than some beautiful racing, which we did have at various points this evening, just unfortunately not on the last one. It was exciting though. It was exciting. Cannot deny that.
The drivers were getting ready to go for that third and final race, but we will drag them out of Le Mans Ultimate and have a chat with our winners. At the end of the day, Team Nitro will be slightly frustrated, I'm sure, but they can't be too disappointed, Lewis. Back-to-back finals and almost perfect in the Esports Racing League. They have dropped 1 championship point with 2 rounds now complete.
Yeah, it has been a superb start for Team Nitro, and kind of like what we were saying about with Virtus Pro, obviously a couple of weeks ago, them getting into the final, that's kind of the first goal. The bonus is winning, and then they obviously didn't win, Team Nitro won. I think Team Nitro probably have to look at this the same way. Getting into the final is the goal and scoring the points for getting this far. The victory is the bonus that goes on top of that, and they came up a little bit short of that today. They keep up this form, they're going to be a tough team to beat, but I'd say with 2 finals back to back, honestly, if they get into the quarterfinals for the next 3,
they should be good.
I think they probably get into the semi-finals really on Rennsport and maybe even on iRacing as well. Then they should almost certainly be good to get through into the final, which of course is the big goal.
I think Gran Turismo 7 is Coanda's main issue in many ways. So let's see what's going to happen. Let's also see if we can grab a chat with our 3 event winners, Sir Trollins, Elliot Veyron, and Gabriel Salomon. Let's start with Charlie Collins, who, well, Charlie, you definitely looked like you had some speed. How was the adapting process here to Le Mans Ultimate? How confident did you feel behind the wheel of the car?
Hi guys. It was a stressful few minutes, I'm not gonna lie. To answer your question, Arjuna, it's tough, like a new sim, but it does remind me a lot of R Factor 2, but still has its own quirks. I think having a team, Gabrielle has driven the game a bit before, and that really helped kind of getting a handle of it, but I felt like the more we drove tonight, all 3 of us got faster and faster in going against the competition, so just really proud of how we raced as a team.
You talk about all that adaptation process, but let's talk about the stress as well. How were you guys feeling? Did you think you had done enough in that second race to hold on?
Maybe we'll like one of the other guys speak on that, but we've been sitting here for the last 10 minutes like with just silence, and then like, have we won? So
I guess, Elliot, I'll ask you, because your move in through the last corner, that caused me and Lewis to get a bit worried. We thought that might be worthy of a couple of penalty points. Did you think you'd done enough, or were you a bit concerned about the weight and the potential for race control to jump in?
First of all, guys, stressful last minutes. I knew that I had to make a move in the last lap because Gabriel got spun, I guess, and so I knew I needed to overtake WS, and so I went for it. And I went for it like a normal move. I wasn't going like to dive bomb or something, and incident, and I don't know. I guess we got a bit lucky on this one, but I don't think I did anything wrong anyway.
And Gabriel, I'll go to you next. You had the fight with Nicholas Halban. You were trying to hold on. What was going through your mind going on to that final lap? What was your view on the incident itself?
Well, I got the P2 in quali, which was a bit of a surprise. Pulled my PB lap in that qualifying. And then we were talking about points, and I was told that we just had to finish P1 and 4, and then we'd won. And then middle through the race, when Nicholas Halban, he was closing up to me, I got a message, Gabriel, you need to keep P2 now. That was a bit stressful, also because He's just so fast. Also in the qualifying's done 0.2s, and he's just rapid. It's insane. So I was holding on for dear life, and then that incident happened, and that turned into the entire penalty point system war for the win.
That's a good way of describing it, the penalty points warfare. Congratulations, though, guys, on your victory here on Le Mans Ultimate. Round 2 of the Esports Racing League powered by Nitro Concepts has gone the way of Coanda. We'll see you guys next time. Not sure if you'll be driving, but at least when we go racing on Gran Turismo 7.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks, guys. See you. Bye.
And there is the official confirmation of the points, Lewis. Penalty point warfare. I think I agree with that. We're stealing that one in the future.
6-4. I mean, look, we have seen some pretty large tallies when it comes to the penalty points in ERL, so I suspect that will probably get broken by some other teams in the future. Who knows? But a great couple of races there for Coanda. So it is 2-0 is how it ends. Also, some interesting things. We've now had 12 different winners in ERL in 2025, which is pretty mad when you think about it. 5 drivers have 2 wins, and Charlie Collins now has the most podiums this season.
And does he have podiums across the platforms? I think he does, right?
He didn't race on ACC.
Oh, he didn't race on ACC. This is how bad my memory is nowadays, you see? Anyway.
He's had 5 podiums today.
That is
5 races.
Impressive statistic. Here's a look at the, I think, points heading out. And again, these are championship points. So draw a line below the top 4, except right now, Visceral, Veloce, Rafa ERA, all tied on 33, and Gladius Competitions, TC Esports, are a single point behind. We have had 3 teams start to make themselves known. It's Team Nitro, Virtus Pro, and BS Plus Competition, but even with the victory, Coanda are down in 11th. There's a long road still to go, Lewis, but we've got 3 more rounds of the regular season to play.
Yep, certainly so. Like I say, it is a surprise to see Coanda that low even off the victory. Shows how poor they went on ACC. Expect them to go very strongly on Rennsport and probably pretty strongly on iRacing as well. How are they going on Gran Turismo? We'll have to wait and see. Like I said, that is going to be the wild card, and it is the next round.
And so we look forward for you all to join us as we make our way over to the consoles. The PlayStation 5s will be broken out of the packaging, and we'll go racing on Gran Turismo 7. For our entire VCO team behind the scenes, can't wait for you to join us on the 25th of October, a full month for these drivers to adapt to the brand new platform. For Race Control, for VCO, for Florian Hasper and the team of content people, for Hugo Luis and Josh Lee, our production team, Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Lewis McLeod, thanks so much for your company. This is a wild journey that continues to give us some great racing. Let's see what the journey has in store for us on Gran Turismo 7 next month.